It has been a long night of racing, but you rejoin us for the winter 24 hours of the Nürburgring. Still in darkness, of course, as we get towards the sunrise in a few hours' time. Still 7 hours-ish to go in the race, and plenty of time for the drivers and teams to make mistakes and work out how they are going to finish this race. Of course, we left you overnight. The previous 12 hours of the race has been not broadcasted after doing the first 5 hours, so we'll obviously have to update you with how the standings and the different classes are going, of course, with the 4 different classes here, but we'll of course get into all of that. But it's certainly been a difficult night of racing. Myself, Cameron Roger and Taylor Burris bringing you through this next 4 hours of action with Hugo Lloris on the production behind the scenes as well. And Taylor, obviously you were here in that first part of the race. It's certainly a difficult challenge for these drivers, and going through the night as well was certainly probably the hardest moment of the race.
Certainly was, Cameron, and to give you a perspective of what it was like, we first started off the kickoff, that first 5-hour segment. 56 cars took to the green flag here, and we're now down to 39 cars left on the track. A lot of big name teams already taken out of competition, such as the Effects Esports team, Motul Esports, Indie Auto Sports, and so many other major teams. Sabalt Esports as well, another strong one, out of contention, to just show you the difficulty of mastering here at the Green Hell.
Yeah, we're just mentioning how, before we went on air, just how crazy this track and this race can be sometimes. It's so difficult, and as you see on the tower now, the laps have obviously come into effect now in terms of some of the gaps in it, because it's so hard to get a perfect lap around here, let alone to do sort of 170 odd laps that we're going to get in this race. It really sort of, not only does it bring out the more consistent teams, but it can also catch out those faster teams who take the risks, because just one little error here on a curb and you're going to be sending yourself into the wall.
You certainly are here as we pick up some of our SP9 categories. 4 different classes racing here today as we pick up the Adrenaline Esports of Jochen Alt, your race leader overall and in the SP9 category. Really has been the dominant team now ever since the sun went down, and has showcased some incredible speed as they negotiate in the early morning hours. Currently 6:45 a.m. in sim time. Sunrise should be here in the next anywhere between 15 to 30 minutes time before we'll see the sun cresting over here in the Black Forest.
Yeah, certainly completely pitch black as well as the drivers try and navigate the traffic. And you're right, there's 4 classes. We've got the SP9s, but also the GT3s, they are, of course, known as. Then we have the SP7s, which is the Porsche Cup, the 992 Cup there, as you see, with the lovely long rear wing, or rear light, I should say. Then we also have the SP10s, which is GT4 category. And then finally, we have the TCRs. And coming into the race, there was 15 in each class, which is how they were allocated. So 60 cars in total, but I do not expect us to get anywhere near that coming to the end of the race with just how difficult it is. But yeah, just looking through the leaders here, we've got the Adrenaline eMotorsport there leading the way in the SP9s, with Securo there in the SP7s, and Frozen Speed in the SP10s, before we have .exe Esports in the TCRs.
Here in the field right now, Cameron, I have to say everyone's pretty much in that quite of that lull moment. This is, of course, they've really been in that moment ever since myself and Justin Prince went off the air, of just trying to make it through the darkness here at the Nürburgring as we keep an eye on some of the action. But our TCR leader really still has to continue on here with this as we watch them negotiate through the bumps and curbs here. As there we watch on of Dennis Neindhardt in the 168 TCR, really showcasing his speed tonight. A very strong performance by the team.
Indeed, and looking at how things translated from the previous 12 hours, just did a little comparison of the top 2 now versus the top 2 when we left you 12 hours ago. And in the SP9s, the top 2 are the exact same, with the 47 and the 26. They're still P1 and 2 as they were 12 hours ago, and just 1.5 minutes apart. So that is not too bad after 12 hours of racing. But in the 992 category, it is 2 new 2 new teams, I should say, there. Leading back at the 5-hour mark was .exe Racing Green, the 167, and then also Charlotte Racing Team by Tam in the 992. Both of them Obviously a little bit further down now with Zakural and Adrenaline leading the way in that category as it stands, but also in the GT4 category, Frozen Speed still leading the way in the 85 car as they were at the 5-hour mark, but it is now Talk Freak Racing in the 481 who have got up there, albeit one lap down. And your leader in the TCRs is also the same with that .exe 168, but it was the Sabot Esports car, as you're mentioning, Taylor, who unfortunately DNF from the race. They were in second place, but it's now been taken away by that Race Tech performance as well. So interesting now, out of the top 2 in each category, so 8 cars, 4 of them are still the same after 12 hours.
Certainly is. It just shows you the competitiveness of these drivers who are able to make it through and how well they were able to negotiate through the darkness here around the Nürburgring. Of course, we're in a time change, pretty much, for those of you who are wondering here, and the winter months, so the nights are longer and the days are shorter, and they've pretty much been in darkness. We left you when they were just about in full darkness at the start at 5, with the 5 hours completed in the race, and they have been dealing with that now. It's from then all the way to now, so this just shows that this race was going to be more truly into darkness. What we expect to see, like at the Daytona 24, where it's mostly under the lights and in darkness, but here, no lights to help them except for the headlights on their cars around this circuit.
Yeah, a lot of these European endurance races, you of course see them more in the summertime, so the nights are a lot shorter, especially Le Mans, for instance, is right there in June at basically the longest day, so you have as much sunlight as you can. But then you come to this time of year and you go to a more winter time, and of course you have so much more darkness. I mean, hours and hours and hours more darkness. And, as a driver myself, I actually like it driving in the night sometimes, because sort of makes you more focused on just the road, because that's literally all you can see, especially on a track like this. You just have your own headlights, and it's quite an interesting sensation to go around a track like this and literally just have the curbs and the white lines just flashing at you at a couple of 100 k's an hour.
It certainly is, as they work their way through, watching the 47 of Jochen Alt currently working his way through the field. Did a little research on the driver of Jochen Alt. I mean, looking at his stats, I mean, not a whole lot of major wins as far as compared to his starts since joining on the service in about 2012, but he has picked up about 12 wins out of his 14 starts. His most significant one, though, was coming this year during the 12 Hours of Bathurst, picking up the 2nd place for him in his category. So a great drive for him, and he's looking to cap off the year on a high note with coming home with a win for the winter Nürburgring 24.
And there's a lot of pretty, good rating drivers in here as well. Of course, there's quite a split. We've had drivers as low as sort of 1.4k iRating, and also some in sort of the 6.5 range as well. But there's still quite a few in sort of the 4,000-5,000 range, which is, to be honest, not too shabby. Of course, in the world of sort of esports, we get used to all these drivers having 8, 9, 10 k iRating, but it's still very good for a lot of the drivers. All A-class as well. The top 25 current drivers, all A-class drivers as well. So they've certainly been on the platform. They know what they're doing, but that doesn't make this race any easier to complete, as you're obviously you're sort of relying on your teammates as well. And most of these teams have sort of 4, 5, 6 drivers signed up. So it's a lot of drivers to worry about. So it's a good job that, for instance, in that SP9 category, the top 2 teams have stayed the same. So they've definitely got a consistent lineup there.
They certainly do, and it just shows you that this track here, even though no matter what your skill level is, can be beneficial for you to be able to come out on top with some great results and great wins here. As we watch on pit road, a couple of cars in the SP7 or the Porsche Cup class on pit road right now, servicing their vehicles. As we see some of the beautiful Porsches, currently the Adrenaline E-Motorsports Cup car, one of my personal favorite paint schemes out on the track, of Jan Radke in the 202 machine, servicing his machine, currently sitting 2nd in the category.
Absolutely. Just trying to see exactly how far. Yeah, they are probably about a couple of laps in total down on the leader in their category. Unfortunately, that number 10 machine, which is pretty crazy when you start talking about 2 laps around here. That's obviously about 16, 17 minutes with the lap times that they are doing. So that's obviously a few issues here and there that have happened, but over the course of almost 18 hours, 17 and a half hours of racing now, there's certainly plenty of action that can happen. If you just go into the wall a little bit, it makes it so difficult, because it's a long time to get back to the pit lane here for starters, and then obviously the repair time that can often come for that as well. It's definitely a difficult challenge for them to do. But the cool thing with the Nürburgring though is because of the difficulty of that as such, you should always not give up, and that's why you're seeing some of these teams who are maybe 2-3 laps down still going, because they know it's just as easy for their competitors to get into trouble.
It certainly is here as we watch on to the Schauler Racing, the team by Tam Livery. Hanno Busse is currently in the behind the wheel of the car. That car on pit road, the 992. They are 8th in class. 7 are a good ways back from their class leader by about 4 laps. So they have a little bit of work to do here in this stage of the race to see if they can try to find any way in order to get back out on the racetrack. But Schauler Racing were a strong runner during the first 5 hours, staying inside amongst the top 5 in the SP7 category. And right now they're trying to get that car repaired in order to try to finish out this race with 6.5 hours left to go.
That 992 numbered car was second when we left. So it's a bit of a shame for them, but 12 hours racing here, a lot can happen, as we've been mentioning. As we come to the leader here of the SP7 category, we've got Sakura there, the esports number 10 car, Drakea driving at this moment in time, coming down the back straight of Dottinger Her. Such a long run in these cars. One of the series that obviously runs here in real life with the touring cars comes to this track, and the back straight down here is 3.7 kilometers long the whole way down, which is also the same length as, for instance, the Marrakesh track that they go to. So a whole track can fit in the length of that Dottinger Hill, which is pretty insane stat with just how long it is. As of course the beauty of this track, so they come up towards the final corner, and they also come into the pit lane.
Yes, of course, for Dan Drakea, as he works his way down on the pit road, a very good year for him in 2022. He was, of course, the Nürburgring Endurance Challenge season champion in the Porsche Cup category, as well as also picking up a couple of high-profile finishes, such as second place in the category in the Bathurst 12 Hours. As he had a little bit of nose damage to that number 10 machine, but a little bit of repairs, he will continue out on the circus to try to see if he can secure himself a win in the Winter 24.
I wonder where that damage came from. Is that just a big chunk of a curb? Is that a bit of a wall, or was it even one of the slower categories as well? Because as much as it's not crazy, the speed difference between the cars, it's only sort of about 30, maybe 40 seconds over the course of a full 8 to 9 minute lap. It's not really percentually that much different, but certainly you can get caught up, especially on those TCR cars compared to the faster classes. But it seems like he's obviously doing a good job at that moment, leading by a lap still. Is quite a few cars also start to come into the pit lane. 6.5 hours to go. I wonder if they can do the rest of the race on 5 more pit stops, so 6 stints in total, stretching a bit more than an hour. That might be the target for those teams.
Might be the target indeed. We'll see how this will play out as we see Dominic Sturlo in the Sports Support Racing Green Machine on pit road. They're up on the jacks, currently running, as I'm looking over timing and scoring, 5th in the TCR category, 30, the last car on the racetrack currently. That team has had a little bit of an up and down race so far, but they try their best to stay out of trouble, as that Hyundai Elantra TCR machine will try to rejoin the track momentarily.
Yeah, and this is the difficult points of the race in some ways for the driving aspect, because you've already done 17.5 hours of racing, so you're getting pretty tired from that perspective, but at the same time you've still got 6.5 hours to go, so you've got to keep focused, and you've got to make sure you're changing your drivers at the right time to try and keep the average sort of speed of your car as best as possible. As we come back to Jochen Alt here, coming through this first part of the track, setting more of the flowing part of the track, a bit more tight and twisty where the corners are very close together before it starts opening it out all the way up to a Flugplatz here, which is such an immensely fast corner, especially in these GT3 cars. Barely a lift as you just go full commitment through the night, just knowing that the exit curb on the left is going to come to you at some point.
Certainly is full commitment for Jochen Alt, as he is just absolutely tearing through the circuit. His best lap was an 8:10.39. Or actually, sorry about that, an 8:03.92. So really showcasing the amount of speed and talent. As a matter of fact, looking over his stats here, out of all the cars that raced so far here today, that is the fastest lap of the race of all time that he set earlier in the night run here, and he's still running pretty consistent times. In fact, he was only a few seconds off the pace. As he hits the curb right there, has to back it down a little bit. You gotta be careful with that as he works his way up through. This is about the midsection of the Nordschleife, or the early stages, I would have to say, of that section of the course.
Yeah, some difficult curbs around here, but still taking some risk, which is good. And there's always the old analogy, if you go back to sort of Ayrton Senna back at Monaco, when they sort of told him to slow down, and that's when he crashed. Because around, especially a track like this, you just have to get in a flow, in a rhythm of the track, and you just start feeling exactly where the curbs are. And even though it's so long, it's actually still at a length where you can remember every single corner, every single bump, and you just know exactly what is coming in a car like this, and you can really get in a good rhythm around here. I've had the pleasure of driving a few of these 24 hours of Nürburgring, and it's very enjoyable race in some cases, because also, especially with the amount of cars we have on track now, you don't see too many cars, so you're sort of on your own, and you just have to flow through the night and really start just feeling the car, especially for a corner like this, where you get the compression up the hill. It's really, it's very satisfying when you get it right.
It certainly is very satisfying indeed to drive around this circuit at night, and when you can run a lap that is absolutely flying here around this circuit, can be absolutely exciting to watch for your driver who is out there on the circuit, or for you behind the wheel. I've never driven in the Nürburgring 24-hour, but I've driven around the circuit in the night, and I have to say it's sometimes utterly terrifying if you're not careful around this circuit.
Yeah, you got to know what corner is coming next, as we previously mentioned. No floodlights at all, and often you'll see sort of in the real life races here, when you get to the night time, they don't even bother showing the cameras on the Nordschleife, to obviously give the cameraman some sleep, but also just because it's so dark, you can't really see anything anyway. It's a pretty intense part of the experience as you now come up to, of course, the famous carousel corner in one corner's time, the famous left-handed corner. Still have to go full commitment, even though you're going into it in the dark. Got to get it down right on the concrete strip there on the inside. You just have to go over the little crest and just hold it all the way there. And it's certainly an interesting corner to try and get right. But as you see, Jochen Alt here, we've been following him for pretty much half a lap now. Still hasn't seen another car, just showing the expanse of this track.
It certainly is here. Now, give it time. When it was earlier in the race, he might have been able to deal with some lap traffic here. But for right now, since the field is so spread out during this stage of the race, and also given the fact the field has been cut in half, Jochen Alt has clear racetracks. It's just him versus the track, and that's where it's most important when racing here at this race.
And I'm excited to see what lap time this is going to be, because it's looked to be a fairly decent lap so far. But of course, even though it's sort of a low 8-minute lap around here, as you were saying, the best is an 8:03 at this moment in time. Even if you're a second off around this track, that is so close between the drivers. But somehow in qualifying, we still see tenths between drivers around a track as long as this, just showing you how not necessarily easy it is, but just how normal the track actually is in some regards. You can still just push to the absolute limit. Now coming through the Stefan Beloff immensely fast part of the track, where you're pretty much flat out through all of those little kinks, and then of course just a few corners to go before you get to the long back straight, where you have a little bit of relaxation, but you can't relax too much, because of course soon enough you'll be hitting the corners once again.
Certainly will be, as they work their way through this other bank corner before setting up the run to head down the Dottenjerhoe and heading over into Tiergarten. A little chance for them to breathe here. but really looking to track in a good opportunity to maybe run a fast lap up as he bobbles it a little bit right there before heading down the straight.
Yeah, it certainly does. And that exit is so important, as we were mentioning. Almost 4 kilometers of straight. So if you have a bad exit, you just sort of lose time all the way down. But that's certainly an important point. Gelgenkopf coming onto that back straight. Of course, the 6th gear, you just sit there for so long, pretty much actually not accelerating because the straight, you can't really see it, but it's slightly uphill the whole way. So it gets to a point where you're not really accelerating, just sitting before you finally come down the hill through Tiergarten and into the final sort of chicane sequence of this lap. And of course, the Nordschleife normally goes to the right, but we include the GP track, of course, and honestly, this lap time is not going to be as low as an 8.3, but considering how far we are into the race, being a couple of seconds off isn't too bad, and it's a 5.8, so just 2 seconds off the fastest lap, and a 5.8 is almost the fastest laps of some of these other GT3 cars.
Certainly are here, as he will head his way back over into the Dunlop curve before taking the shortcut, missing the Mercedes Arena section of the course, and continuing on his way here. Of course, BMW collecting the most ever wins at the Nürburgring 24 from 1970 all the way to 2020, which was their last win.
Yeah, and that's a good point on the sort of history of the race that I wanted to bring up as well. I was having a look on our live timing. It's predicting 175 laps for the race, but the real life distance record has been done twice with 159 laps, both in 2014 from Team Phoenix and then 2022 with Team Phoenix again. So of course that includes a lot more cars. There was well over 100 cars in both of those races, where we had started with 60, but also they have the local cautions, and I know there's obviously red flags and stuff that happen, which we don't have in this race, but to get sort of 26 laps longer, that's sort of 2.5 hours of racing for these GT3 cars. That's an immensely fast race that we're having.
Well, that's the thing, of course, with iRacing here. With incidents that happen, we don't have to worry about full course or code 60s is what they would be called in the real life racing for the Nürburgring 24 or any races happening at the Nordschleife, where it would be having to bring a field to a little bit of a crawl here around the circuit. So that's why we're able to see such high lap counts for these races that we see in the endurance races.
Yeah, I want to see what the highest ever entries are. It looks like it's 229 cars in 2007. Eventually won by Manti Racing there. That is an incredible amount of cars to race around a track like this. Even though we're 229, there's still enough space for all of them to fit, which is pretty crazy. And also, we were talking about before we came live, obviously in this race we have 4 classes, and that is still quite a lot for a sim racing event. But in real life, obviously, they just, there's sort of 20-30 classes, and some cars even at club level racing against these real professional GT3 cars.
Certainly is, and of course, for those drivers who come out here to race in this event, they have to go through a licensing system. They can't just be anyone to go race in the Nürburgring 24. They have to go through strenuous classes, plus compete in the lower series races, such as the VLN, which is, a smaller endurance race, anywhere between 3 to 6 hours long, before they could even attempt to run the 24 hours of the Nürburgring.
Yeah, of course, got to get the Nordschleife license as well, which is all important to race. And it is a pretty interesting experience. If there's certain content creators on YouTube, if you look up, that have gone through that process. It's very a good one, really, to get some sort of high level of racing. As on the sim, you can get pretty much anyone coming in, and we come to this battle, 16th overall, 3rd and 4th in the SP7 category. 29 seconds apart there is, of course, one of the closer battles at this moment in the race, and certainly one that we'll probably have to keep an eye out for, because even though that's probably not going to come down in the next couple of laps or so, maybe over the course of the next couple of hours, that could certainly become a bit of a battle.
Certainly is here, as we pick up one of the SP7 category cars. That's one of the Porsche Cup cars around the circuit. Really just trying to negotiate here as they enter into the Nordschleife section of the course. that first section when you enter in, Cameron, is so critical because you can gain so much time, as this is Raimondo Ricci from the North Sim Racing team, number 43. Just so critical, and right here as they crest over this hill, you can actually see the cars get a little bit of air time before they have to really mat the throttle down to this corner.
Yeah, you are right. As you get you come out of the GP track onto the Nordschleife for the first time, that first section of corners, obviously through the Sabine-Schmitzke first, and then down through Hutzenbach, and the corners after that, before you get down to this section that we're seeing now, it's a really sort of flowing section, as we were mentioning, and it sets you up for the rest of the lap, because mentally this track really is two halves. You have the Nordschleife and then you have the GP track. So as you come out of course, the sort of chicane to end the GP track, and then you turn onto that Nordschleife, all of a sudden you switch and you're on another track. So those first couple of corners are critical to set up the flow of the lap, and you can really carry that momentum through if you have a really nice feeling in the car, especially when the tyres start to wear a little bit and you start getting a little bit more movement. If you can have a good feeling there, it just gives you so much more confidence to attack when you get to the more tricky parts later in the lap.
Certainly is the case here as we ride on board with him. And looking in to see about a little information about him for Raimondo Ricci. Has competed in some real-world competition, as he is currently in the SP7 class, but he had a little bit of touring car action as he competed in the TCR Italy Touring Car Championship back in 2018. Only made one start in that event, but really a good opportunity for him to come out here and compete in the virtual world, as his career in the iRacing world has showed a lot of potential. Out of his 316 starts, 14 of those were wins that he was able to pick up.
I do love when you see that drivers, even at the sort of the top level, let's say, of the motorsport, even at the categories, coming up the rankings as well. It's great to see that those drivers, they obviously want to have that buzz of racing, and real life racing is so expensive, and of course it's not every single weekend or every weeknight that you come onto the iRacing service and you can literally have a race every hour in almost any type of category of racing that you want. It's great to see just how many of those sort of real life drivers also transition to the sim. It's great that they're coming in and giving some good performances as well, and they just get so stuck in and involved with some of the high level teams as well. And it's always a good one when you see that, because it just shows you how much they love just racing in general. It doesn't matter where it is or how it is, they just want to drive fast.
They do here, and you can really see the speed of these cars picking up the pace even more so. And you notice certain points of the race, you're starting to see possibly the sun starting to peak up over the hills here momentarily, as we are just now a little after 7 o'clock in sim time, 7 a.m. as we see Ricci really trying to hold on for this run, as he currently sits third in class, 16th overall.
Yeah, that's a slightly tricky situation for him, because the next the cars around him are a little bit away, sort of over a minute to the next car, but he can certainly try and just keep pushing forward, because the consistency factor around a race like this is so important. But you can just see from the onboard here just how fast so many of these corners are. It's not like it's a really stop-start track. There's a lot of flow to it, a lot of sort of fourth gear corners, even up to fifth through this section. This is really my favourite part, from her act there at the top, the highest point of the track, all the way sort of down the hill here, and you work your way through, of course, Wittmann into Brünchen in a couple of moments' time through the famous YouTube corner. It's just such a flowing, undulating part of the track, and you can really get some good confidence in the car here, but you have to keep it just slightly within the limits, because as you see just left and right of you, the barriers are there and they will definitely catch you out.
They certainly will, and we've seen that happen time and time again for the first 5 hours of this race. The one false step can cost you the chance of having a good run and puts you in the Armco barriers, as he continues on his way in the early morning hours.
Yeah, this is, as you say, the point of the race where you start to see the end, because the sun is just slightly coming up in the background there. It's not a completely pitch black sky anymore. We have some orange coming over the trees, and I wonder actually how quickly that's actually going to rise, because you can, because of all the trees and everything here in the hills, you can actually stay a bit dark at some points of the track for a little bit longer, even if the sun has officially risen at some points of the track. And it'll be great to see a bit more of the liveries of the cars as well, as we're seeing. So that's your leader potentially coming out of the pit lane with 6 hours and 15 minutes to go. Yes, it is. All stays in that car for Adrenaline. And yeah, we definitely at a point now where they can probably stretch it just over an hour and maybe do 5 more stops, so 6 stints just over an hour each to the end, at least for the GT3 cars, which would be a good one, so they don't have to do a splash and dash at the end.
Certainly is the case here. We've seen these cars make it anywhere between 7 to 10 laps around with fuel stops here, so we'll see how this plays out for him and keep tracking, so that way we have an idea of what his strategy could be in order for him to stay ahead of the race lead. Of course, he's only got 2 other competitors to keep an eye on. The Pirobet Sim Racing, currently driven by Dennis Zimmer, and Progressive Sim Racing Bravo with Sven Rosler behind the wheel. Those 3 cars are the only ones on the lead lap.
And it's good to see there's actually still 3 cars there on the lead lap, so there's actually good potential for some some potential. Well, I wouldn't say battles as such, but certainly some things to change when we get to a bit later in the race, because they are so close together. They're still within range if anything happens, of course, and definitely that shot actually, you can really see it's starting to get a bit lighter in the background, which is good to see. Of course, quite a few cars out here. We want to see the liveries. We have the nice number boards being lit up for us for this nighttime racing. Of course, it's always good to see the work that the livery designers do. That's one of the sort of the side quests as such of sim racing, is the sort of the micro business that has been created with all these livery designers for all these races that we're now broadcasting.
Certainly is. I mean, that's the amazing thing of what esports and sim racing has brought in. It brought in new career opportunities for a lot of people, to where they could really express themselves with either, of course, journalism, broadcasting, artwork, of course, designs, graphics, even of course setups. I mean, it's been amazing to see how this world of sim racing has brought so many opportunities for future stars of motorsports and people who are just wanting to have fun, but also in a sense make a living of doing what they love to do.
Yeah, especially these sort of livery designs with how so quick the turnaround has to be at the top esports levels, where things like cars are changing last minute, or maybe it's a sort of a GT3 race, the opportunity of choosing your chassis, and of course the drivers want to leave it to as last minute as possible to choose before the delivery has to be submitted. So it's certainly a big one, but you're right as well, things like coaching setups have become a huge market in the world of sim racing. There's so many people doing it now, which is great to see. And certainly if you have a little bit of entrepreneurship, if that's a word, about you, then you can certainly make something for it. And I just seen on the live time actually the 992 who we were looking at in the pit lane. I believe they've grayed out and have now DNF'd from the race, at least for now. I don't know if they can come back from that one, but certainly a bit of a shame for them. We saw them having some damage repairs, but maybe was just a little bit too much, because they did spend, I think, 24 minutes, it looks like, on the pit road, but deciding maybe not to continue with that one.
It certainly seems to be the case here, and a tough break for them, as they will join the ranks of DNF finishers, now leaving only 38 cars out on the circuit, as we pick up, I believe, our leading TCR. Yep, that is Dennis Neinhardt from the .exe esports team. That team has been on an absolute tear between him, Michael Polasek, and a couple of other drivers behind the wheel, as they have pulled out by 2-lap lead over their class in TCR, and in fact beating out some of the GT or the SP10 cars.
That's a great achievement there. It's actually quite funny to see how interlinked those two categories are, the SP10s and the TCRs. Are obviously not too big of a difference in the lap time between some of them, but for sure it's definitely a slight advantage to the SP10s, which should either high there on the tower as they are leading the way. But yes, certainly, I should say, a couple of laps between the two drivers there in that battle, which is a pretty crazy feat, but that just shows you how that team has been going. But we were mentioning before this .exe esports car, the 168. They were leading 12 hours ago when we left you at the 5-hour point in the race. So they've obviously had a very consistent time of it, and they've been obviously just working with a lot of confidence, as you say. So they've got a good driver selection in that one, at least for this race today.
Information about Dennis Neindhardt. He was the 2021 Nürburgring Endurance Challenge champion in TCR category. 2020, he would finish second in this championship, and also was able to pick up a couple of historic racing championships, winning the Camel GT GTO championships in 2020 and 2019 for their season 1 and season 2. So great to see a couple of even some drivers who are fans of historic racing out here showcasing the amazing talent that they have. And of course, for Neindhardt, he's looking forward to seeing what he can do here today, as we see the German driver work his way around his home track.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, lots of Germans, of course, in this league, which is good to see. That, of course, it's some of the races that we see, they're more sort of spread out as such, but I do like these more almost national level races, because sometimes the community is a lot closer from that aspect. They're all speaking their own language. They're doing their own thing with their own teams, and they can often sort of effectively subconsciously work together to then increase the level of that community before they go out into the more sort of international events, which is great to see. That, of course, it's not just the sort of the big events, the big international events of all the esports stars, where there are only tens and tens of thousands in prize money. There, you can always come back to these slightly sort of lower tier, but not necessarily in terms of the standard, just in terms of the level of the overall performance, and they are just really putting out a good show for everyone. And this race is certainly quite difficult, but we've seen some pretty good driving, pretty consistent driving so far.
One car off.
Is he going to keep it out the barrier, though? Just about, I think, there. But Ergo going quite wide there in the number 9 car for P5. Frozen Speed, the number 37, coming very close to a bit of a huge damage repair there. But I think he managed to just keep it going in quite a nice way.
He certainly was. That was your 5th place driver of Leon Erger, who is currently out there behind the wheel of that Mercedes, as he sits in the 5th spot. That Frozen Speed FSR machine, let's take a look at the replay of what happened to him. Just lost it, lose the car, barely clips the barrier.
Yeah, he hit it at quite a nice angle. He sort of rode along the wall rather than actually hit it at quite a nice angle. So hopefully he should be okay in that car. Might have the tiniest bit of sort of steering damage in that one, which he obviously needs to look out for. But that is just how easy it is to make a mistake. Just missed the apex there on that left-handed corner, got the rear a bit loose, and there's just no room on the right-hand side to save it. You saw he tried to correct it, but there was just no room for the car to slide into.
One interesting fact for him, he was finishing 2nd place in this past year's 24 Hours of Nürburgring on the iRacing in his split. So definitely knows a thing or two about getting around here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Just having a little bit of off there, but will continue on his way for a possible top 5 run.
Yeah, it's a great event, to be honest. I definitely do love it. Of course, with all the other major 24 hours that there are, and this one, of course, is in some ways not the most exciting with how the sort of it spreads out just naturally because of how difficult it is. But to drive it is such an immense experience. If you ever get the opportunity to race a proper, organised 24-hour around this track, it's certainly one to look out for if you want to sign yourself up for when we get into 2023. Of course, this is one of the final races of 2022, with next weekend being Christmas, and then the weekend after being New Year as well. A lot of leagues and organisations trying to get their final races in this weekend. It's been a busy weekend in the world of sim racing with so much going on.
Certainly is. Of course, you got to think about it. Of course, you had the IVRA 12 hours at Daytona, the Winter Nürburgring 24 hours. Then you had the iRacing special event of the Chili Bowl, as we have some more cars on track. That's the Purobit number 26 of Dennis Zimmer on pit road. And for these drivers, they get a couple of weeks off to relax before they get ready for the first big 24-hour event of the 2023 calendar year. That's the Daytona 24, where these GT3 cars will be put to use along with a brand new car, the new BMW M8 V8, or the V8 Hybrid, which will be, I think, a very exciting car to see out on the track making its debut next year.
Yeah, Daytona is always one of the biggest races in iRacing, the Daytona 24. So many splits for that one, and so definitely look out for that in a bit, sort of a month's time or so. But obviously this year, as you say, with the introduction of the new BMW, I think it's going to be even bigger. So you better get yourself prepared if you want to sign up for that race, because it's going to be very, very heated. And if you want to get yourself into a top split, you need to get yourself some very fast and high rating friends.
I'm not going to be able to defend my Daytona 24 win from this year, so unfortunate for me on that. But hey, you know, there's always future events, hopefully, as we see Dennis Zimmer working his way around the circuit. Dennis having a very spirited run all night, since he was in the second position and actually led a few laps during that opening 5-hour stint of the start of this race. So he could definitely be a factor as we progress further and further into tonight's race. A little bit of information regarding Dennis Zimmer. He started off sim racing here back in 2020. Has only picked up 37 wins, but still has collected quite a bit of historic. In fact, winning the 6 hours of the Glen this year as well for him. That was his big success in 2022.
And that's a difficult race in itself as well, with how traffic management can be around that track. So fair play. And it's good to obviously see a driver like that from 2020. I don't know if maybe it's coincidence, but it could have been, you know, part of the sort of the COVID lockdown racing at home movement that we had during that year, which is almost 3 years ago now, which is pretty crazy to think about. But it's good to see that if that was the case, a lot of those drivers have also stuck around. They haven't just done it for the sort of 6 months a year that we had that and then sold their rigs. They are staying competing. They've obviously got the bug for sim racing, which is great to see. That's obviously sort of has a legacy to it, not just picking it up for a couple of months.
Certainly great to see that come into play for a lot of these drivers who did come in the 2020 year, of course, and great to see. And of course, if you think about it, the partnership with iRacing and with the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and what's now the VLN, really showcased a lot of great racing between both the real world and the virtual world of this style of endurance racing.
Absolutely, it's brought it closer in many ways, brought the connections closer, and there's a lot of sort of opportunities now for maybe tracks or series to try and get themselves having a sim race as well. You see this numerous times, especially in the last couple of years, come in where you have almost like a virtual version of the real life event as well. And in the case of fairly recently, obviously in the case of iRacing announcing that Pukekohe in New Zealand will be obviously coming to the service, and sort of have a legacy there where obviously the track is not going to be used anymore for competition in real life. So the fact that it can then be used on the sim, and also in a similar part of the world in Australia, obviously we got tracks like Oran Park, which is now is being developed into housing, but it's still in the sim. You can still race it, and the fact that it can stay there and still be used is a pretty interesting dynamic from the world of real life racing. So yeah, that as you say, that link has just become ever stronger.
Well, not only that, but can help even bring racetracks back from pretty much non-existence. You mean, think about North Wilkesboro here in the United States. That track was not used for some time until Dale Jr. and iRacing and the owners of that track got together to scan it on the service, and now look at it. North Wilkesboro is going to be back in NASCAR competition in 2023, hosting the 2023 All-Star event, as well as also hosting the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series there in 2023, as well as short track racing with late models and modified and other forms of motorsports here in North America.
Yeah, it's funny what a bit of sort of marketing and a bit of movement can do to some of these ones, because I was also seeing the pictures that the renovations that are happening around that track as well. A lot of obviously money and effort being put into it to bring it back up to standards, which is great to see that obviously these older tracks aren't sort of being lost and sort of just put out to rust and wilter away into the environment, which is good, because of course there's a lot of infrastructure and a lot of effort that's been put into these tracks over the years, and we don't want to be losing it. So that is a very good example indeed, actually. You're right, and I'm actually quite interested to see that one, because it's obviously such a short track compared to what we see for most of the other ones. It's good to see that we're not just getting these big new high-tech tracks being built.
We have now our SP10 leader right now. It is Carter Hutcherson, who has been this car has led pretty much since the drop of the green flag, and Carter has been one of the main staple drivers behind the wheel of this machine, and he really knows what it takes to drive an endurance sports car racing. In fact, just this year alone, he picked up the GT3 class win at the Daytona 24 Hours, the Petite Le Mans GT3 class win, as well as also some podiums in the Peachtree 3, the 6 Hours of the Glen, the Bathurst 12 Hours, as well as also coming in third position in both the two of the rounds in the Nürburgring Endurance Championship. He was a Le Mans winner, of course, on the service on sim racing, and even picking up the winter Nürburgring 24 Hour in 2021. So he is your defending race winner in this race.
That is an insane level of stats just from the previous year. That's a lot of racing and a lot of good racing as well from Carter. So good job in that. And as you say, trying to defend his title, which just adds that extra little bit of motivation, because of course ultimately that's one reason why sim racing has become the level that it is, because everyone is so competitive. Obviously, in a friendly manner most of the time, but they're still competitive and want to win, and it's that desire to win which keeps bringing people back to these races. And it's great to see that in the case of Hutchison there, he can come back to try and defend his crown, obviously king of the green hell.
Certainly is. And of course, people, when this race is going on, you want to come back and try to hit your hand, whether it be if you didn't finish this race, they're probably going to come back to try to at least finish the race, then maybe try to come back to get a top 10 in their class, come back again, try to get a top 5 in your class, and then come back again for a podium, and then coming back to try to win the race, and then trying to come back to defend the win. It's just, once you come here to this race, you gotta come back each and every time to try your hand at it again.
Yeah, certainly do. It's one that just keeps on giving, if that makes sense. And because it's such a challenge, you never have sort of a perfect easy race. There's always something to improve on as well, especially in the 24 hour like we've had here. We've gone through 3/4 of the race now, just under 6 hours to go, but certainly there's a big challenge to that, which is good to see. And I was actually just noticing in the SP9 category, since we've been on air, that gap hasn't really fluctuated too much, just a couple of seconds in the way of Jochen Alt, as Dennis Zimmer there just dropping now into the 1 minute 40s behind. But that just showing you how close these lap times can be between the pair. And it's insane to see that as we're now getting the sun rising, just how close some of these battles can be in terms of the lap times, if not direct wheel-to-wheel action.
Certainly is the case here. Of course, we've been watching Hutcherson leading on the charge in the brand new GT4 car or SP10 car that we have on the iRacing service with Mercedes. And you really can just hear that car just really scream down these straightaways. Very powerful, big bore engine coming their way through here, and you know when that car is coming your way.
Yeah, certainly do. It's as you mentioning, it's great to see more cars being added to the platform as well, especially for these slightly more, I'd say, oddball categories that aren't always used as much per se, because in sort of GT terms you focus on GT3, the SP9s in this case. But yeah, the GT4 category has really expanded over the past couple of years and just gives the drivers this extra place to have a race. And they're still fast cars, they're still sophisticated cars as well. So yeah, the addition to that as he comes through the carousel. Awesome to see the headlights move around through that part of the track. So up towards her act, as we were mentioning, highest point on the track. So you really come uphill, and then it's pretty much downhill all the way.
Well, I gotta ask you this, Cameron. Of course, if the grid field was not limited to 60 cars, as well as not just 8 different cars or so, like we see right now on the service, we allowed all the GT3 cars, all the GT4 cars, and all the TCR cars that would we expect to see as far as different manufacturers. What other cars do you think we could possibly add in this race that would make it more exciting as far as more classes?
Oh, that is certainly a difficult question because there is so many. I know it's not very realistic, but having something quite crazy like maybe like the supercars or something like that would be a very intriguing option. We were also mentioning before maybe something like the Jetta as well, being quite a good option to add it into that. But of course, yeah, that's also just assuming we can get 200 players on. But certainly, I would like to see, more of an oddball car coming into it, such as the Supercross, something like that isn't really made to do a track like this. I think that would make it very difficult to complete 24, but you'd still see some incredibly competitive racing from it.
You think maybe something like the Brazilian stock cars would be a fun little car to add in this class, or as a class in this race?
That would actually be a good option, because of course it's still sort of made for circuits and endurance racing, but it's just slightly different and something that you wouldn't expect. I know I've seen MX-5s do an event like this as well, but in some ways somewhat a little bit too slow for my liking around here, but certainly that would be a good option as well. To be honest, one of the sort of like the road course variants of a NASCAR or some sort of stock car around here would be quite a funny one to do as well, just because it would be so lively and not really made to fit for purpose.
I think that would be a good idea. And then of course I would probably even throw in maybe the completely remodeled Ford Mustang FR 500Ss. Those would be, I think, a big bore muscle car trying to work its way around this 16-mile, 170-turn course.
Yeah, it would actually be quite funny to add maybe one of like the little open wheels as well. Like maybe, yeah, so something like that, or sort of F4 cars might be a little bit too fast, really, or too nimble compared. But certainly something like that would be a hilarious addition to 24 hours, just to see the size difference as well, especially with the GT3 cars being quite big nowadays.
I have to agree with you on that. It would be fun. And of course, many people can try some crazy races. I've seen people do that all across the service, and that's one of the great things with the iRacing service, where people can really do that and mix it up a little bit, as we have, looks like, the 8th place car. That's the TLDR SimSport machine of Jan Christensen, trying to get around one of the SP7 category cars. Can't quite catch who that is, but I'll get a number momentarily. That is going to be the 167, the .exe esports machine of Rolf Mueller, currently P7 in the class.
It certainly is, and I hope I'm not reading this correctly on the live time, but have we had a few more DNFs from the race, more notably P6 in the GT3 category. NJB Performance by NFCAD seems to be not running at this moment in time. From are they? Okay, there might just be a bit of a bug. I was hoping that they are good. Just need to do a little refresh, because a couple of the drivers did sort of stay grayed out for quite a while, so I was a bit worried that they were going to be not continuing, but that is good, because of course we've still got 38 cars in this over the 4 classes, and it would be great to see all of them get through this final just under 6 hours.
That NGB Performance Porsche is the highest running Porsche out on the racetrack right now. He is being followed by the Team Schnitzel by Starlight of Michel Bollard, who is right behind him in 7. Those two are going to go at it here as we watch TLDR Sim Sports, which in the early stages of the race, Cameron, was one of the strong favorites to come home with the win here today because of how consistent it was. But due to the fact of penalties and issues out on the track, it put them in this predicament where they're running P8.
Yeah, 2 laps down as well. So quite a bit of time lost recently, and they just had a 6-minute stop as well, so maybe further issues coming to that car, potentially with I would assume some damage repairs from that one, as most people are around sort of 1 minute in the pit lane. So that's 5 minutes extra they've had somewhere last time, so that's obviously lost them an extra, well, over half a lap, which hasn't helped their progress in this race. They are somewhat close actually to the next car, as you're mentioning. So there's definitely some battles to be had with this one, because that 11-second gap can come down fairly quickly, because just a couple of seconds, maybe 3 seconds a lap, and they'll be there, in sort of 20-30 minutes.
Certainly is here, and of course for Jan Christensen, he's been a part of the iRacing service since 2020 as well. Competed in multiple different endurance races, in fact picked up the win in the 12 Hours of Sebring back in 2021, as well as an Indy 500 win, and picking up a Nürburgring 24-hour win in 2021, along with also a win at the Glen and a win at the 12 Hours of Hockenheim.
Well, that's quite good accolades as well, which is good to see. Some of these drivers are, of course, expanding their resumes as they continue their sim racing career. An interesting one to hear the Indy 500 as well. Good to see some diversity in the styles of racing. Of course, as we were mentioning earlier, the GT aspect of racing is probably the most popular, with the GT3s, GT4s, etc. And of course, the Porsche Cup as well has become so well used over the past couple of years with the PESC series as well. So certainly those sorts of levels of car are used. So it's good to see some of the drivers expanding out into the other categories that you have on the iRacing service.
Certainly is the case here as we watch him continue on his way. He is in that battle with trying to catch up to the Team Schnitzel Porsche in 7th place. So we'll keep an eye and see if he's going to be able to make up some ground.
Absolutely, the gap certainly coming down ever so slightly, but of course it does fluctuate quite a bit at certain points of the lap, depending on exactly the speed they're going and where they are. So you sort of have to look at certain points of the track, and then sort of every lap to see how that one is coming down. But certainly, I do think this number 18 TLDR SimSport car is going to be catching the way of Team Schnitzel fairly soon. They will, of course, take a couple of laps, but certainly that is a very close battle to look out for.
Certainly is, and a lot can happen between now and then for this race here between those two drivers, and he is starting to pick up the pace now, and it's down to 8.7 now. It's starting to pick back up to about 9 seconds here as he negotiates past the Maguire's Racing Machine Porsche, who's still out on the track. Currently P7 with Fabian Sitter behind the wheel of that car.
Yeah, it's funny when you see an overtake like that, because sometimes when you're driving GT3 cars, and often that is the lowest category, say in an IMSA style race, it'll be the GTD class with obviously the prototypes coming past you, and sometimes you feel a bit slow, and then you put it up there against a GT4 car, and of course you see the amount of power difference that they have through that point of the track coming up. I was about to call it the back straight, but it's absolutely not straight at all. There's multiple corners, especially the Mutt curve, which you really have to be committed through. But yeah, definitely showing the speed difference there between the GT. As we were mentioning, the overall speed difference isn't actually too horrific between those two classes. There's about sort of 35 to 40 seconds, which over the course, of course, 20 so isn't really too major.
The case here as he tries to hunt him down. He's picked it up a little bit and found some time here in this section of the course as he's dropped it under 8 seconds now. and starting to close back in on the Team Schnitzel Porsche, really just finding his rhythm during this back half of the course before he heads his way over. He should be approaching towards the Dottenjahoer here momentarily for him to try to really let that BMW M4 GT4 or GT3 car open up that engine and throttle it down.
Absolutely, and it's certainly a great car to have on the platform as well. I've had it for, of course, a couple of years now, since it first got introduced, pre real life introduction as well, such as the partnerships between especially BMW and iRacing. It's part of the reason why, of course, we've got the M Hybrid V8s as well, as you're mentioning, being brought to service again before it comes out in real life, really just getting a head start. And certainly feel-wise, this is one of my more favourite cars, and that's one of the reasons why it's been used so widely as well, not just in the single sort of spec car races when it's the only option, but also here where there's 3 options for the SP9, still quite a few BMWs out there.
Of course, for those of you who are wondering, the type of engine is a P58 3 straight 6 engine, 3 liter, with the M twin power turbo, up to 590 horsepower in this car, which is absolutely phenomenal and really showcased a lot of speed throughout the 2022 year in its debut season. Had a couple of good runs throughout the world of sports car and endurance racing in both Europe and North America. In fact, looking at some of the stats here, as I'll pull them up here, this BMW M4 or M4 GT3 car really showed a lot of pace, as you know, some of the events races that it did brought home a couple of good strong finishes in this 2022 campaign, especially with races such as, in of course, the Daytona 24 coming home with a couple of strong finishes. In fact, in last race it competed in North America, the M4 finished 3rd at Petit Le Mans, and then of course also put up a couple of strong finishes throughout the season as well, and coming close to possibly coming home with a championship, but still was not able to do so.
And the top 4 in this specific race as we stand, with 5 hours and 43 minutes to go, so certainly being a more favourite here, but of course, as we were mentioning earlier, the car limit as such limits to 3 options in that SP9 GT3 category, with the BMW M4, the Mercedes AMG GTR, and then of course the Porsche 911 GT3 as well, which is 3 very good options, has to be said, which is why they of course were chosen as we're coming to one of the GT3 Porsches here, the number 29 machine, currently sitting in 7th. That is the Team Schnitzel that we were looking. This is the head of that TLDR car, and certainly just a bit up the road by 7.4 seconds now. So on the last lap, it did come down by a couple of seconds. So if that trend continues, there'll definitely be a battle for 7th here in the not too distant future.
Yeah, for Michel Bollard, who is currently behind the wheel of that number 29 Porsche, looking over some of his stats and some of his interesting points, he joined in 2020 as well. And currently, with his career stats, he has 6 wins. In fact, his best runs in 2022 was a 3rd place during this year's 10 Hours at Suzuka, and a 2nd place at the Daytona 24.
Yeah, so it's incredible stats actually coming out from some of these drivers with just how many good results they are getting on the iRacing. Great to see, and this. Obviously, driver in particular getting some nice results at some endurance races, which is obviously the biggest factor really in sim racing at this moment in time. I think it's because you of course have the team aspect as well, and the races are just generally longer, so you just feel that more immersion. You don't want to do obviously days or weeks of practice for a 20-minute race. Of course, you get some front end lift there for quite a while through that sequence of corners. Obviously, the rear-wheel drive and the rear engine lifting up, going light on the front axle.
One of the iconic shots you can get here at the Nürburgring when you see those cars go on their back wheels a little bit as the front end just dips up just a little bit. as they continue on here around the circuit. But for Michel, he's trying to just make sure he can stay in contention. He is still in an earshot, about a minute 20 behind Niels Bokhog in the NGB Performance Porsche.
Absolutely. I wanted to see what the last lap time was. Direct comparison in this battle, but unfortunately that Team Schnitzel lap time wasn't registered as such, but the TLDR car did do a 8-minute 16 last lap, which is actually 12 seconds slower than their best of the race, so certainly not pushing to the absolute limits in that car, and that is also about 7 seconds slower than your race leader of the Adrenaline E-Motorsports with Jochen Alt at the wheel of that car. So yeah, definitely some time potentially to be found in that one, but I wonder if that was no, that wasn't a pit out lap either for TLDR, so yeah, definitely some time to be found there.
Certainly is the case here, and here comes Jans Christensen now. It was at 7 seconds when we last checked in. Now it's down to 3.1 seconds, so we could see a change for position here in the next few moments.
Yeah, the gap's getting very close indeed. I think it was, what do you say, it was about 7.5 when we started the lap. So it's already come down 4 seconds, and we're not quite halfway around the Nordschleife as well. So yeah, that gap is getting closer and closer. 3 seconds is a very short amount, because at that point you can obviously in certain corners see your rival ahead of you, and for the number 18 there, that is really some extra motivation to try and get that position in front of you. But it is of course not the easiest to overtake on the Nordschleife itself. You can obviously overtake when you get sort of Dittinger, maybe into the GP parts of the track, but the Nordschleife is actually quite one line in most parts of it.
Certainly is the case here. There is a lot of places where you can gain a lot of time on your competitors, and there's a lot of areas in the circuit where you can lose your time, as well as looks like we do have a black flag being served for someone right now. I'm trying to find out who it is. It's Simon Van Dijk. Would that be? I have to take a look through our timing and scoring app. That is the North Sim Racing Porsche. And by the looks of it, they're receiving that black flag penalty because they are having to utilize a fast repair in order to get back out on the circuit. So they had a problem out there on the track. They're going to have to come back and serve a 5-minute penalty.
That would actually make sense for the TLDR car potentially as well, because they had a 5-minute longer stop than everyone else. So maybe that is what they did. I have to just try and correlate that if I can see it in the fast repair list that we've got. But yes, obviously that is a factor for these teams. They are allowed to use the fast repair to obviously get a car, and that's of course to try and keep cars in the race, but they do get a time penalty from that one, which is of course a lot less than if the full repair was there.
Yeah, that is the downside of you getting that fast repair, is you do have to not only have to wait for the tow if you have to tow your car, but then also serve a 5-minute penalty once you come back into the pits here. So it's kind of critical to make sure you try to find the lesser of two evils. But of course also just make sure you not make a mistake out there on the circuit, which can be easy to do.
Yeah, fortunately we've got some more lights now than when we first came back on the broadcast about an hour ago, so there's definitely a lot more vision for these drivers, and it actually became light very quite quickly actually around this point, this part of the... Oh, that's a huge crash there. As he manages to save it out of the wall. That was going too much on the grass, and that BMW manages to avoid it, but he does eventually go into the wall at the Stefan Beloff S, and that was just an example there of how, as you come through that point of the track, if you just put one wheel onto the grass, you can have a bad time, but he somehow managed to save that from being a huge accident.
He certainly did, and I don't see significant damage to the nose of that Porsche. He will continue on his way, and we'll see how his laps are and his speed is. But let's ride on board with him to see what happened. Just a little bit of clip of the grass and just drifts it through the corner. Overcorrects it, though, when he tries to go the other way, and it's a little tap into the Armco.
Yeah, the car went so light over the top of that crest, but the thing is that is obviously happening every single lap, so he must have just hit it at slightly the wrong angle. Although we did see that car also do it quite a bit in flood packs, and I do wonder if it's just a matter of, oh, look at that, literally flying down the hill there. So he's got no control of the car because obviously the steering is on the front axle. He's still not there. Finally the front touches the ground, but it's too late as he goes, a wheel off, or 2 wheels off really, and actually just thankfully because of the curve of the road managed to avoid the right-hand barriers, but then just had a little boop on the left.
Could you imagine if he would have saved that and just kept on driving?
Yeah, just brushed off the shoulder, as if nothing happened. That would have certainly been a scary moment as well, because I was mentioning earlier how you get sort of in a rhythm around here, then suddenly you're going sideways at 200 k's an hour. It's definitely a scary moment to potentially see your team dropping out of the race.
Certainly is the case. He will continue on here, not coming down pit road, as he will try to make another lap here around the Nürburgring. 132 laps already completed, with closing in on 5.5 hours to go, as we're just about 8 a.m. in sim time.
And if I'm not mistaken, you can still re-enter the pit lane from the GP track, but it's an interesting one to obviously sort of almost take that risk of going another lap, because a lap is so long here. If you don't go into the pit lane, then it's a full commitment. You're doing another lap with that damage potential. But although it wasn't the biggest hit in the world, so he should be okay. But for sure, it's certainly just wanting to feel the car out a bit more before they make a decision on damage repairs. Might try that at their next pit stop if we jump to the number 5 machine there for a moment. That was P9. PCF Racing Neon with Hans Seeger at the wheel at that moment in time. We go to Harley Houghton here, coming down the back straight, the number 85 machine. This is your class leader for the SP10s in the GT4s in that wonderful Mercedes AMG, and coming through the final part of that final corner to go on to another lap of the Nürburgring Nordschleife.
Yeah, Harley Houghton, definitely a driver in both real and virtual world from the UK. Of course, he is a Ginetta GT5 Challenge driver, as well as a sim racer for Pure Sims Esports as well. He has quite a pretty good year so far in 2022. He picked up a first place in the iRacing 24 Hours of Nürburgring, as well as also an IVRA Club Sports win at Road Atlanta in the sports category, as well as picking up finishing 6th in the Ginetta GT5 Challenge Pro Championship in 2021. So a very strong driver, and have to mention a little bit of karting action for myself, since he is a karter as well. He picked up a couple of Rotex podiums in 2019.
So yes, certainly established drivers coming into this event. They certainly know what they're doing. And as it stands, this car is leading by a lap, a bit over a lap from their nearest rival, from that Torque Freak car, the 481 behind them. And then it is another sort of lap back to third place, STK iRacing, with Andrea Romy at the wheel of that number 1 car at this moment in time. So they've got a fairly comfortable lead in terms of the time. But you can never count your chickens too early around this track, as we've been mentioning. So just needs to be keeping that one going, of course. But it's certainly one of the more difficult tracks to do that. But as you're saying, Houghton, certainly a driver who knows what he's doing and should be able to do so.
Yeah, speaking a little bit more about Zachary Houghton, in fact, he picked up 5 wins and 18 races, finishing 2nd in the championship for the Pro Tire Motorsports Ginetta GT5 Challenge Pro class, as well as back in 2019, he was able to pick up the Super 1 National Rotax Mini Max Championship in karting, so a very well-established driver.
Absolutely, and in some ways, karting, I mean, obviously, you have to get this firsthand from a driver, but in some ways, karting's more difficult in that way, because just the amount of money that is pumped into that at that level, where it's obviously a lot cheaper than when you get to actual car racing, and it's certainly a struggle for some drivers if they're not able to have the same backing, getting top teams. So for sure, if you can get yourself towards the front in karting, it's definitely a very competitive landscape indeed before you move into the car racing and get yourself, try and get yourself a seat somewhere on the ladder of world motorsport.
In the great words of two-time IndyCar champion, karting is the most purest form of motorsports.
And I think that's why everyone, you know, in their sort of day-to-day life goes back to it with their friends every now and again as well, because it's certainly a lot more accessible. But just from the driving aspect, you know, right, the G's that you pull compared to what you can get for similar access is just you know, insane, especially when you get to the proper cars, not just the sort of ones with tractor engines, but certainly it's very very crazy category of racing, with it being just so light and having so much grip with the slick tyres. I think for some of these drivers, moving into sim racing is definitely almost the next step in some ways. We've seen it a few times now where drivers have actually won real world seats from competing in esports and sim racing, but for just part-time use as well. For a lot of these drivers, they will want to come in if they've got a weekend off racing. They'll want to come in and do something. And also maybe this time of year, if seasons have finished, you can often see a lot of the real world drivers of all levels come into it, and it's of course a good pastime. And it's a lot cheaper than if you want to obviously go racing as well. There is obviously, if you're new to the iRacing service, there is of course sort of a subscription fee that you pay for that. But if you count that up compared to what you pay to go, even as karting, as we were mentioning, it's obviously a lot cheaper from that aspect.
Certainly is a lot cheaper indeed here, and of course compared to racing in the real world, and a lot safer too. Unless you're in a big old motion rig, I have to say. And we've seen a couple of drivers who were in some motion rigs that were surprisingly... I'm surprised if they were in one, they didn't get thrown out of it.
Yeah, that is one thing. I say it's a lot cheaper, but some people do go crazy with their setups. But you don't need a 10,000 euro setup to be able to compete. You can just have a fairly moderate wheel bolted to a wooden desk as well with a single monitor setup. It's certainly possible, and iRacing as well in general compared to other simulations is quite good for lower level PCs as well. You're able to get some quite good FPS, so you don't even need the top of the line to get yourself at least racing at some sort of level. Of course, there's the licensing system, there's the rating system, so you at all times have somewhat of a similar category, or similar level, I should say, of your driving ability to race against.
Picking up the Team Schnitzel by Starlight team Porsche, as Jan Christensen was able to get by him for the 7th spot. As they work their way through, catching up to some more of the SP10 category Mercedes just up ahead of him as they work their way through. In fact, ahead of him is Michael Nordschleife in the Turtle Sim Racing Green Machine as they make a pass down the Dottenjerhoe.
This is a replay, one of the TCR cars having a massive moment there. I was wondering what was going to happen, if he was going to be able to save that. That was huge there, coming through Schradencross down into Arenberg. Just couldn't stop the car, then hitting the bumps, narrowly missing the back of that Porsche. And that is a huge hit, losing the bonnet on that one. And that is going to be some big repair times. And that was 2nd place actually at the time in the TCR. So is that, trying to see who is that. Was that the AVA? Vervatic Racing, potentially a car at that point of the track, but that was certainly a big moment.
It certainly was, and that will move the AV8 Vervatic team up into 2nd place, and Dirk Fetterman taking over that spot. And there you see him right there, getting passed by of course, the Team Schnitzel Starlight Porsche.
So yeah, there was Christoph Pedersen having that crash. They'd already swapped positions at that time, but yeah, huge hit, and that's of course giving the opportunity for some other drivers, and that is going to be quite a bit of damage repairs, I would say as well. They weren't most of the way around the track, but they're still quite far away, so the tow as well would have been a little bit long from that one. But certainly that just shows you how easy it is to make a mistake. That is one of the easier corners, so straight across to do that. You come over the hill for this massively fast left-hander, and it's always one where you want to try and take it flat out, but it can never ever be flat out, especially in those touring cars on the front-wheel drive. We've got to be a little bit more careful with the balance of the car, and if you just understeer a bit wide and get on that grass, there's absolutely nothing you can do, because you can't turn and you can't brake, so you just have to wait and see where your car ends up.
You certainly do have to do so here as we watch on as the Ravatic machine has a couple of SP10 machines coming bearing down on him very soon. And we're going to keep an eye on the action as they go side by side through the chicane behind him.
Yeah, they certainly do. I believe that is a lapping situation there, so another lap goes on. That is the 481. That's Torque Freak, currently second place in class. And I think it was that Turtle Sim Racing car they got past. They are already 3 laps ahead. So there just goes another one there. The two Mercedes now coming downhill, coming onto the back of that TCR. And we were mentioning earlier how the TCRs in some ways weren't so much slower, so we will see the speed difference. Definitely an advantage to the SP10s coming through this sequence of corners right on the back, and definitely the front wheel drive and the exit of some of these corners not helping that Hyundai Elantra compared to the rear wheel drive of the Mercedes. But as you come down the straight here, you would expect this to be a nice easy pass. Of course, not for position, but certainly place nevertheless.
That is the 481 machine of Aniti Salomon and the Torque Freak Racing machine, second place. Quite a long ways behind. In fact, they're a lap behind the Frozen Speed FSR machine of Harley Houghton right now at the moment, so they got quite a bit of work to do.
Yeah, certainly do, as the gaps have obviously opened out over the course, as we're seeing a few more pit stops come in. That is your number 10. Is that a driver change? It is, as Jotautis is getting into that car. That is the number 10 machine, currently P1 in your SP7 category, as they have been for a little while now, as they are enjoying that one. Still a bit of damage on the front there, so they've chosen not to repair that once again, but it's working out as they've got a 2-lap lead to Adrenaline 202 behind them.
Certainly do, as they now go up onto the jacks, as Zercalo Esports number 10 Porsche, who leads the field. And they are leaded by at least a lap over the Adrenaline E Motorsports Cup machine of Jan Ratke, who sits in second place.
Certainly does. Looking on the last lap, unfortunately you can't actually see the last lap because Raki was in the pit lane, so he had a 9:51 lap, so I have to wait a couple laps to see what the speed difference is between those. But of course 2 laps is difficult to get back on pure pace at this point with 5 hours 20, but Jotautis there leaving the pit lane for the number 10 to rejoin the track in the lead, of course, and is going to be enjoying that one. Getting in the car at just about 8 o'clock in the morning UTC, 9 o'clock in Europe, which is actually quite a nice time, so hopefully he's had a little bit of a nap and is waking up to the sunrise here at the Nordschleife. As he works his way down the hill now through the end of the GP track, we'll be trying to find once again the braking points and get the bearings. Of course, you can sort of do some testing before you actually physically jump in the car at the pit stop, but you can never, because of how long the track is around here, you can never really do too many laps, if at all, but just enough to get your bearings and get the braking, etc., exactly where you want. It's not the easiest car to drive in the world, this SP7. It's slightly less, of course, than the full GT3 machinery. Slightly different suspension and configurations, a little bit less changeable to your liking. So you've got to be able to adapt a little bit more to the car, which is of course why we see such fierce action in it as the drivers obviously work their way through the end of the GP track now on to the Nordschleife. And let's see how that driver of Jutautis gets along on his first lap out. Drivers in the pit lane as well. We can see the third place team in your SP9 category. Sven Rosler is there for the 111 machine for Progressive Sim Racing Bravo. They are there at this moment in time. They are still on the lead lap, and their last lap time wasn't too bad. It was at 8:09, and that's probably included them just coming over the line, coming into the pit lane as well. So that's actually still some fairly decent speed. So as we were mentioning earlier, there's definitely a top 3 battle still sort of in the works as such, still potential in the final 5 hours and 20 minutes. But certainly there's some big gaps there. And the leader has now stretched the gap to 1 minute 50 seconds. That's gone up about 15 seconds in the last sort of hour and 20 minutes or so since we've been back on broadcast. So definitely some pace advantage there for Adrenaline as it stands. But Sven Rosler there coming out of the pit lane to get back on track.
And with that, Sven Rosler will get behind the wheel as he will continue on his way, sitting in that 3rd position. Progressive Sim Racing Bravo have been very smooth and consistent with this ever since they took over in coming into the podium run after pretty much the 4th hour of the race, and have never looked back as they continue to hold strong here. They're about half a lap down from your race leader of Jochen Alt, but still continues to press on through as we're closing in on just about 5 hours left to go.
Yeah, and the 5 hour mark is really starting to feel like it's getting towards the end. And because actually these stints are so short as such in terms of the lap count, sometimes it actually feels like the stints can go quite quickly if you get in a rhythm to yourself. Because the laps sort of don't seem to drag in the same way, especially when you get to some of these shorter tracks and you're doing sort of 50 odd laps in a stint. It just feels like you're going round and round and round in circles. But here it's a lot more drawn out, and there's a lot more to think about. You've got to stay concentrated pretty much from now, where we see the 111 car there as it goes a little bit too wide though through the chicane onto the grass a little bit, and now out onto the Nordschleife. This is where you really have to concentrate, as it's corner after corner with very little rest down to the Dussingerhöhe, which is, of course, best part of sort of 20 kilometers away from this point.
Certainly is the case here as they're trying to get themselves situated and watching on here as they make their way through, but keeping an eye on Sven Rosler, do a little bit of information look on him. But really having a great drive as they work their way through the circuit, as apparently I have to do a little bit more research. So we'll get back on Sven possibly a little later on in the show.
Absolutely. Lots of drivers to come into this race. As we mentioned, the maximum entry list was 60. I can see 56 on the timing screens, including all the DNFs. And just looking through the entry list, most cars I would say have about 4 to 5 drivers as well. There's some 3 driver cars, but most of them sort of have 4 to 5. There's even a couple of 6 driver teams as well. So if you times that together, that is over 300 drivers getting entered into this competition, the winter 24 hours of Nürburgring, which is a great thing to see. So many drivers getting signed up across the 4 classes, and a lot of competitive competition coming the way of some of these drivers.
And a lot of competitive competition here amongst the field of drivers competing here today, as well as throughout this entire event here. We'll see how this plays out for a lot of the drivers as they continue on their way. but speed that these GT3 or these SP9 cars carry through some of these corners is absolutely phenomenal, and just shows the speed and the handling that these drivers have to put in order to make runs such as they do now.
Yeah, one point you mentioned earlier about is what other cars would you like to see? And I know it's been done, I think, in sort of a week 13 situation, but a prototype around here compared to the GT3s would be absolutely insane. I think there's a good reason in terms of safety as to why the SP9 GT3 cars are the fastest class that we obviously come when we do the 24 hours of Nürburgring. But I would be very interested to see a high-level race with prototypes trying to get past as well. That would be absolutely insane.
I have to agree with you on that. Let's get the new BMW out there.
Oh my lord. Yeah, that is pretty crazy, because if you think the GT3s are fast around here, especially compared to the TCRs, put that new the BMW M Hybrid V8 against those TCRs, it would be literally as if the TCRs were standing still.
Certainly would here, and we have to agree with you on that as we pick up one of the SP7s and SP10 cars working their way around the circuit.
It's great to see the different categories coming into it. When I saw that there was 4 categories, I was a little bit worried about potentially the competitiveness between the classes, but certainly it has been a good one to actually see the 4 different classes, the 4 different stories as such, you can say. And of course you get slightly different styles of drivers coming in, because there are some drivers that really do prefer these slower category cars. There's a slightly different driving style that you have to have, slightly more momentum based, because you don't have the power to push you out of the corners. You have to think about your sort of lines through corners in some ways a little bit more, as it's important to get the exits, and especially in the touring cars as well, being front-wheel drive, that takes an even greater difficulty of driving, because you can really start pushing on those front tires. But we are, of course, in an endurance race. Those cars mostly do sort of sprint races around 15-20 minutes or maybe half an hour, but to come and do full stints is certainly a bit of a task in that style of racing.
Certainly is the case here as we watch on these competitors continuing through as they come out of that little bit of that bank corner. It's not the carousel that we normally see, as they work their way around the circuit and heading over to the Dottenjerho. Great drive for these GT4 cars. I believe that might be the number 1 machine, as it is the number 1 of Andrea Romy in the STK iRacing Team GT4.
This would be a good opportunity, or just weave in there a little bit. Maybe just saying hello, or maybe just saying actually don't overtake me before the Tiergarten section of corners. But we'll just see just how quick the SP9s can get on the back of the SP10 category. Coming down the hill once again, a massively fast section of corners. This first little kink is flat out, but then you have to get it broken down into this final chicane sequence. It does also have a kink coming into it. It's a very difficult section of corners before you come over the bridge and back onto the GT track. But yeah, I think Robbie there just trying to be not overtaken as they come into the pit lane there. The number 1 car just behind the fence as it stands, but I'm sure they'll be, of course, taking tyres, filling up that fuel, and going out once again for another stint, or potentially actually changing drivers at this point of the race. We will find out in just a few seconds' time, or maybe Romy's going to stay in that car, as we have just over 5 hours to go.
Yeah, Romy picking up a podium finish in this year's 24 Hours of Spa event, as we now have a new driver, Simon Cicci, will get behind the wheel of that Mercedes.
Absolutely will, and need to see what their pace is going to be like. 3rd place as it stands, a minute behind that Torque Freak car we were looking at a little bit earlier on, with Salmonen in the car as it stands. So Cecchi there needs to try and, of course, close that gap down if they can, but over a lap is, of course, going to be very difficult. But just try to put at least a little bit of pressure on the car ahead of you is certainly the way to it, as we of course have I think I saw another car there in the pit lane behind as well, just getting a service, as I think actually still might be the 472, the Race Tech Performance. That was the car we saw going straight on at Arenberg. They're still there. They've been in the pit lane now for 16 minutes, so over 2 laps. In terms of that time they have lost, plus of course towing back as well. That was definitely a big mistake from Peterson for his team.
One will now exit out onto the racing circuit. We'll see what he can do here on this opening lap. Got to be careful with the cold tires, like you pointed out there, Cameron, as we'll see if he's going to be able to keep it on the black pavement and stay out of the green stuff.
Yeah, the cold tires and a fresh driver is very difficult to get up to speed. That's certainly one thing I personally struggle with when I race myself, is that first, obviously, because the lap's so long, generally just the first lap here, but at a normal track, the first sort of 2-3 laps, really getting up to speed can be quite difficult. You've got to get the confidence in yourself and the confidence in your car to know exactly what's happening. As everyone knows, a fast car is often a slightly oversteery, slightly twitchy car that you need to have the driving ability to have control of to make it fast. But at some ways, it's also trying to kill you. So you've got to be sort of alert and awake to that. And if you don't have the full confidence to push it, especially in some of the faster corners around here, then you can really end up in a mess quite quickly. And that's obviously something that you don't want to do in a 24-hour race.
No, you certainly do not. It's all about being balanced, being patient, waiting for the opportune times for you to make those moves out on the track in order for you to be able to go and try and find an opportunity to challenge for your position.
Yeah, the consistency factor is the biggest thing that I've learned over my years of racing. I started from a driving perspective, endurance racing, I think in 2017, so coming up for almost 6 years ago now. And after those 6 seasons, that is really the biggest thing I'll say that I've learned, is you don't have to necessarily push 100% every single lap, but if you can do every single lap at 99%, then you will definitely end up coming out on top. I remember doing a race at Le Mans years ago, I think it was 2018 it was, and we were fighting for the championship. It was the final race of the season. We were fighting for the championship with this team, and they had, I don't know how, but they had a full 24-hour race at obviously Le Mans, which is not the easiest race in the world in many respects, with literally 0 issues. They never had any incidents. They never had any lockups or any moments. They had an absolutely perfect race, and they ended up beating us by like 7 laps or something ridiculous. And that was the race that really opened my eyes to the fact that it's not just about the speed, but it is about definitely holding it down and making sure you are doing the consistently fast laps.
It certainly is. It's all about consistency to set yourself up for a good run here and staying out of pit lane as much as possible.
Exactly. You don't win the race. That's a really good point. You don't win the race on the track necessarily. You can win it, or really lose it in the pit lane. If you have a moment like we saw with the Race Tech car down at Arenberg there, all of a sudden you lose maybe 3 laps, 4 laps just in repairs. And how on earth are you ever going to get that back on pure speed? It's so difficult. Even just getting a silly drive-through penalty or something like that in a race with live stewards can be a determining factor in some of these races. So you've really got to be being on it. And I remember, if you remember way back when, was it 2015, when Nico Hülkenberg did Le Mans for Porsche, coming over from Formula One for a one-off race. And the thing that he said, he was surprised how it was literally 24 hours of pushing. And actually, it wasn't just conserving the whole time. You still had to push to get to the top of these races, with just how almost easy it is with the sort of reliability factor to get to the end of these races now.
Certainly is, as we pick up the Maguire's team racing Porsche of Rico Kohlmeier, who's out on the track, currently 7th in the SP10 category. Been a little bit of a quiet drive for him. He's been on the surface, though, since 2012, and out of his 1,500 starts, 56 of those turned into race victories for him. So looking forward to seeing what he can do in 2023.
Yeah, of course. The 2023 season on iRacing has started as such, with the first couple of weeks being in first 3 weeks being in 2022. But as we move into 2023, as ever, there's going to be more, more cars, more tracks, more series working their way through, and of course, the more sort of independently run leagues as well will get their new seasons going. So certainly look out for that in your communities if you want to get yourself involved in some of these races, because as you see from today, such high level action can be had away from obviously more of the sort of the open races. So I think the third party leagues are of course a big factor in the community of sim racing, and we thank all of the admins and stewards and everyone that gets involved to run these events, because really that's what holds it down in these communities, and really just progresses sim racing that little bit further.
Certainly is the case here, as we have to thank all of those amazing people who are hard at work trying to make sure the racing is great, that it's fair for everyone out here, and they continue on with their great racing action with closing in 5 hours left to go.
Indeed, the 5 hour mark is fast approaching, just pretty much a lap left now, or just under a lap left by the time we get there. And then within the 5 hours, we will have to see just about what the lap count is. I believe we're on lap 136. We were mentioning in real life, it was 159 was the mark to look out for. So that's just about two and a bit hours to get to that mark. But we have 5 hours left, so I do think we're going to be going well over that. But we did mention, of course, the fact that we don't have sort of the local cautions that you get. We don't have the red flags. We don't have the sort of the snowstorms that you can get in the Ardennes Forest as well. So that's a lot more safer as such here on the sim compared to real life.
It certainly is here compared. And you know, it's funny, I looked through some of the stats about the Nürburgring 24 of how they ran this race. In fact, back in 1973, with Niki Lauda and Hans-Peter Joysten won the race with a BMW 3.0 CSL. They actually broke the race up in 2 8-hour race heat races, and then an 8-hour break at the midnight mark of the race. So it's pretty crazy to see how they were able to change certain points of this race. Back in 1992, the race was stopped due to fog. Of course, later on throughout the years, we pointed out the issues of race being stopped for fog as well here, as well as also rain, snow. In fact, last year, or 2021, was the shortest recorded distance ever at the Nürburgring, where due to the fact of heavy rainfall and resulting in a less than 10 hours of racing, and of course giving the win over to Manthey Racing's Porsche 911 GT3R.
Yeah, wow, that was certainly a memory. I remember watching the stream of that one. Certainly a very impressive weather performance on that day with just the weather conditions. There's actually that a few times as well. 2020 had some big rain interruptions as well, but that is just what you get when you come racing in the middle of a forest. If you've ever traveled to the Nordschleife yourself, you'll know you literally are driving just in the hills and in the forest. It's a beautiful part of the world, and I've been able to go there a couple of times myself. Certainly one to look out for, as we're seeing all the number 26 in P2 making a little mistake there, and the car in P11 as it stands, which is Torque Simsport, getting past there and just being gifted a lap back for some time.
You certainly can see that here happening as the field works their way around the circuit, as we pick up the new driver behind, or Sebastian Harzim, who's been in a little bit of a tear in this race as well, picking up some strong runs during his stints. As we see him currently out on the track, he's about 1 minute 40 seconds behind your race leader of the Adrenaline E Motorsports machine, but Fabien Paris behind the wheel. Harzim has showcased a lot of speed during his stints each time he's out there on the circuit, as he is trying to see if he can try and hunt down Adrenaline. It's a tall order, but with 5 hours left to go on the clock for him, anything is possible. And of course, for the drivers such as Harzim, he knows a thing or two about trying to win the race, as well as he's a winner at the Glen at 6 hours. He's also picked up a couple of other top finishes throughout the different forms of racing and motorsports. But the big one for him was winning at the Glen in 2022.
And that is a very good point, actually, as you've had the driver change in the last couple of laps for the top two in your SP9 category. And as you change drivers, you of course have the risk of changing your speed in the car, because not every driver is the same. And especially on a lap like this, it's not uncommon to see a driver maybe 3, 4, 5 seconds a lap slower than the teammates around here. Because if you think about the fact that the track is 25 kilometers long, that's about 5 times longer than your average track. So it doesn't work out exactly, but if you divide the difference in the lap time by 5 as well, you can see how much closer it is. So even if you're 2 seconds off a teammate, that's only sort of about 4/10 off, which is very common also on the normal and international tracks that we see in these in this style of racing as well. But those 2 seconds lap could be very beneficial or detrimental in a battle between you and your competitors.
Certainly is the case here, as he is working his way around the circuit and tries to pace himself a little bit. That's a little bit of lap traffic up ahead.
Indeed, and that's traffic can always just lose a second here or there as well in these battles. But as it stands, that gap between 1 and 2 is still around, was now just under 1 minute 50, so it's come down a few seconds over the course of the last couple of laps, but it has overall increased in the last almost 2 hours since we came back live, which was just almost 2 hours ago, just under 7 hours remaining when we came back. But now, as we hit exactly 5 hours to go at the winter 24 hours of the Nürburgring, we're still seeing the number 47 Adrenaline lead the way, as they have done for quite some time now.
Certainly have, as we pick up the SP7 category, the Race Tech Performance. Their sister car had a little bit of issues in the TCR category, but for Moritz Kromer, really good run for him right now, who's behind the wheel. As one of the third place car, that is Sven Rosler right there, trying to get around him as quickly as possible.
Well, we're not making it easy at all. Diving it down the inside there, Rosler able to get that bit of track position, and that is a very Bergwerk, very interesting corner indeed, because you take so much speed into it. But it sort of tightens up right on the exit, so you've got to be a bit careful diving it down the inside, because you generally want a very late apex. But managed to make that move stick for Rosler, and is now obviously working his way up the hill. But you just see how the 992s sort of can stay very close, just not showing too much of a difference. Rosler there is the car that we're talking about. It's still on the lead lap. It's about 5 minutes off the lead as it stands, though, so that has certainly increased quite a bit. His stint length is the same as Fabian Hurry leading the way as well, so it's not to do a pit stop sequence. That is just the gap that they have now. The lap speed has been a little bit slower. They were 3.5 seconds slower on the previous lap, which is of course enough to not really think about gap coming down at all. Definitely want to be going a little bit faster than that, but still fairly respectable times around here. It was 8:12.7 for Rosler on that lap, and of course the fastest lap of the race being a 3.5. 8 minute 3.5, so yeah, quite a way off that. But with the length of the track, as we were saying, it's so easy, or so normal, I should say, to really just be a few seconds off just because of how long it is.
It certainly is the case here, as we watch on here, working his way through. That is Sven Rosler and Sven Roller trying to just now clear track ahead of him and just trying to focus his way as he gets a little air time as he makes his way through the corner.
Certainly does. That's an awesome part of the track, Flansgarten there. You come over the little dip down the hill, and if you're doing the script and you go for a bit of a yomp, it's certainly ends up in the wall. as Scrivens did on that occasion last year, I believe. But for these drivers, I haven't seen anyone go off there just yet. But that little jump is actually quite an important one, because it's basically where you want to brake. So you have to choose, do you commit and you just dab the brakes after or before? Obviously, most drivers try and do it afterwards, but it gives you very few meters to get that done and then turn into the corners. We're getting one of the drivers here, Daniele Thuli, coming into pit lane.
As he makes his way through, we'll see if he will have a driver change or anything. He's currently sitting 13th in class, 14th overall.
Indeed, and obviously a bit lower down, because that is otherwise known as second last in the SP9 categories of the cars that are still competing. Well, we do have, is that 6 DNFs already in that SP9 category, if I count correctly. So they are, yeah, obviously they're not last as such. They've still got ahead of quite a few teams, but as for the ones running, I'm sure they would want to be a bit higher. They are 5 laps down on the leader as it stands. Thuli staying in that car at this pit stop. As he goes away, and that was one of the shorter pit stops that we have seen. I should say that 13th position, and not only is he 5 laps of the leader, he's 1 lap off the next car, total power 23, but also he's 3 laps ahead of the next car behind, the Curie Cole Diuso green car. So certainly a difficult position for them to be in, but they are continuing on as we are now well into the final 5 hours. And we have seen in the past sort of 10 minutes or so, a couple of protests coming in the protest channel. There hasn't been one since 2 o'clock in the morning my time, so about 6.5 hours ago almost. So there was a big gap there, but there's certainly been a couple of protests coming in, and maybe seeing some penalties from that one, depending on how the stewards come out. But fortunately, actually, there hasn't been so many protests over the course of the last half of the race, but of course as the cars spread out, there's less opportunity for contact and things like that to occur.
Certainly is the case here as we watch on and ride on with Daniele Thuli, who is trying to work their way up through the field, and looking over some of the stats regarding Daniele. We'll see how well his 2022 year has been for him.
I'm sure lots of the drivers taking part in quite a few competitions. Of course, we're right at the end of 2022, and there's so many events out there nowadays to really get yourself in. And the cool thing with obviously the split system that a lot of the events have is you can always get yourself in a competitive split, and even taking the win in your own split is an achievement on its own.
Certainly is. In fact, this year in the 24 hours of Nürburgring, he ended up coming home in 2nd place in his class.
So already a master around the track like this, which is certainly a very important track on the calendar. As we were mentioning, just how difficult it is. If you can master this track, well, no one can ever really master it, but if you can just get as close to perfect as you can, it's really a satisfying feeling, and you'll certainly have a big advantage on your competitors. It's such a confidence-based track, especially that corner there, Schwedencross at the top of the hill. Such high commitment, especially in the GT3 cars, where you've got all the downforce and all the tyre grip that you would ever want, as we've seen Gordon Ramsay here for Ramos Carrera there, coming down P6 in the 68 car in the SP7 category as it stands, and they are 1.5 minutes behind the next car, but they've also got a gap of 1.5 minutes to the car behind them. They are following the Racetech Performance car of Moritz Kroner, who we were looking at a few minutes ago, and then the .exe Racing, who I believe actually that .exe Racing car behind them has just come into the pit lane, the 167.
Keep an eye on that to see how he's able to work it through. as we pick up one of the SP7 cars out on track.
Yeah, we certainly do. Fast cars in their own right, as we were mentioning. Not quite the full GT3 variants of the Porsche 911 992, but certainly a very capable car indeed. Just slightly below that level, but definitely a good-looking car and a fast one to go with it as they come on the back of one of the SP10s now. On the Mercedes cars up towards Flugplatz, where we've seen the massive lift off the front wheels, very unnerving as you have no control of the steering, so you have to point the car straight already as you go up the hill before we work our way down to Schwedencross, where we saw a couple of, well, actually quite a while ago now, half an hour or so ago, we saw the big crash for the Hyundai Elantra there at this corner. You can just see the movement of the cars as they try and settle themselves down into the braking zone.
Certainly are trying to do so here during this stage of the race, as you got to be careful with that and make sure you get that car settled as quickly as possible when having to negotiate through those corners.
Yeah, it's a very undulating track, this, which you don't often see on some of these more modern tracks. Of course, this track was built kind of for 100 years ago, very quickly as well. So it's certainly one of the older tracks in the world, and it hasn't changed too much over the years, which is great to see. But yeah, because of that, it doesn't have some of the styles of corners that you see in the more modern purpose-built tracks. The old tracks definitely sort of followed the land that was there a lot more, whereas some of the more modern tracks are, of course, a bit more purpose-built, and the undulations and the cambers are just landscaped into a way that a designer has thought that is going to work, which of course is a bit of a controversial topic in some ways, with some of the more modern tracks not feeling the same vibe. But yes, certainly it's a good one to come to a more old school track and really have a massively undulating track that you're seeing the cars literally fall off a cliff down some hills and then lift off the wheels up others.
It certainly is the case here, and we're seeing that happening time and time again here for a lot of cars, and some of them able to hold on, some of them they are not able to, unfortunately, as we watch one of the two different classes, the SP7 and the SP10 cars, having to negotiate around this circuit and making a clean pass around each other.
Yeah, the clean pass is the important point, because of course you have not too many physical overtakes around a track like this, because it's so big, the cars are so spread out. You don't see another car very often, but when you do, you then don't want to forget how to drive and then just have a crash with a car, especially if you're lapping someone. Having a crash with a car that's not for position is certainly a waste. But we actually got a pretty close battle on track now. P8 in the SP9 battle, so your GT3 cars under a second Alpine team Schnitzel by Starlight, and then the PCF Racing Neon car in the background getting very close through Miss It Miss, and now coming down towards the, of course, sort of hairpin section of the track. This is often where you see some difference between the drivers, but they're staying very close through Nordschleife, and then of course up towards the starts coming up the hill once again through the Exbuler corner, which is the big hill climb now, about to the right-hander, and as we do that, they are just 2/10 apart.
As we watch them work their way around the circuit, they are really going to battle for that position, as the PFC Racing Green Neon is trying to work his way around in that BMW to get around quickly the Porsche, which holds that spot for the time.
And is there going to be any sort of slipstream coming up this back straight? It's got a few kinks in it. First of all, we've got Kesselchen here, the left-handed corner. It's a little bit of it is actually really an apex that you have to take, and the PCF Racing Neon trying to find a way through as we come up the hill now towards the mud curve. Side by side, the two go, and that's going to be the inside corner for the mud curve as well. Round the outside now, but that will turn to the inside for the left-handed corner, and that is P8 for the number 5 machine. PCF Racing Neon go up into 8th place there.
Certainly is the case here as we watch on and see how they're able to negotiate around this circuit, and continues with this amazing battle.
Yeah, the battles are certainly continuing, which is great to see, actually, that we are getting some battles for position, albeit a little bit lower down for 8th place there, 3 laps off the lead. But now if this PCF Racing Neon car can do some more progress, the next car ahead of them is about a minute ahead for the TLDR SimSport car with Elliot Hellier in the car as it stands, and then just a minute to the car ahead of that one as well. So within the next 2 minutes, there's 2 more cars potentially for them to chase down, but of course that will take some time for the gaps to close as they stand. Of course, this point of the track is what we're mentioning earlier. It's a bit more difficult to overtake, so that was an important move there for the PCF car to get past through the Mutt curve, because now this second half of the track as such, from that point all the way through the carousel, Hoax, down through Wittmer and Eschbach, and into Brunschen as well, before we come all the way down to Flansgarten. All the way through this sequence of corners is so difficult to go side by side. It's very narrow, and the racing line is literally just 1 car width apart. And as we've seen, that car specifically go off there through this point of the track. Not this time around, but it's certainly, it takes no prisoners around here, as it's getting into the sort of the more old school part of the track that we were mentioning. Is Sven Rosler in the car, the number 111 for Progressive, inside that pit lane. Looks like he's going to be staying in the car as well, because normally they would have changed drivers by this point before he's going to be going back out. Currently P3 in the SP9 category, as we've seen one of the GT4 Porsche Caymans in behind, and I think it's one of the Hyundai Elantra TCRs a little bit further back. So actually, is Sven Rosler going to be swapping driver there? We're just about to find out in that 3rd place entry. Currently, as we mentioned, about 5 minutes off the leader in that SP9 category. So yeah, we'll have to see how that one continues, of course, as we're seeing a couple of the drivers work their way up through the Duttinger Hurt, then down through the Bilstein Bridge and into the Tiergarten sequence of corners.
Yeah, watching some of the action here, and we're seeing as Sven Rosler will try to get his car finished up. He has quite a bit of room to wiggle room in order to stay ahead of the Motul Esports, the only Motul Esports machine out on the track, as Veal works their way around the circuit to get ready to go for another go here, and 4 hours and 43 minutes left.
Yeah, of course, time is certainly ticking down. The sunlight is really up here through the Eiffel Forest, as we're seeing some of the static cameras watching the cars obviously work their way around. And Rosler still in the car. No, actually Patrick Bartz has got in the 111 machine with about 5 stints remaining for this car in the race. And I'm sure they will probably have another driver swap before the end of the race, if not 2 more, to try and spread out the driver times enough. I was seeing in the rules that one of the driver time limits was that a driver could do no more than 3.5 hours in a row. And if they do that, then they need to have a 2-hour break before that point as well. And also the difference between the most timed driver and the least timed driver cannot be more than 50% as well. So you've got to have a fairly even driver time split across your car.
And that's where the strategy comes into play, to make sure things get done completely and correctly for you to be able to be legal and not have to worry about serving penalties later on in the race.
Yeah, it's a bit of a silly penalty to give up, really, is the driver time, because especially as you had the opportunity to sign up enough drivers, and it's very easy just to effectively do double stints. Even if you don't double stint the tyres, the driver themselves does 2 fuel tanks and then you swap tyres. That's a very good way of doing it, and especially if you have 4 drivers, that means once you get out of the car, you then have 3 drivers doing 2 hours, so you effectively get a 6-hour break in between your driving stints, and that's a very good way of having rested drivers when you get later in the race, especially at this point as we're now getting towards the final 5 hours. We've done over 19 hours of racing. Bear in mind, of course, there would have been qualifying and prep before the race as well, so there's a lot of tired bodies by this point in the morning. So you definitely want to have some drivers who, I mean, if you get a 4-hour nap during the race, even 5-hour nap, then you're going to be absolutely sorted for the morning stint. So definitely some driver or some teamwork needs to be done to make sure you don't have drivers running on 0 sleep at this point.
That's currently me right now.
Yeah, so a little bit later. What time, actually, let's do a time update. What is it where you are in America?
Well, currently here, just outside of Austin, Texas, it is 2:30 in the morning.
Lovely, that sounds great. It's 8:30 for myself, UTC in the UK. And of course, most of these drivers, as we're mentioning, from Germany, so they'll be an hour ahead, so it'll be 9:30 in the morning for them, which means, of course, it's going to about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which is always an interesting point. Obviously, it's 24 hours, but say you wake up at 8 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock in the morning anyway, you've already been up for sort of 5 hours before the race has even begun, which obviously adds to the 24-hour aspect. It's not just 24 hours of racing, it's really 30 plus hours of awake time that you need to have, as Schutke is getting very close there through the mini carousel, 9th place currently in that 405 Randale machine.
Certainly is here, as Florian Stuchka is currently trying to hold on and get a good run for his race here today in the 9th position. I'll see what we can find about Florian. As we look on through here, as he makes his run down the Dottenjerhoe and having a great drive and picking up some speed for him. Trying to catch up to a couple of the SP10 cars out on the track to see if he can get some overall position on the field. And pretty much he's been on the iRacing service since 2020, came on around when the pandemic. 50 starts, 3 wins so far. In fact, just picked up a win not too long ago, actually, in the Fanatec GT3 Fix Challenge at Monza.
Very nice indeed, because that's GT3s, isn't it?
It is GT3s.
Yeah. So he's definitely knows what he's doing as he comes into the pit lane. And definitely getting 3 wins at any level is certainly to be recognised, because you still have to beat the field, even if there's a slightly lower strength of field. You still have to beat the cars that you have. And there he is into the pit lane, and he's going to be swapping. Who is getting in the car? Another Florin, but Apazella is getting in the car there for Randale Racing. The 405 machine, as you say, trying to get some places back for overall position as such. Obviously being in a faster class, but they are now in between some of the SP10 category cars. And in fact, they're only just 4 minutes ahead of the leading TCR car, such is the way that it is the race has worked out for them.
Certainly has, and they're going to try to find a way to make up that time and be able to continue on their way to see if at least they can stay ahead of the leading TCR and maybe try to get up into the top 20 overall. They may have that opportunity going for them. By the looks of it, though, the best they can do, unless they are able to get around some of the GT4 cars, is at least 24th.
Yeah, which isn't to be discouraged. We started with, I believe, 56 cars in the race. So to get inside the top half is an achievement as such. Just getting to the end of any 24-hour race is an achievement, let alone the winter 24 hours of the Nürburgring as well. Difficult event indeed and certainly one that many drivers will want to achieve at some point during their sim racing career. But there goes Apizella out onto the track to rejoin the race in that 9th position.
And with that, he will continue on his way. As the Randall Racing team has had a little bit of an up and down. They've had a couple of runs in the top 5s in the early stages of the first 5 hours. But unfortunately here for the final 4.5, they're out of contention really for a top 5 in their respective class.
Yeah, I guess top 5 is really going to be the goal for a lot of these teams coming into it with sort of 15-ish entries per category. Getting in the top 3rd would definitely be a good one, but of course not everyone can win, or not everyone can get on the podium even. So a top 5 is certainly a good target if you are more mid-table, a mid-table entry in your category, because you definitely want to be having some enjoyment from the race. But as I said, part of the enjoyment should also be just getting to the end. If you've never entered a 24-hour race yourself, it would definitely be recommended to try and find a group of like-minded individuals to get yourself involved in any of the 24-hour races that are out there. So certainly an experience. That wake up at sort of 4 o'clock in the morning to get in the car is something that you can't really replicate anywhere else. It's pretty incredible. I've had the opportunity not only commentating but driving. I've probably done close to 20 24-hour races over my sim racing career now, and it just never it sort of never loses its buzz. Sort of always come back to it. It's always such an achievement. Just getting towards those final few hours.
Me, I've done a lot less 24-hour races. I think I'm around now number 6 or 7. And depending on what 2023 brings, I might be able to break into the double digits, possibly.
Yeah, well, there's quite a few nowadays. As I mentioned earlier, the endurance scene in sim racing really is, I guess, the biggest part of it. Probably because you can just have so many drivers at once. As I mentioned, there's over 300 drivers in total signed up to this event. It's a big pool of drivers to come into an event like this and really just race with your mates. And in some ways, it's a little bit more relaxed, and you can just enjoy it, circulate. And if you're the type to sort of pull jokes when driving, then it's a good one to think of some bad dad jokes at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Certainly is here, and you're really going to have fun with it. It's a great group of camaraderie between your competitors, as well as also your team, as you work your way and having to negotiate and survive for 24 hours.
Yeah, it's certainly one that shocked my system when I did the first one. A while ago now, 2017, but it's come a long way. Has sim racing since that point, and there's certainly a great community aspect to be a part of as well. As we jump to the leader of the SP7 category, Socorro Esports number 10 leading the way. Jototis in the car, as he has been for a little while now. They are leading the way by 2 laps still from Adrenaline Motorsport with Jan Radke in the car as it stands. So no change, I believe, at all. Yeah, no change at all since we came into the commentary booth 2 hours ago now. Those 2 cars, the 10 and the 202 cars, still leading the way, first and second in that category. So they are certainly showing what they can do. And of course, as it stands with the gaps behind, Adrenaline in the second place have almost 4 minutes to the next car, the 151 PCF Racing orange car, in that third place as it stands.
Certainly is the case here as we watch Heraldus Jotas work his way through and biding his time and looking forward to adding another win to his stats as he continues on his way up through the circuit.
I do wonder if some of these drivers, because you always hear when stats are mentioned, the drivers always say, I don't care, blah, blah, blah. But I do wonder if certainly something that some of the drivers look at. Maybe they have a few check boxes on their sort of personal list of certain races they want to, first of all, just drive, and then obviously have the opportunity of winning. I do wonder if that is a thing that some of these drivers try and think about. It's definitely on my personal bucket list was to win this race, and did manage to get a win at it a 24 hours of the Nürburgring a couple of years ago. Certainly a good achievement with your teammates to get to the end and be leading such a grueling race.
I have to agree with you. I mean, for drivers, the stats are not the thing, but for those, it's all about the ones that those prolific trophy wins that you want to go after, such as the Nürburgring 24, the Daytona 24, the Daytona 500, Indy 500, the Chili Bowls that just happened here on RaceSpot. So it's all about those.
Yeah, and for me, as a quite good memory of winning that specific race back in June 2021 with my team, because it was the first time I as a driver actually won prize money as well from that race. All the other races and events I've done before, never actually physically won prize money. That was the first one to always remember it. Well, I did get carried a little bit by my teammates, but I'll take the W when I get one on that occasion. It's certainly a great experience to do so, and definitely still one of my favourite. Probably, if I had to choose one, only one track to drive, it probably would be this, just because the amount of corners. It really is one of my favourite events of the year, and it's great that not only do we get a normal one in the summertime, but of course we have this winter 24 hours of Nürburgring as well to look forward to before Christmas.
Certainly is the case here as we watch the SP9s working around the circuit. That's the 24 low grip racing team breaking into the top 10 of Christoph Regenwetter. And Mercedes really not been showing a whole lot of pace here after the first 5 hours. They were one of the dominant cars and now falling off the pace significantly.
Yes, I do wonder if that's maybe a bit damage. Maybe we just want a different driver in the car, but we're certainly getting some close battles now. We saw the PCF car get up into 8th place ahead of Team Schnitzel, but we now have Low Grip Racing Team, the number 24, in 10th place, closing that gap as Team Schnitzel have dropped off the back by 17.5 seconds in not too many laps, actually. So definitely a difference of pace. And yeah, looking at the lap times, it was 6.5 seconds slower per lap than PCF. So what was that compared? And it was 9 seconds to Low Grip. So on that math, it's going to be another 2 laps before Low Grip Racing have the opportunity to get up into the place.
This is a close battle for the 8th position SP9 with PCF Racing Neon, Team Schnitzel, and the Low Grip Racing. Team Schnitzel was definitely falling the back off the pace here during that little bit of a run, and we should be seeing some pit stops happening here momentarily for some of our competitors. Look through. Nope, everyone pretty much is safe to good to go, but we should be seeing pit stops anywhere between 3 to 5 laps.
Yeah, we've been obviously trying to check out exactly how many pit stops they are going to have to the end. Of course, a lot of the time with the GT3s, you're looking at roughly an hour per stint, but here at Nürburgring Nordschleife, sometimes you see them going just over the hour, which means if they stop even with sort of 4 hours 10 ish to go, they should still be able, maybe a bit more than that, they should still be able to get to the end with just over an hour for each of the final 4 remaining stints in the race. And as we mentioned earlier, I'm sure some of the teams still have, well, they will, due to the driver time rules, have another driver swap at least to go, which could always be a factor in potential incidents or not. Drivers coming in cold after having a bit of a nap has been a bit of a worry, but I'm sure lots of these drivers are professional enough to at least get a little bit of practice, which you can, which is of course the advantage of racing on a simulation. You can practice and drive the track that you're about to physically drive in the race as well.
You certainly can, and that's one of the many amazing benefits with utilizing the iRacing platform, because it allows you to test whatever track you want to go to in the world that iRacing has, of course, and go out there, test it for hours, reset the car, because even if you damage or wreck the car, you can just hit a button, go back out there and try again. And even with the new active reset that iRacing added on as well, you can then focus on just one particular section of the course without having to make another full lap around up to speed to understand what you need to do.
Absolutely, and it's great to see these battles also coming down. Schnitzel gaining back some time there on PCF. And I think actually that is because PCF are coming into the pit lane. So how many laps have they done on their still? They've done 7 laps, I believe, on their still, although it might be 83 the one they just finished. So it's actually slightly shorter stints than I was thinking of. So we actually might just have to see a splash towards the end, but we'll see how that works on the lap count. But it does look to be pretty good though for pretty much an hour per, or just over an hour per stint. As we've seen the leader here, the number 47 machine in the SP9 category, leading the way overall, and of course in its own category. Fabian Harry there coming onto the Nürburgring Nordschleife. What we'll do is we'll go on board and we'll see a bit of a lap here around the Nordschleife with your race leader. course, there was a full lap of the Nordschleife with your race-leading Adrenaline E Motorsport GT3. Fabian Harry at the wheel there, and great to see just the commitment that they take through some of these corners, and especially the Muck curve there. Just stood out to me, just the tiniest lift to make sure that the front gets in, and then straight back on flat out. Amazing to see these SP9s go so fast around this track. Having said that, looking at the stint time, I do think maybe this is Fabian Harry's in lap, which would mean that was obviously a very fast lap indeed, because it would be on low fuel coming to the end of the stint. But let's see if that is the case. Coming into the pit lane, we've also got, I saw one of the other GT3s, SP9s coming into the pit lane, and as we come through Tiergarten, is there going to be to the right? Yes, there is. And your race leader comes in with 4 hours and 20 minutes to go. So we are looking about 4 stints and possibly the slight splash and dash if they need it at the end.
Just now approaching 9 a.m. in sim time, or a little after 9 a.m. I would have to say in sim time for these drivers here. So it is pretty much full daylight for the morning hours here. Some shade and cover in the darkness around the circuit at the Nordschleife. But the car is off. Time to do a driver change, and we'll see who gets behind the wheel. It's going to be Tim Kasner behind the wheel of the E47 Adrenaline E Motorsport GT3 BMW.
Yes, another driver swap then to the end. As we're saying, I believe it's 3.5 hours is the maximum, but of course, with being an hour stint, that means you're only really 3, so you don't have to pit halfway through a stint. So yes, definitely another driver swap coming for that car by the time we get to the end of the race, which is always a good one to see all the drivers getting in. Here's Hazim for the Perobit Sid Racing. They are currently 2nd place overall, doing some decent laps, just less than 2 seconds a lap off that leading car of Fabian Harry there, but they are almost 2 minutes, they were almost 2 minutes behind. Of course, they're gaining time ever as the Adrenaline car is in the pit lane, so certainly something for them to think about. But I believe they have another 2 laps before they make their pit stop.
Looking over their times and everything like that, I have to agree with you on that matter. Anywhere between 1 to 2 laps, so we'll see when they come down pit road. A little concerned about the Progressive Racing Bravo team. Looking to see if I can get any information about them. They are currently not on the track right now, that 111. So somebody, no, there's still 2 drivers, Manuel Imak and Finn Marks, who are out there. So somebody missed their call time.
Yeah, that is certainly an interesting one. Sad for them to be dropping down, dropping down the way, because that's obviously going to be losing them some positions, which is not what they would have wanted, being in such good place there as it stood, being in 3rd, but obviously things can happen, which is why we come to do 24-hour races. If you wanted to find the result after 20 minutes, then you definitely wouldn't be putting in all this effort. And obviously just opens the door for a lot more things to happen, as we are fast approaching, actually, 4 hours remaining, 20 hours completed in this the winter 24 hours of the Nürburgring to finish the year of 2022 in style, and the 4 classes are continuing the way. You've got the Adrenaline E Motorsports leading the SP9 category. Then you have Zakuro Esports number 10 leading in the SP7s in the Porsche Cup category. And then in the SP10 category, which is of course the GT4s, you have Frozen Speed FSR the number 85. And in your TCRs, in the front drive machines, you have the .exe Esports number 168 with George Simmons leading the way, as we are on board with Frenuch, the leading car in that SP10 category.
And a lot of great racing action here around the track, and we'll see how this plays out. But really looking through the field of drivers, of course you have the battle for P8 between Team Schnitzel and Low Grip. A little further down the line, pretty much all your leaders are either anywhere between a lap to over a minute, or around a minute ahead of their competitors. So really, it's cruise controls for most of your leaders, except for your overall.
You definitely can't take it too easy. Sometimes got to keep the concentration going, but you're right, with the gap that some of these teams have, they know that they can just be a little bit more safe with their driving in some ways. And just having a think about some of the stint lengths that we've got. So actually, it does look like it's sort of 8-lap stints that we're getting from these SP9s. And obviously, 8 times 8 is 64, plus a few extra seconds. So it is just about 65 minutes or so for a full stint. Which means when they pit with 4 hours 20, that's going to be bang on. The adrenaline car pitting earlier, of course, that's going to be bang on the time. So they've got to be careful that they don't have to, because if they obviously come around on their 8th lap and there's 10 seconds to go, they might need to make sure that they are not going into an extra lap, but they obviously have the gap added as it stands to slow down accordingly.
Certainly is the case here as we pick up some of the SP10 cars currently. Let's see who this driver is as he's working his way around the circuit, but as we ride on board with him, just watching him just carry the speed and momentum around some of these corners, phenomenal. And that is our race leader in the SP10 class, Joachim Franosch, behind the wheel of the Frozen Speed FSR 85 machine.
So we've got the leader in SP7s coming in as well. Sakura Esports number 10. Herodas Jotatis is coming into the pit lane. So I'm jumping a couple of stints ago now. So I do wonder if there's going to be a drive stop potentially in that machine, or if he'll just be staying out for another one. There goes the tyre change in that car. And one thing I've noticed actually is the pit stops are quite a bit longer in that category, in the Porsche Cup category, compared to the SP9s. Are about 30 seconds, 25-30 seconds longer pit stop time. Of course, it doesn't really affect the direct battle, because you're not really going to be seeing the two categories of the P7s and P9s battling each other. But just an interesting fact of how much longer it takes the Cup cars to do a full service.
Certainly is the case here as they work their way through. We ride on board with the, I believe this is going to be the low grip machine, or actually a race leader is up ahead of him. That must be the 2014 low grip of Christoph Rengenwetter, who is currently trying to hold on for dear life.
Yes, certainly is getting a very close battle now for this position. And it's certainly something that you need to look out for. But you're right, there's definitely a car in between that battle, which is something to obviously factor into how it works and how the battle is going to work. But here's a Rengenwetter there, having the time of his life trying to chase down that 8th position of Michael Bollart's ahead of him, which is that car a little bit further up. You can just about see it with the black and red livery. It's not BMW directly ahead. That gap definitely isn't 2.4 seconds, but it does seem that Team Schnitzel ahead have lost some time. Now they're now 48 seconds behind the car ahead, which is the TLDR car, which they obviously were batting before. So TLDR is showing some good pace at this point in the track, but let's see if Low Grip can use this BMW ahead to try and sort of gain some time and following some good pace.
Really following some good pace indeed, as you can learn a little bit of something from your race leader of Tim Kasner as well, to maybe see where they can pick up some pace here around the circuit. That would be exciting to see for them as well.
Certainly was. There's definitely a few tenths gain there for the Stefan Beloff S and then the Schraden Trons. And getting very close indeed for this 8th place. Going to be some nice bit of slipstream actually down this back straight as well. Is there going to be any bump drafting? Or is it actually going to be an over? It looks like it's going to be an overtake. Trying to get a lap back on the leader. Fortunately, the leader doesn't really need to worry about that too much, as hopefully they know there's a battle. 1.7 seconds now. It's really starting to come down for this Low Grip Racing team number 24, getting closer and closer, and they're still closing down on the straight. So I wonder if this car is just slightly faster maybe than that Porsche ahead of them. Maybe that Porsche's actually got a bit of damage potentially which also, excuse me, could hinder that top speed just a little bit. But it's now a straight battle for this 8th place.
And with that, they'll get themselves situated here for a little bit of a run and set his sights on the Schnitzel Porsche up ahead and try to get himself a little bit closer to try and see. This is going to be a pass for position here as we see him close again before they get to the Dunlop curve.
Yeah, absolutely. And sort of pass for position, they've gone past that number 111 car. Did we establish what happened to them in the end? Because they were running in that 3rd place. And now obviously dropped down, not continuing in the race as it stands. But that's a bit of a big shame for them, battling for a podium.
Certainly is, and with that, their chances of a podium are completely gone.
They're not going to be really coming back from that one, even if they get back out in the race. They are now 3 laps down off the lead and 2 laps down off the podium. Such is the way that they've sat there for quite a long time. It was being driven by Patrick Bartz at the time, but this battle for now P7, because that then obviously that is a legitimate position that these two teams on your screen have gained. So it is battle now for P7. Team Schnitzel by Starlight are being hunted down. Low Grip Racing are getting closer and closer. This is Rengenvetter, Christoph Rengenvetter, getting very close indeed as we come to the end of this GP track, almost pushing the 29 there as we come out onto the back straight. Call it a straight, it's got a corner in it, but it's still a flat out section of corners coming up towards the final chicane to finish this part of the track, and then going out onto the Nordschleife where it's going to be even harder to make the overtake.
Certainly is going to be a lot harder to make the overtake here, and that's where these drivers have to be patient to try to find the correct opening for them to go and attack for a chance to get around their competitors or to get around lap traffic here at this time. So we'll see if that progresses and happens for any of these lucky drivers who are still surviving around the circuit.
I like how you use the word surviving, because it definitely is that style of race, isn't it, where you need to really just get yourself to the end and then really see where you are. Any other rewards that you get from positions are a bit more of a bonus. But just 2 tenths between the cars now, as it has been for quite a while now. As we mentioned, there are points of this track, of the Nordschleife part especially, where it's a bit narrower and the corners are so sort of fast and flowing that it's difficult to get a bit of a run on the car ahead of you, on the car that you're battling. As you see there, the Porsche lift up a lot more than the Mercedes. Of course, the Mercedes AMG having the front engine, having all the weight there, holding the nose of it down, and it is a long nose there. But coming up towards Schwedencross, is there going to be any sort of slipstream, any sort of run that Low Grip Racing can do? Christoph Rengenvetter goes to the inside, little down with the brakes, just backs out of that one, doesn't want to dive it down the inside. A very tricky corner indeed before we come in towards Arenberg, and he's going to have to sit there for now.
Tricky corner indeed. He was able to survive it though for the time being, and as we will see him progress his way through. That Low Grip Racing Mercedes really starting to close in, and you'll find a way to see if he can get around the Team Schnitzel Porsche.
Yeah, just actually slightly away from this battle at this moment in time, but the TLDR SimSport car we saw ahead of this, pulling away 50 seconds ahead. Elliot Hellier in the car at this moment in time. He just did an 8.3 8 minute 3.2, which is the fastest lap of the race, really showing some speed with that car. There's actually a couple of laps ago now, but definitely showing the reason why they got up into that 7th place, now 6th, and have really pulled away from Team Schnitzel, who are now really having to turn on the defensive mode to hold Low Grip Racing behind.
Yeah, Elliot Hellier had a really good run in the early laps of this race here in the first 5 hours, challenging for the race lead, but unfortunately some contact and some penalties cost him the chance to possibly go for victory here today. They could possibly do it if the opportunity presents itself, but right now they are facing a tall hill to climb. Yeah,
2 laps down on the leaders, who are on lap 143. So we're estimated to do 178 laps. So we're still at 35 laps to go, according to the estimation that we've got on our live timing. But of course, we will see how that one works out with the general speed and the amount of pit stops and stuff that is coming. But it's generally fairly accurate. So we'll see how this final 35 odd laps goes of this race, and Low Grip getting closer and closer once again. But as you saw on that the last few kilometers, they couldn't get a run, but here might be the moment as we come up towards Kestrelsen, the sort of left-handed sequence here round the outside. That is going to be a very brave move here for Rengenvetter, holding it all the way round the outside in his Mercedes AMG, still side by side between the two as they come up to the kink here, and they give each other racing room, but that is going to be a run there for the AMG. Does the Porsche have the straight line speed to do anything to come back? No, it does not. And there goes Low Grip Racing up into 7th place. I think Team Schnitzel definitely struggling a bit with the top speed of that car. Seems in the corners it's okay, but as we saw, the time that they lose on the straight is massive, and they are now down into 8th place.
Tough break for the Team Schnitzel Porsche as they continue to fall down. Next up is going to be the PFC Racing Neon, 49 seconds back, so they have a little breathing room for the moment, but that can change very quickly.
Indeed, and it certainly does change quickly around a track like this as well, from what we've seen. But a nice move there by the number 24 machine, and certainly doing good. And yeah, on the previous lap, it was 6 seconds difference between those two cars. So certainly quite a big speed difference, and I'm sure we'll see that Mercedes pull off into the difference. Interestingly, behind though, Tim Keisner for Adrenaline, he sat there behind and didn't make the move as well. Of course, as the race leader, you don't really want to get involved in those battles, even though you do have the right to sort of go through. But I do wonder if maybe Keisner is taking it a bit easier and not pushing it to the limit, such as their almost 2-minute lead.
I mean, it's a perfect opportunity to not really push the car during this stage of the race, especially depending on where you are located out there on the circuit. So we'll see how that plays out for some of these drivers as the run gets further and further in.
Exactly, and that is definitely a wide run there, and that is going to be putting Team Schnitzel down. Bollatz just going a little bit too deep there in the 29. Obviously, part of letting through the leader, but also just getting a little bit of gravel on tyres that they would not want coming through this incredibly fast seat to the corner. So remember, that car has been spun around there. But this time they managed to continue on in the correct orientation, which is good to see, as we've had a Parabit Sim Racing second place on track. They actually did just come into the last time as well, so they are enjoying themselves. But the previous lap was an 8 minutes 7.9, so still some respectable lap times coming in from Hazem in second place.
They certainly are indeed, as they work their way around the circuit. As there we pick up your race leader, now trying to keep the, of course, Team Schnitzel Porsche behind in 8th, another lap down, making it 2 laps down for the moment. No, 3 laps down as they head down the Dottenhoer. Continuing on as we're now about to hit 4 hours, I should say, left to go race.
It's getting close to that 4 hours indeed, just another half a lap, and we will be getting there. And it's certainly a nice time when you get to the 4-hour mark left. You know you've done pretty much what would that be, 80% of the race at that point, and just the last push towards the end. And you certainly know that you can get to the end from there, although actually we're probably about 85%, wouldn't it be, by that point in the race. We've seen some pit stops come in, of course, getting towards that 4-hour mark. And we see a lot of the drivers come in. We've got Low Grip Racing and Team Schnitzel coming into the pit lane. That battle that we were just watching for P7.
They make their way down. They're going to get their service required and continue on their way here tonight. They look to try to make some ground up on their competitors.
As I think we're getting some driver changes. Yeah, Tom Markel is getting in for Low Grip Racing 24. And Jay Daniels for Team Schnitzel by Starlight. So definitely some drive swaps happening, and there will probably be doing a double stint and then another driver to double stint to finish the race as we get towards that all-important 4-hour mark, of course. And just reminding you that we still have 37 cars left in this race, although we do have that 111 progressive car have not left the pit lane for quite a while, so they will probably join the bottom of that list when all the drivers lap them. So there's 36 actually still circulating the track.
36 cars circulating the track right now. Still great to see that happening here in this stage of the race as we watch them try to survive and work their way and negotiating through the circuit as they continue to put on a stellar performance here today.
They certainly are bringing some entertainment here to the final few moments of racing in 2022. Of course, there's still a couple of weeks left, but there's a lot of competitions going on this weekend. As obviously, that's a spin there for the 24. Too much curb and cold tyres not helping them at all. As Tom Markel, his first corner back into the car and going for a spin. That does heat up the tyres, but not necessarily in the way he would have wanted.
Yeah, it's not the correct way to heat up tires, unfortunately. So he'll have to get himself corrected and continue on his way here momentarily.
It's a massive dip there right at the apex of turn 1. It's a tricky little corner. Of course, it's slightly less important with the layout that we have because you very quickly go into turn 2. Whereas if you were using the full arena section, but let's first actually get a replay, you see he's just ways over the curb. Obviously all the weight will go onto the front first, the rear goes light, and then it starts to come around, especially if you apply a little bit of throttle. So it's obviously not how you want to do it, but yeah, because we have that little chicane, it just sort of takes away the importance of turn 1, but it still is sort of a hairpin corner because you really need to open up that very tight turn 2. As we go to Aaron Barter here, the number 53 car, currently third place in the TCR standings, quite a way off the lead though. They are 6 laps off the leader in TCR for Iconic Motorsport. So not the way that they would have wanted their race to go in terms of laps, but in terms of positions, they are doing a pretty good job. However, there are only 4 TCRs still left in this race, as there has been 3 DNFs already.
Yeah, this is already a tough break. 7 cars entered in the TCR category, and 3 of them are already out of the race, including the Sabel Esports team that was so strong in the early hours of this race. But now it has been none other than the .exe Esports team who have been dominating here. But Aaron Barter looking to see if he can round out the podium for this action.
That is certainly a good reason to keep going, is getting on the podium even if you are 6 laps down. And to be honest, at this point in the race, as much as all the drivers have, the relative time displays between them and their other cars and other competitors, they're almost just focusing on themselves, and they're just trying to drive the track as fast as they can. And it's kind of a similar situation that you see in a lot of sports, even sort of set off topic. We're going on to football, and the World Cup is happening at the moment. Even if you're 3-0 down in the final sort of 5-10 minutes, you're still trying to get a goal yourself, because that's just the natural thing to do, not just stopping and giving up. And it's a similar situation here, where even if you're down in terms of laps and time, you're really far behind, you still need to be just showing some pride and trying to do the best job that you can, even if you've been struggling just a little bit. But this Hyundai Elantra coming around the final real corner of the Nordschleife out onto Döttinger as they sit there and hold on to the pedal for about a minute or two all the way down the back straight.
They certainly do here, as they just let that little Honda's motor just let it go out there and go and approach speeds, really putting the power down here as they work their way down towards the Tiergarten section of the course. Currently hitting speeds of 150 miles an hour before they'll hit the braking zone over at Tiergarten.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy how just fast cars are nowadays in general. I mean, this is the TCR class. It's one of the slower categories in general that is still sort of rated as like a high-level competition. And it's still doing, as you say, 150, 160 miles an hour by the time they hit the brakes. So fast in a little tin can of metal and carbon fiber. It's pretty crazy, just the level and the sophistication that these race cars have nowadays. And certainly a lot of money being put into the development of these cars from various manufacturers over the world in the various different categories, which is great to see that continuing, of course. But we will have to see what the future is for the TCR category in general, and how that one is going to be working. Of course, still some things up in the air with what is going, but it's certainly a very interesting style, being the more predominantly front-wheel drive cars.
Certainly are, and of course, with the release of some brand new TCR cars coming to the ring, such as the Honda Civic receiving a new kit of cars coming in for 2023, it's pretty amazing to see that TCR Racing will still have a strong suit and a group of drivers who will race those cars to the absolute world-class style of championships that we see around the world, because this car deserves the respect it is for a handling car that it can be fun to drive in any track you go to.
Yeah, it's definitely a different style of racing, of course, because it all happens on the front end, the steering and the acceleration, so your steering inputs have to be a little bit different, and then of course that makes it a little bit harder to rotate the car, so you often have to set up the rear end very pointy, but then you don't really have much control because it's just rolling on the wheel bearings at the back. So definitely a more tricky car to set up in many ways, actually, and in some ways more respect for the drivers who can drive the front wheel drive cars quickly compared to the rear wheel drive, because it is just a different style of racing. Of course, those who are good at it will say, oh yeah, you know, it's not much different, but if you have driven rear-wheel drive fast your whole life and then you jump into it, it's definitely a different experience indeed, and especially coming for an endurance race. It's certainly a bit of an experience if you've never done it before in a front-wheel drive.
As we ride on board with Aaron Bardo now, you see him just giving a little bit of inputs through here, minding his P's and Q's as he tries to continue with this great drive through here. He's heading back into the Nordschleife through the first couple of sectors.
It certainly does love this part of the track. Just flows so well, and it's the camber in some of these corners as well, and the fact that you can actually use the curbs. They're quite big, but you can use them. It's just an awesome part of the track before we work our way up and down the hill and then back up it again as we get one of the Porsches coming past. That might be the race lead, number 10 in the SP7 category as well. Massively fast. It's that fifth gear still in these TCR cars. Full commitment with the car still moving around quite a lot, and we'll see when we get to Schwedencross just how much commitment they have as well. Getting up to pretty much top speed as we get one of the SP9s come past as well. How fast is this going to be for the TCR? Yeah, just you can see the car moving around so much, but you've got to stay on throttle, otherwise you get that traditional lift-off oversteer, and it really is a committed way of driving. And back down the hill through down the foxhole and then back up to Adenauer Forst, of course. It's a massively important section of corners. Obviously a fast left into a long right and then back in towards a sort of double left-handed chicane as well. But then you have to not touch that curb on the inside at all. It massively unsettles the car, but use all the curb you want on the outside to rotate the car as well. It's definitely a muscle memory sort of corner, because it's all blind, of course, with all the undulations as we get the it's at the 447 machine, which is 5th place as it stands. NJB Performance by NFCAD. Thomas Singvogel in the car as it stands, 2 laps off the lead. But this is also in a rather tight battle, because TLDR, who we've been mentioning, Elliot Hayler, getting very quick lap times in the stint or so he's been in the car as it stands, and is starting to catch down for this 5th place.
Keeping an eye now on the battle for P5 in the SP9 category between the NGB Performance and the TLDR SimSport machine. Currently right now for the TLDR machine, as we watch them through time and scoring, it is going to be Elliot Hellier behind the wheel trying to catch up to Thomas Singvogel, as those two, the Porsche and the BMW, will do battle for that 5th spot.
And I don't think this is going to be too much of a huge battle, just with the pace that TLDR and Elliot Hayler have got. Unfortunately, we don't have a previous lap on the timing, so it must have been an off-track or something that discounted that one for Singvogel, or maybe that's just because it was his first lap of the stint. We will have to find out this time what the pace difference is going to be, but Hayler doing a 6 6.7. 8 minutes 6.7, the quickest out of any SP9 on the previous lap, and just 3 seconds off the fastest lap of the race set by himself a few laps ago, and he's already all the way on the back. The NJB performance car getting very close, almost a bit of contact actually, as we now come back up the hill once again through Exmüller. This is an awesome part of the track, massively climbing up the hill, not much power or not much acceleration in the cars. Now side by side through the Lauda kink, and it doesn't look like that's going to be too much of a battle as TLDR swoop their way up another position. They have just been ticking them off over the last hour or so, and that is up into 5th.
Looking through as we see the driver of Elliott Hellier make that beautiful pass into the 5th spot as he tries to work his way through. Keeping an eye on him, can we see the driver of Thomas Singvogel try to respond? So far, that is not going to be the case here in this point of the race.
Yeah, I think there's just too much of a pace difference between those cars, as Hellier getting some very fast lap times in the previous sort of hour or so, and is really starting to make some time up. And as you're mentioning before, started the race very strong. Just a shame that they haven't been able to be in that battle for the race lead, because in terms of lap times, they would probably be beating Adrenaline as it stands, with Tim Keisner in the car at the moment. He did a last lap of an 8 minute 10, so some 3 and a bit seconds slower than what Elliott Hellier has been doing.
Looking on through here, but Hellier, of course, a really strong driver in the world of esports competition as well. I've seen him compete in multiple disciplines, but for him right now, look up some of his information. I gotta say, it's been pretty fun looking up some of the cool facts with some of the drivers competing in this event, allowing us to get to know them a little bit. I mean, we always know the World Championship drivers, or the drivers who are a part of the major events and series on the iRacing service, but for some here, like Elliott Hellier, currently out on the track, been on board with iRacing since 2020 as well, picking up at least a win at this year's 24 Hours of the Nürburgring and a 2nd place at the 12 Hours of Sebring.
Certainly knows what he's doing then, and just looking at the relative positions from where they started the race, and as it stands, at 2nd place, Perabit Sim Racing, 10 places gained. Good job from them to get up into 2nd place. And also the NJB Performance, we just saw them lose a position, but they've still gained 11 places over the course of the race, and that is certainly something that is a big achievement in the course of these races, as of course quite a few drivers near the bottom are not racing anymore. I think it's 14. Yeah, the top 14 are still there, so everyone from P15 downwards is out of the race as it stands, but we don't believe we're going to be seeing any of them try and rejoin us. I think we just saw a pass there for 12. That's because the 111 is still technically being counted for position, because of course they've completed more laps than the cars behind, but as the race progresses they will slowly drop down and drop down. So, but 3 laps it will take to lose another position.
Certainly is going to look that way, and it's safe to say they'll probably be outside the top 20 before this is all said and done, for the most part, with how this goes down, unless they are able to find a way to get back out onto the racetrack before this race is over. Our TCR race leader, though, however, of Dennis Neinhardt, is in pit road on his pit stop, as he is trying to get himself situated before rejoining the racetrack, still comfortably ahead of the 2nd place car, the AVA Verbatic, of Derek Fetterman.
Absolutely, and just seeing the relatives as well for the SP7 category. So your race leader has made up 3 places, but look at the ones behind them as well. All the drivers, all the teams making up some good places, as some people have obviously dropped down quite a lot, like the likes of Moto Esports. 3, they're in 12th place, 9 positions lost, of course not in the not in the race anymore, and of course affect esports as well, dropping some 10 places from the grid. So that would have been pole position as well for them in the 911 car. So definitely some big maneuvers in that category. And as it stands, Zakuro are leading the way in that number 10 machine, as they have for quite a while now. They've been in a fairly solid position. They've got over a lap lead as well.
Certainly do, as they let by some of the SP10s and SP9 category drivers ahead of him, as they will work their way through the circuit and continue on.
Yeah, they certainly do continue here. It's never ending, as we now go to the SP10s, the GT4 category. Frozen Speed FSR 85 leading the way, and they got the little dash next to their name, so that means pole position, and they have been there, or at least they are still relatively there from the start. And of course, they were leading the way at the 5-hour mark when we left the broadcast initially. When we came back with 7 to go, they were leading, and they still are with now 3 hours 45. So good job for them. But look at the cars behind them. Talk Free up 8, STK Racing up 13 places, way down from 16th. Was that last, actually, in category, up into 3rd place. That is a good job from them. And then, of course, Screeching Moose up into 4th as well with +8. So great job from a lot of these teams. And it wasn't a good day for Effect Esport, was it? Because they're down in 13th place, -11. And also Motul Esports number 2, down 8. So both Effect Esports and Motul losing big places in the SP7 and SP10 categories. So that just shows you how difficult this track really is.
Yeah, all Effects Esports cars are out of the race. 2 out of the 3 Motul Esports cars are out of the race as well. There is 1 bullet left in the gun for one of the Motul drivers. That is in the SP9 category for the time.
Yeah, pretty. I do actually love these sort of the relative position page that we have here. Just to see where everyone's gone, because you can see all of the greens at the top, all of the reds at the bottom, which means the order is pretty flipped from where we first started some 20 hours ago now. And that is literally the exact reason why we come 24-hour racing, because anything can and does happen. As we go to the TCRs now, .exe Esports leading the way, as they were, just like the SP10 category, they were leading both at the 5-hour mark when we left you and when we came back with 7 to go. So they've been leading quite a way in the 168 car. They've got George Simmons still in the car as it stands. They're leading the way by about 3 laps or so. They've gained a place from where they were on the grid, so they started in 2nd, but Sabelt Esports, they're down in 6th place, and otherwise known as out, are also not there. They have been retired for a little while now, a good couple of hours, 3 hours or so. They've been retired, and they unfortunately from that pole position will not be getting the win today. But also a similar situation where the greens are at the top, reds at the bottom, so we had a bit of a flip-flop in TCR as well over the course of the race. But one of the big maneuvers in this team, or in this category since we joined back, was the Race Tech Performance car. The 472 was in 2nd place when we came back, but had that massive crash down at Arenberg and has now dropped back down the order in that TCR class. So certainly some big action has happened in the 3 hours back since we rejoined this race. The sun has come up, and the teams are now preparing themselves for the final few stints.
They certainly are indeed preparing for the final few stints left in today's racing action here, and they're trying to determine who is going to be that last driver swap here of the day, as we'll see who is going to be able to bring it home to the checkered flag for everyone.
It's going to be a very monumentous moment for any of the teams who do get to the end, and the one thing you don't want to do is retire when you are this close to the end. Doing over 20 hours of racing, and of course all the prep work that goes in before that as well, many more hours added on top of that, times that by the amount of people that you have in your team. So there's literally hundreds and hundreds of man hours going into each team here, and of course well over 50 teams entered. It's thousands and thousands of hours of effort, and it's great to see the teams obviously trying their best to get to the end, but you don't want one little mistake to waste all those hundreds of hours of effort.
They certainly don't, and that's one of the downsides of racing in the virtual world, because you know for a fact one false move could cost you the chance of at least finishing this race here. And of course, unfortunately for some of these competitors, that's going to be the case for them. So it's all about trying to find that rhythm, get yourself set up, and continuously focus on that. It is not a chance for you to take a breath and breathe. You have to keep focused all the time.
No, you certainly do. One lapse concentration through one of these fast corners, and that could be it. Especially if you've sort of set up the car in a more aggressive way that takes some driving ability, some driving concentration. If you are then not on it all the time, the car doesn't work because you set the car up in a specific way to handle and to have a certain balance in the corners that requires that extra level of input. But obviously sometimes you don't always have that. But look at the sun rising the way up above the back of the famous roller coaster there. 18 degrees Celsius and 50% humidity. 6 k's wind speed, just a little bit of clouds. And we are now at just after 9:45 in the morning on the 30th of November is the race time in the simulation. And in real life, of course, it is just after 9:30 a.m. on the 18th of December. So a pretty accurate time for the time of year that we have. Of course, being in November, the days are a lot shorter, which is why we had such a long night period of the race. It wasn't broadcasted with us, but there was definitely obviously a lot of action happening then with lots of maneuvers for position.
You certainly have to be careful of that here as they make the run through. Keeping an eye on some of the other categories here as we watch the GT3 machine. I think that's the Low Grip Racing team trying to work his way around one of the SP7 Porsche Cup cars out on circuit. As we pick up Tim Kasner in the Adrenaline E Motorsports BMW.
Yeah, the gap's come down with Sebastian Hazem in behind. The gap has come down 3 and a bit seconds faster was Hazem on the last lap. So that gap is now down to 1:45, but it's just stayed around that region the whole time, which actually is pretty insane how consistent those two teams, even with the 3 drivers, I think it is now, that we've seen in the car since we've been on broadcast for this part 2 of the race. The gap has only sort of gone down 5 seconds, then gone up 5 seconds, and then gone back down again. It's stayed fairly consistent, which just shows you how close this battle would be if they were quite a bit closer. But 1:46, it remains as it stands. But Hazem only 2 seconds off the fastest lap of that car, so really getting close to the limit of what he can do there.
Certainly is getting close to the limit here as we see Tim Kasner work around one of the GT4 machines, the Torque Freak Racing machine. And still quite a bit of racing left, and they are going to try to keep on pressing forward.
Yeah, certainly will. And the slow classes, easy pickings for the SP9s, of course, with the extra power, the extra downforce as well. Just makes it that a little bit easier. An insane pace, really, from these cars. We often talk about 8-minute lap times being fast, sort of from road cars coming to the Nordschleife, but that, remember, doesn't include the GP track as well. These cars are doing the full 25 Ks in that just over 8 minutes. They are very fast cars indeed. And with about 2 minutes or so for the GP track, it'd be something in the low 6 minutes for a GT3 car to go around just the Nordschleife itself. It's insane the speed that these cars go nowadays, even though they are widely regarded as being on the slower end of the motorsport sector when you get to the likes of IMSA and the World Endurance Championship and the like, where the GT cars are slower. That's a little bit wide there for the low grip racing car. They've swapped around again, haven't they? Didn't Low Grip get past Team Schnitzel?
They did at one point, but I'm guessing through the pit stop cycle, maybe that might have changed it.
Yeah, absolutely has, with the driver changes that we saw on that car. Tom Markel. Because he had a bit of the spin, didn't he? But I don't know if that was position lost because of that, but maybe there's something else off camera that we didn't see. Because Markel is now 12 seconds behind Jay Daniels, who got into that Team Schnitzel Porsche. the way up the back straight towards the Bilstein Bridge, past. On the right-hand side there, if you ever go to do the tourist driving around here, that is where you come through, you come out, and this is where you start the lap under the bridge. So when you hear bridge to gantry, that is that Bilstein Bridge all the way to the gantry, just as you come on to start the Dottinger Hurt. And of course, if you ever do so, do a lap there, do so safely. It's not the easiest thing for a road car, as Logrid now come out to start the lap once again. And 11 seconds is the gap now down to Team Schnitzel by Starlight. As they get closer and closer, these cars were swapped around at one point, but they swapped back again. And it was a 5-second advantage, though, to Logrid Racing on that lap that we've just completed. As you see a replay, here's that bit of contact on the GT4 cars. I couldn't quite see which BMW that was going through, but definitely some contact that you would not want to see otherwise for some of these cars. And that is some contact that's just a little bit unnecessary as well through Adenauer Forst. It's not a place to make an overtake, really a bit too tight, and especially when some of these positions aren't that close. For the SP9s, they don't need to be making moves at that part of the track. So definitely something that they need to avoid doing so in the future, because obviously it ruins your sort of couple of corners. Maybe you get a bit of damage, but ultimately it ruins the slower cars that you, as the faster car, have the responsibility to overtake safely.
Certainly is, and that's one of the things you have to try to figure out when being one of the faster cars. Is it is your responsibility to make the clean path. It is not the responsibility of the slower classes to get out of the way. It's your job to get around these cars. As we pick up one of the Motul Esports, Kaj Schobert is currently behind the wheel of that number 50 machine.
Certainly is, coming onto the Bilstein Bridge. In some ways gifted that third place with Progressive Sim Racing. Unfortunately, we believe they didn't have a driver available to take over the car. Their 111 machine, they were doing such a good job in that third place. Within a lap of the leader as well. They were the last car on the lead lap, but weren't able to continue. That was actually quite a while ago now, almost an hour ago. We lost them, unfortunately, and that's opened the door to Schubert here for Motul Esports. Number 50 coming down in towards turn 1. Heavy braking zone down the hill. This is where we saw Markel go for a spin, but you saw Schubert there leaving a lot more space to the apex to make sure he doesn't go for a spin himself. And this is obviously a potentially good result for this team, as their other two cars in the other categories are out of the race.
Yeah, this team had to face a lot of adversity in the first 5 hours. They had a couple of spins, had a couple of off tracks, and they were able to recover nicely through the night to be able to pick up their way through. So a great drive for the Motul Esports, even though their other two cars are out of the race.
And that's one sort of good thing, actually. If you have a team big enough where you can enter multiple cars, especially multiple categories, you have a lot more chances of winning. So even if you lose a couple of your cars, you definitely have the opportunity to do so. The interesting point, though, actually, I think it might just be because of where we rejoined the live timing, potentially. I think it is, actually. But it looks like the two Motul cars, the other ones, the 51 and the 52, in the other categories, basically retired at a similar point in the race, as they are next to each other in the standings. Same for the Effect cars. They are also together in the standings, but I don't know if that's just because of the live timing where we've rejoined the race. But certainly maybe not good for the team to have retirement so close together, but at least for them, they've got a car, at least on the podium in one of the categories.
Looking to be the case right now. They have a lap advantage over the Frozen Speed FSR number 37 machine, number 9, out on the track in 4th position. So a little bit of a cushion for them, but still a lot can happen between now and the end of the race, as we're approaching 3.5 hours left to go in the race. In sim time, almost about to be 10 a.m.
Indeed, getting very much into the daylight hours now. Night is far behind, and it's basically turning into a daytime race. Still pretty shiny on the track at some points, where the sun is catching at a very low angle, so drivers do need to be careful to not become blind to some corners. So that is very, very important point. And this is De Vries here for Rayter Racing Elephant and the 294 car. And I wonder, was that the car we saw earlier maybe getting a bit of a bump from the G3? I'm not sure exactly if it was that car, but De Vries coming now down the Dossinger Hurt.
The Rayter Racing Elephants machine currently sitting in a inside the top 10 in class. As Leah De Vries was trying to work their way through, they're going to try and see if they can catch up to the Turtle Sim Racing green machine of Sebastian Hank, who's on pit road right now. So they're looking to see if maybe a possibility of a top 6 finish in their class. They have a little bit of work to do, but there's still plenty of time for them to try to overcome it as they come out of Tiergarten.
Getting towards the top 5, definitely a achievement for these cars as they get towards now the final 3 hours and 30 minutes of the race. Time definitely rolling on quite quickly, actually, as we've done the last 3 hours, and they just need to do that again to get to the end of the race. 24 hours does actually, once you get in the flow of it, does actually go past rather quickly, because when you get drivers doing double, triple stints, and as I mentioned, as a driver, you then end up getting sort of 6-hour rest in between every time you go in the car. You actually sort of just have individual races yourself. And sometimes you even see drivers almost like going away and doing something and then coming back and racing again. You don't have to sit there the whole time in the 24. So definitely for some of the drivers, it will actually go a bit quicker than it feels. So yeah, relying on your teammates and making sure you get to the end is definitely an important point.
Well, also another factor as well, at least for the tracks such as here at the Nürburgring, technically, running only 8 laps can get you an hour worth of racing already. So for a matter of if you think about it, you may feel like you're not how quickly the race goes by because of just how much time you're actually on the track with how many laps you run. So it's another thing to consider as well as by how fast some of these 24-hour endurance races can go.
Yeah, you're right. With the longer laps, the laps definitely tick off in a different manner, and in some ways the stint goes by a little bit quicker, even though it's actually more than just over an hour here for the SP9s. You can actually go a lot quicker. But I think also the thing with 24 hours, as coming from a driver perspective, I've done quite a few over the years. You go into the race knowing that it's a 24-hour race. So once you're like 6 hours in, obviously normally that would be the finish of a race. Most races really being sort of 6 hours in that sort of range, maybe 8. But here, you've then got 18 hours still to go. So in your mind, it's not really dragging because you've still got that distance, whereas sometimes a 30-minute race can drag more because after 15 minutes, I want this race to be over kind of thing. If you're starting to have a bad one, it's definitely a mentality factor coming into the race. It's quite important.
Certainly is, because once you realize you're 6 hours into a race, you realize, there's still a lot of things I can do between now and the rest of the 18 hours left to go on the clock or so. So drivers are going to try everything they can to work their way around to find where they can find speed, find a position somewhere on the track, out on the circuit, as we go back up through the field to looks like to be the Team Schnitzel, number 29 Porsche, who's in a battle for 8th position with the Low Grip Racing team as they get around the PCF Racing Neon machine, who's on pit road.
Yeah, that's going to turn into a little bit of a three-way battle. Is that now getting close between those drivers, which is great to see. But as it stands, as you're right, there's a good battle forming here with Team Schnitzel involved in that one, as they have been quite a few times, I should say, in the last couple of hours or so. It's definitely very close between these drivers. Just 2.5 seconds now separating 3 of the teams. So close battles coming as we get in towards the final 3.5 hours of the race here, the winter 24 hours of the Nürburgring. We've got Jay Daniels in Team Schnitzel, that red car there, but he's actually getting a huge run behind him. We've got Low Grip Racing there with Tom Markel in that car as it stands up through the Schumacher S, and a bit of a run there from the Mercedes AMG. Not quite the normal overtaking place here up the inside of this left-handed corner. Side by side they're going to go in towards the braking zone, but Markel can't find a way past just yet.
No, he certainly cannot at the moment. He's got a little bit of work to do. He may have an opportunity as they climb up to the are heading over towards the chicane before entering the Nordschleife. And now we see the low grip machine look to the inside into the chicanes. Side by side contact. Oh. There goes the Team Schnitzel Porsche into the barriers. And I'm pretty sure race officials will be looking over that incident.
Yeah, it certainly will. That is a bit of an aggressive battle considering the points in the race, but it was turning to a three-way, so I understand why Low Grip there wanted to have an aggressive move, but contact made as we came through the chicane at the end of the GP track. And unfortunately, Schnitzel there going into the wall. We'd definitely like to see a replay just exactly where the car position was, if it was maybe Schnitzel turning in, or if it was Low Grip missing the apex as such, or if it was just 2 into 1. Let's find out coming up here. Definitely a bit of contact. Oh, hard to see. Michael was definitely sort of on the apex as such, but it also is one of those corners where you don't want to go side by side. But Markel actually came in a bit late there, to be honest, and I think that's why Schnitzel there with Daniels thought he could make that turn a little bit more, a little bit later, just turned in a tiny bit, possibly thinking Markel wasn't going to dive, but Markel did, and I would definitely put the blame a little bit more on Markel in that instance.
We'll just have to wait and see what the race officials will say about that, and if there will be a penalty given out in the later stages of this race. So we'll see what happens to Tom Markel and the Low Grip Racing team.
Absolutely great to see this this battle continuing, and PCF with Steinhilbert is getting closer and closer. Just came out of the pit lane though, and I believe just getting in that car if I'm not mistaken, so mainly the lap or two to get up to speed, but 2 seconds is the gap, and Markel might have a bit of damage from that contact. We will have to find out and maybe see if some sort of penalty comes the way of Markel, which could of course swing this battle around.
This is probably the best battle we have out on the racetrack right now, because everyone else is separated by more than at least 50 to 40 seconds now for the rest of the field. So we're going to keep an eye on this battle for 7 in the SP9 category.
Yes, certainly are. Unfortunately, obviously, it sort of turned into a two-way battle rather than a three, but that is still something that we will take around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Not always direct wheel-to-wheel battles that you see. Often it is just lapping every now and again between the 4 classes that we have here at the winter 24 hours of the Nürburgring. It is looking very nice to set us up for a final 3 hours, and hopefully these battles can continue. And also another car that we were sort of looking out for was at TLDR, but unfortunately they've got a 5-minute gap to 4th place. They're currently in 5th place as well, so maybe we'll see if anything can change over the course of the next 3 hours. If anyone goes into the wall or has some damage repairs, that could always change the facts quite quickly, as you could easily lose, well, even 20 minutes in the pit lane if you damage the car bad enough. Through the muck over there, full commitment through the BMW and down towards this sort of coming towards the higher points of the track as we sort of rise up the hill the whole way. If you've ever driven that part coming up towards the muck curve, you realize you don't actually really accelerate, even in GT3 cars, up that hill. It's just a gradual, but very much there is the incline all the way up, and you can see even there coming out of the carousel, you just climb all the way up the hill here. And this part of the track was actually added in at some point, so from that right-handed hairpin up towards her act, it used to go dead straight, but instead we have the hairpin, and you come back through the carousel and up the hill at this point. So it used to rejoin from the left here, from that hairpin after the back straight. So that used to be where it did, but then they added this part in. But that used to be a very steep section coming up to her act, although I do like the corners that they added in now past the carousel as we go to the race lead here. Adrenaline eMotorsport GT3, the number 49, Tim Kaisner in the car as it stands. And that lap the gap once again will come down to P2, but that should be enough for them to still regain the lead as they go in to change tyres and maybe change drivers in that car. We will see, although they will of course need to do one more potentially. So if he stays in for another stint, they will then have 2 to go for another driver to double stint.
And it looks like he will drop the tires here. And due to the fact they are within the time limit of doing where one driver could swap in and finish out the rest of the race, it is under that 3.5 hour mark if they chose to stick with one driver after this, if they were to swap out, which they are not going to. So he is going to stay in there for another stint and continue on his way.
Yeah, certainly is. And as a driver, I always liked staying in the car for 2 stints rather than sort of just changing after one, because you need that first stint really to get a little bit more comfortable. Well, after the first few laps you get comfortable, and then sort of having that second stint you can just jump straight back in, straight back onto the track and get back up to pace, which is what Kaisen is doing here, and is trying to, of course, maintain that lead, which is still around 1 minute 45 before the pit stop, which is a pretty nice one. So it's just staying very consistent throughout all the drivers in that adrenaline car.
Yeah, currently now is down to 39 seconds. The Purobit Sim Racing of Sebastian Harzim is now closing in, and they were last time by quite a bit faster. They're trying to really find a little bit of speed and try to see if they can go and challenge Adrenaline.
Yeah, we've had a couple of protests come in. One for the 24 car, which is Tom Markel, which I think was that contact we saw a little bit earlier. But then the other is for the 29, which is Team Schnitzel. And ironically, it's for the same incident. So they've both protested each other for that contact up here at this very corner into the chicane, which is always a funny one to see the teams thinking that it was each other's fault. So it's now down to the stewards to potentially penalise or not that incident and make their judgment on it. But that is, yeah, always an ironic situation.
Certainly is. We'll see how that will come into play for once the penalties are divvied up. I'm pretty sure it won't be long before we hear something regarding that matter.
Yeah, I'm sure not. Obviously, it's interesting to see incidents happen also for position, because a lot of the other incidents that we've seen are protests, I should say, that we've seen always has a huge contact there on the outside for one of the GT4 Caymans. Couldn't quite see who that was. One of the SP9 Porsches diving up the inside. Is that coming into Adenauer Force? It is. That is not the corner to be diving up the inside through that kink there. As you come out of the foxhole, that is definitely a dangerous place to try and make an overtake, especially as the Cayman there was turning in as well. That was far too late.
Yeah, that was the Maguire's racing machine right there, along with the NGB Performance Porsche. So 2 Porsches making contact, not a good thing to happen here, as hard contact for the Maguire's racing team, who is having a decent run, running in the 6th position. They were trying to hunt down 5th position of Low Grip Racing, so unfortunately for them, that's not going to be something good for them.
Yeah, and we saw an accident there just a few laps ago, but the one corner after, sort of on the right-handed part, the corner later. But that one, especially that left-handed kink, as you come up through the compression, is just not it's just not a place to overtake. It's completely one line. You take it all over the inside curve, and for the amount of time that you're going to lose as an SP9, it's just so much safer to just sit behind. I understand the need to get through, but that was so late, and I'm really surprised actually to see a car dive up the inside at that part of track. This corner here is just yeah, it's really tight and not really the place where you want to see an overtake.
One of the keys to victory we brought up here, patience is going to be one of them, and definitely we saw a driver not showing patience whatsoever.
Yeah, patience is definitely key when you're doing multi-class racing, because there is the need to get past quickly, obviously for the time-wise, not losing time in traffic. But when the gaps are this big, it really, yeah, it really is a bit disappointing to see that sometimes, because of course it is not, and it wasn't a needed overtake as such. As we come back to Tom Markel here, coming onto the back of one of the other Mercedes, but that is a GT4 AMG. We can really tell by the difference in the rear wing, and of course just a bit less body kit on the GT4 cars, and of course in the straight line a bit less power as well. The baby brother there going down a position, as Logit Racing have PCF Racing Neon still behind them by a couple of seconds.
Certainly are, and they got a little bit of work to do during this stage of the race as they try to keep ahead of the low grip racing machine. PCF Racing Neon, though, still in contention to have a good run inside the top 10 as he is trying to make headway 2.9 seconds back.
Certainly a battle that is sort of trying to be formed, but also trying to, from the likes of Tom Markel, trying to also not turn that into a battle, which is why the gap has slightly increased as well through the final couple of corners. But as we mentioned, it does sort of fluctuate over the course of the lap, depending on where they are and who's accelerating, who's braking, etc. And also when you are overtaking some traffic. So you generally have to look just a couple of times a lap to see really what the average gap is between, but it's increased once again to 3.5 seconds. Hours and 15 minutes to go in this winter 24 hours of the Nürburgring, and of course teams starting to plan backwards from the end. They've already been doing that for a couple of hours. They've worked out who they're going to put in the cars to come to the end of the race, and also what sort of strategy they're doing. Although of course we're seeing, especially in the SP9s, a lot of single stinting, just taking fuel and tyres every time, and the drivers staying in for a good couple of stints. We are expecting basically 2 stops to go after this one for the ones who have already pitted with the likes of Adrenaline. A couple of the other cars are about to make their pit stop in a lap or two's time, and they'll definitely have just 2 stints to go, or 2 stops to go, 3 stints in total when they get to that point. And of course that's going to be an important factor when we get to 0 minutes remaining and where the leader is on the track. Because the lap is so long around here, it would be very awkward if someone miscalculated the fuel and had to do an extra lap, because there's no way you're just going to be sort of clutching around the track. You definitely need a good amount of fuel in the car to make a lap here.
You certainly are. You're going to have to be careful, mind your P's and Q's, and also make sure that calculator is working properly in order to have a shot of making your way up through the field in order to save as much fuel as possible and be able to put the right amount of fuel in to get you to the end.
And an update on that protest that we saw between cars 24 and 29. They went side by side into the final chicane of the GP track. That was Tom Markel and Jay Daniels for Low Grip Racing and Team Schnitzel. It has been given, I believe, if I can see correctly, NFA. No further action between that. As I mentioned, they did protest each other, which is probably a good indication of that. Both teams thought the other was at fault, and if no one team can really be found at fault, then it makes sense that it was just down to a racing incident. Markel was certainly a bit late, but I think I would put it slightly more on him, but seeing the replays, Daniel did also sort of turn in a little bit as well when there was some overlap. So probably a fair enough decision from race control there, and they continue as they are. So Low Grip Racing still in 7th place, with Team Schnitzel after that incident now down in 9th. Over here on the back straight though, trying to catch down that Low Grip Racing car, and the gap has just increased over this lap.
It certainly has, and of course for one of our front runners on the track, the FBP Sim Racing of Sebastian Harzim, he has now made his way down to pit road to serve his fuel and services needed to continue on.
Yeah, pit stops, penultimate pit stops almost, coming in, whatever the one before penultimate is, third to last. Stops coming in for some of these teams. As FBP there are, I believe, changing drivers, if I'm not mistaken, as they will be coming back out onto the race shortly. Jonas Weider, I see, is in the car, but not back out on the track, if I'm not mistaken, just yet. So he'll be obviously trying to close that gap down to Tim Kaisner, who is leading the way. But there goes Weider leaving the pit lane in that number 26 machine. They've been there in that second place for a long time, for quite a few hours now, and they will be trying to work something out in that. But unfortunately, that gap ahead has just come down. However, it looks like it's 1:35, so they've definitely gained some time throughout that pit stop sequence. And if they can do that and gain 10 seconds here and there, get it under a minute, start putting some pressure on adrenaline, then we might see just a few mistakes coming here and there.
We certainly may see a few mistakes coming in here and there for those drivers here in this stage of the race, so we'll see what they can do. And of course, one thing that Jonas Weed and the FBP Sim Racing team need to realize, they have a few lap advantage over Adrenaline of Tim Kasner. We saw them, Kasner has to make a driver swap now. Compared to what FBP Sim Racing is deciding to do, they could go to the end without a driver swap.
And that is always an important one for fresh battles or not, as we've seen the 29 there. Is that they get out of the way, or is that actually for position? Now that is for position there, losing a place to the 107 Torque Sim Sport by Wagner Schweintecken, getting there up a position to 9th place. Close battle though, but Team Schnitzel there with Jay Daniels has just gone back and back throughout this stint, unfortunately, with that contact in this very corner that we were just mentioning that has been given. Racing incident, no further action from the steward, so they do have to continue with that one and probably have a bit of damage in that car, but Torque Simsport will be loving that one up into 9th.
They certainly will, and it looks like Fabian Sitter will, we just talked about that of course, so we'll see how this will play out for some of the other field of drivers with that penalty coming into play. As we watch on, here comes the Team Schnitzel machine to get around the Torque Freak, or the Torque Sim Sport machine, as they work their way through these two in a little bit of a fun battle. Of course, a tough break for the Torque Sim Sport team. They were so dominant in the first 2 hours of the race, leading pretty much at the front of the field, but due to the fact of penalties and issues of damages out on the track, it's going to cost them the chance of victory here at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, and they're getting closer to, I believe, the FBP Sim Racing car, who's just come out of the pit lane with Jonas Weider in the car as it stands. The Torque Sim Sport, they're trying to work their way along as you come up towards Schwedencross. Very important part of the track. Can they get past that lapped traffic? The GT4 car, I think that is. No, they're going to have to sit behind, and that is going to lose them some time, of course, but probably the safer thing to do. They're down into Araberg, diving down the inside and managing to make that position stick and try and hold on from Team Schnitzel to prevent Team Schnitzel coming back after swapping position a couple of minutes ago. It seems like Torque Simsport have that one covered.
They certainly do for this stage of the race here, so this is going to get exciting to see how this will play out for the two drivers as they get closer and closer to the end of this race.
Absolutely, and it's good to see that these battles are getting closer once again. After all these hours of racing, sometimes things, the paths wiggle and go everywhere, but then they come back together, which is great. Great to see. And also, it is an interesting point when you see these lapped cars trying to unlap themselves, which just shows you that the lapping here is not just about the raw pace. Sometimes it's just issues happen, and a faster team, as you say, a team like Torque Simsport might be challenging for the win at one point in the race, have a few issues, they're trying to come back, and they might be able to unlap themselves here from Jonas Weider.
They might be able to do that here momentarily, and this is really going to provide some great action for our competitors here, so we'll see if this is able to pick up and change the outcome a little bit as these two battling for position, working their way towards the back half of the Nordschleife as they work their way into the braking zone, still nose to tail as we keep an eye on him. And of course, that's the second place car of Jonas Weed right ahead of him.
That is unfortunately losing out for the likes of Team Schnitzel by Starlight, losing some time here and there. 3.5 seconds now. They can't keep up with the pace of Torque Simsport, and that is certainly the way that we were expecting with how easy that overtake was. Schnitzel not defending that one too much as it stood. And of course, that is the battle for 9th place. They do have 21 seconds ahead to PCF Racing, who are also only 6.5 behind Low Grip. So these, what's that, sort of four or five cars are very close together, which is great to see, as that is the NJB, if I'm not mistaken, car coming up the back. No, that is, sorry, the TLDR SimSport car. So they've actually swapped position on this lap as it stands. So TLDR, they're in that 5th place, as their number board will update as they go across the line. And this car has been very fast. We've got Jack Mitchell in the car now, trying to put it in some pace. Elliot Halo was doing a very, very good job. And now is the turn of Mitchell to try and put in some fast laps.
And it is his turn indeed here as they work their way across the start-finish line. As we see the Jack Mitchell working his way through. Cool, a little bit of a quiet night. First time we've seen him in the sim for the broadcast. So we'll see what he can do, if he can pick up a little pace and have a shot of maybe coming home with a strong run.
And finishing the race strong is certainly what you want to be doing, because sometimes you can have a bad start, but it's how you recover, of course, is always the way that you want to do. As we're seeing the SP7 leader, Dan Drakier is in that car. The number 10, Zekarul car, is actually leaving the pit lane now already, and still very comfortably. 3 laps now is the lead to Adrenaline with Rene Kramer in the Cup car for the Adrenaline Cup car. We've obviously got one in each category, leading the way in the SP9s, 2nd place in the SP7s.
And as we see that there, you see the Thomas Singvogel in the NGB Performance machine coming down to get service, as well as possibly also serve a penalty.
Oh, look at the front of that Hyundai there. Loads of damage. That is a P4 there in TCR. Is that though? Actually, I only see 3 left, so that is an interesting one. But it's probably because they are actually the final one. Yeah, the 552 grayed out because they are in the pit lane, but they'll come back on. There they go. The Sport Racing green car with Paulik at the wheel of that one. But you're seeing Singvogel there coming down for the 447, and they're currently in 6th place for NJB Performance. And they come past the green cone out back onto the racing circuit. So a lot of these pit stops coming in. Interesting that there's quite a few cars, especially in the SP9s, that are on the same lap. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 6th, 7th, all pitting on the same lap, whereas TLDR and Adrenaline are 2 laps ahead of everyone, but they've remained 2 laps ahead. So at some point that differential has come into place, and it has remained there. And of course that is a slightly important point for the final pit stop, because some will be longer than the others.
Quite a bit longer indeed here as he makes his way through. And away they go, getting around now some more lap traffic here, as that's one of the SP10 GT4 car, or Porsche GT4 Caymans, as they try to work their way through the Schumacher S's up ahead.
So as they do Porsche on Porsche action. And yeah, pretty crazy to see that we have, is it 3? Yeah, 3 Porsches in each of 3 different ones in each of the different classes as well. In the top 3 classes, the SP9, 7 and 10 category, we of course have the GT3, the Cup car, and the Porsche Cayman as well. So yeah, pretty important fact, of course, for the likes of Porsche, putting in so much money into the different levels of racing. Having that car, of course, they had the GTE, the GTLM car, the RSR car as well. Before that category is of course now defunct, but still putting a lot of effort. And now into the new the GTP LMDH regulations as well for 2023. Really putting in a lot of money into the world of motorsport and sim racing, of course, with the PESC series as well. Definitely very much in line with the new esports and sim racing era that we've got at the moment.
Certainly is an opportunity as we pick up our TCR leader currently of Dennis Neindhardt, who's behind the wheel of that 168, who's just been in cruise control, trying to avoid the chaos that's been going on around him and getting himself ready to go to the end.
Yep, certainly is. And it's coming down to, of course, 3 hours to go in the race. So 21 hours almost completed of this race. And a great effort from the teams still out there, still pushing. And I still can't get over the fact that between P1 and P2 in SP9 is 1 minute and 40 seconds, which it pretty much was when we rejoined almost 4 hours ago now. The gap has stayed the same within 5 seconds here and there. They've been so close on pace. I'm intrigued to see how that one is going to continue, of course, within inside the last 3 hours. But as it stands, Adrenaline still leading the way in the SP9 category with their number 47 car, with Zakuro Esports number 10 leading the way in the SP7 Porsche Cup category. And then we, of course, have Frozen Speed in the GT4's SP10 category. And then we have .exe Esports, the number 168 for the TCRs. And both of all of the SP7s, TCRs and SP10 category all have a large lead of over a lap, and in some cases 2 laps as well. But the SP9 category still has somewhat of uncertainty, with it being just 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Certainly is the case here, and we'll see how that will play out for them as they get closer and closer to the end of this race. The TCR class, though, even though it's not been really a big field of cars, it provided some great racing action, and see how this will play out.
Yeah, obviously started with 56 cars. We're down to 36, if I'm not mistaken, as well, which we have been at that level for quite a while. And I believe there's only been 2 retirements since we came online. 472, the Race Tech Performance Green, Christoph Pedersen, that was down in Arenberg. Massive crash he had. They sat in the pit lane for 20 minutes and then decided to call it a day. And similarly, the 992 of Charlotte Racing by Tam Livery with Hanno Booz in the car also had a big crash, sat in pit lane for 24 minutes and then decided to call it a day. And then also the 111, the Progressive Sim Racing GT3 of Patrick Bartz at the wheel, came into the pit lane and then just seemingly escaped. They didn't wait there for too long, but maybe just didn't either have the inclination or had the drivers to get to the end, but they were in 3rd place at the time.
They certainly were, and set themselves up for a good run here. And of course, you know, it's been incredible to watch these drivers battle it out here. And as the sun is pretty much now 10:30 in sim time, pretty much the late morning, about to get ready to go into the noon hours here, as we see the action temperatures starting to pick up just a tick here around the circuit, as there's still quite a bit of action that could happen between now and then. But really, the track and air temperature still hasn't changed. 64 degrees, clear skies, track temp 65 degrees, winds out of the west at about 3 miles an hour.
Yeah, loving it. It's perfect conditions, really, for the race. Not too hot, not too cold. And just the tiniest bit of wind, as you say. So very good conditions for racing today here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, as we are getting towards the final stages, of course, of the winter 24 hours of Nürburgring as well. And it's been a great run of action so far. We've broadcasted the first 5 hours, and then the previous preceding 4 hours to this one, so the first 5 and final 7, so half of the race being covered on the broadcast. And of course, it has been certainly a very sort of strategic race, and one filled with incidents, of course, at parts. But the last few hours, as ever, as you get into the morning here, has been a little bit more calm, with the fact that the cars have spread out quite a bit. They have sort of put themselves in their position for the race, but there's still some, such as this battle. The NJB performance car now trying to hold on from PCF Racing Neon there. 2 tenths between them, about 2 minutes up ahead. So a very important battle as we're getting this battle. Number 5, they're trying to get their nose down, but that is not the place as you get towards Flansgarten. It's not somewhere that you want to be going side by side as you go over the little jump.
No, you do not want to go side by side over that little jump. That's a little bit of chaos that you got to be careful with, and you do not want to do that here, as we see these two really putting on a beautiful fight for the 6th position as they work their way through nose to tail. There you see the PF Racing Neon trying to just find his opening, crisscrossing his way around as they work through the top of the hill here and set themselves up for a good run down the Dottengerhohe and trying to see what they can do. Through the bank curve they'll go, and this is going to get exciting as they make the run that straightaway.
Yes, certainly an important corner here through Galgenkopf onto the back straight. As you say, a very important part of the track to get the run, and then the slipstream all the way down. It's just uphill. You go slightly downhill here, then as you see in the background, it's just all the way uphill. And the car does start to struggle in 6th gear. Top of 6th gear, you'll be sitting doing well over 160 mile an hour coming underneath the Bilstein Bridge. Is there enough run? Is there enough speed for the PCF Racing Neon car to go around the outside of the Porsche? NJB going down into 7th place as it stands, still side by side, but no, that is going to be the BMW. PCF up into 6th place. A nice easy overtake. Porsche not able to hold on with the top speed, even with returning the 6th. And as we come through Tiergarten to finish this lap, that is going to be a nice position there. Easy enough for the number 5.
And if they work their way out of Tiergarten, it will give that PCF Racing Neon the chance to get in the 6th position, as Martin Steinhilbler is currently holding strong in that position as we ride on board with Thomas Singvogel, who is in that NGB Porsche.
Certainly getting a bit close, slow down to turn 1, but actually just missing the apex, braking a bit too late, and that is going to hinder that battle even more as it goes over a second, coming through turn 2 and now onto the GP track for another time. And certainly a battle that we were expecting, but of course when you meet at the right time like that to overtake on the Dottingerhohe, it just makes that job so much easier, of course. And that is some of the closest cars on track, of course. But this battle for the lower end of the top 10 in the SP9s has gone on for a while, and it's given us some good battles, some good entertainment. Behind NJB, you've got 40 seconds back to Talk Simsport by Wagner Schweißtechnik, who we saw a little bit earlier actually making some moves on Low Grip Racing, and Low Grip's still right behind them actually, but Talk Simsport actually I think in the pit lane as it stands, which is why there is some time lost for them at this moment in time, as the next round of pit stops comes in for some of the teams with just 3 stints to go in the race.
Yeah, working their way through around the circuit, we pick up the Motul Esports machine of Kai Schubert as he works his way around one of the SP7 categories as well as the TCR class, as they negotiate through the traffic here, coming out of the banked corner of the carousel, and continues on their way. Very critical as he was able to make quick work of them and set himself up, as that was actually the bank corner, not the carousel, and heading themselves down through this long straightaway here of the Dottengerhohe, and really going to let that BMW open wide and head down here and try to pull away. Still not a whole lot they can do. They're going to need a little bit of help in order to try and get a chance to go and challenge the Pirabelt Sim Racing group of Jonas Weed behind the wheel of the 26.
Yeah, unfortunately just quite a big gap forming there, as we are seeing Frozen Speed FSR 85, your leader in the SP10 GT4 category, going into the pit lane. We've got Joachim Franosch there in the car as it stands, and they've easily got a 2-lap lead over Talk Freak Racing by TFR Lab. We've got John Goodwin in the car, also in the pit lane as it stands. So that class looks fairly settled as it is, of course, with the way that the race has gone for them. But Frozen Speed have been there for quite a while. They were leading all the way back in that 5th hour when we left you, so they've been fairly comfortable, and that is why the gaps have got so big over the course of the last, what would that be, sort of 15 hours or so since then.
Really has been, and as we see there, you see not too far behind the Torque Freak racing machine, behind the Motul Esports machine. So Mr. John Goodwin will continue on his way in that beautiful Mercedes AMG GT4. Running some very consistent lap times, but still about anywhere between 3 to 4 seconds off the pace of what Frozen Speed FSR was able to run all day long here in this 24-hour race.
Yeah, the pace from some of these teams has been unbelievably good, really. To be honest, we have seen, of course, some slightly slower laps on the live timing now, but that's just because I think with the in and out laps of the pit stops, obviously adding some extra time for going through the pit lane, so we'll have to wait another lap for that one. But here is John Goodwin that we were just mentioning. He was in the pit lane, has come out 2nd place in the SP10 category, but 2 laps off, and certainly the speed difference is something that you need to look at. And even then, the fastest lap of this Torque Freak car is an 8-minute 44, whereas the Frozen Speed fastest lap was an 8:41. So yeah, almost a 3 seconds difference between the two cars in terms of their fastest lap. Of course, that is just the peak, but of course the average would be quite a bit different to get to a 2-lap gap as well.
Latest case here, there you see John Goodwin trying to stay ahead of the competition. He's got one of the SP7 cars trying to get around him quickly. But it's in the area where you have to be careful and a little bit patient if you want to survive here around the circuit.
Patience is king around the Nordschleife through the Ardennes Forest, of course, and very difficult track indeed, as we mentioned a few times. But of course, that's going to be just moving out of the way to let the Cup car through. Not the huge amount of pace difference between them. Just about 20, just shy of 30 seconds a lap, really, 25 seconds a lap between the two of them. And of course, if you divide that by 25 kilometers, it's only really a second a kilometer, so it's not actually too much really between the two. But you can definitely see the pace difference in the straights coming up to Schwedencross there, as the Cup car goes flying in and able to hold on to the car, of course. As we've now got a 2-lap gap for each of the SP7s, 10s and TCR gap at the front. So we're just losing a little bit of time there on that stint. Have now gone 2 laps down actually for 2nd place in the SP10s.
As they work their way through, as we pick up Thomas Singvogel in the 7th position in the NGB Performance Porsche. Currently no drivers around him for the moment, but we had to overcome a couple of penalties. He's 10 seconds behind the PFC Racing Neon machine currently, and has a 40-second lead over their rival, the Low Grip Racing.
Yeah, still some close times out there. Just not enough really to keep that battle. Of course, they were in quite a fierce battle for a little while. Just not enough, though, to hold on to that position, which is a bit of a shame for them, as they've made some moves and also gone backwards. So it sort of fluctuated a little bit for that car. Just missing the apex there as well. So not necessarily the line that they would have wanted at that part of the corner, but coming down to Flansgarten, of course, little jump and into the massively fast right-handed corner. You can actually go and stand there. So just literally by the apex of the corner, the real-life road is right there behind the fence. So you can actually go and park and stand there and have a look. If you're ever going around there to visit the Nordschleife, a good place to see some of the tourist cars go around. It's always funny to see little Citroen Saxos and whatever else weird, funky cars like to come out here on the tourist days. But when we go racing for the winter 24 hours, of course, it is the big boys and the SP9s leading the way here. Now onto the Döttinger once again for the 447. Currently sitting in that 7th place, but we jump to Tim Kaisner there, leading the way in the number 47. He's been in that car for a couple of stints now, so probably will get out at the end of this stint for one of his teammates to take the car for the final 2 and a bit hours for the Adrenaline E Motorsports, still leading that way as they have for quite some time. They've had massive control over this race in that GT3 category, in that, yeah, the 47 car just doing such a good job, and they've held off the car behind of the 26 of the Parabit Sim Racing. And as much as they can do, that gap has remained stable throughout the last 4 hours.
Certainly has remained stable indeed here as Tim Kasner continues to lead the charge and set himself up entering onto the Nordschleife and begin his run once again. A lot of things happening for him and a great opportunity for this Adrenaline E Motorsports team to look ahead as they try to hold on for the next 2 3/4 hour.
And that is looking to be quite good with the gap that they've been able to hold off. But Jonas Weider doing some decent laps there, 11.8 last time, 9.4 though actually to Adrenaline, so it did go back the way of Adrenaline by 2 seconds on the previous lap. And just to give you an insight into how that is quite fast, the other teams around there doing sort of 8.15s, 8.16s, so yeah, quite a few seconds advantage for those top 2 cars, which is why they have been the top 2 for so long. The cars behind haven't been able to keep up with them, which is certainly a disappointing point, but hopefully getting to the end will be their reward.
Certainly is going to be ready, and very important to see how this happens and plays off for these drivers, as 2 hours 45 minutes left to go on the clock for the Adrenaline E Motorsports team.
Yes, certainly is. And as we get towards 10:30 UTC, it's been 4 hours since we've come back. Myself will be dropping out of the commentary booth, but we do have Andy McEwen and Terry Radford to come into the booth for the final 2 hours 45 minutes of the race, and of course then the post-show as well to see the results of all of the drivers. But Terry, if you're there, how are you feeling going into the final couple of hours of this race?
Well, good morning from the Eastern time zone in Georgia in America. It's cold over here, and I'm wrapped up like a taco. But this looks fun. I've been sitting here watching for the past 30, 45 minutes, just seeing what these drivers doing, watching the stints that are going around here. And to see what the SP9 class has done with the close quarters you see. I mean, 1:44, that's pretty good for 20-plus hours of racing. And to see the 47's dominance, I'm very excited. First 24-hour race I've called, and it looks to be shaping up to be a good finish.
Yeah, sorry, good morning, Terry. Yeah, just waking myself up here. It's a little bit cold and chilly in the UK this morning, but you're absolutely right. What better way to get my day started, at least, than the final few hours of a 24-hour race? I really do love 24-hour races, and a lot of people will be tempted to think maybe that the last 3 hours or so, that's the least interesting bit of a race of this length, because the cars have spread themselves out around the track. Obviously, we've had quite a few retirements through the night as well, but actually, in my experience, it's these last few hours where we have often a few little twists, a few surprises, and I'm sure this race will be no different.
I think this is really gonna shape up to be something fun. I mean, for the fans that have stuck around and watched the first part of it, and then tuned in for the second split of our coverage of the last 5 hours of this race. I mean, we've really seen, I wouldn't say pure dominance, but I mean, it's been sheer dominance here for the 47 team. And then you go down to your SP7, you see the 10 of Dan, the 85, the 168, the TCR class. They've really set themselves up head and shoulders above the rest. I mean, their driver lineup was phenomenal. They went out, they executed pit stops, they executed these stints to perfection. And they've got 2 hours and 43 minutes to go out here and just put their whole body of work together and finish this out to win the 24 or the winner side.
This is the perfect situation for them to be in, really. A 2-lap lead is a nice, sort of comfortable position for the last few hours. They can relax a little bit, not too much, because when drivers start to really relax in the closing stages of a race, that's often when mistakes can come. But yeah, 2-lap lead, it just means that you don't have to be running at fastest lap pace every lap. You don't have to push the fuel any further than you need to. You know, if you need that splash and dash at the end, you can make that, and you know it's not going to lose you any time. But within SP9, as you said, that is an awful lot closer. 1 minute and 43 seconds sounds like a lot, doesn't it? But around the Nordschleife, that really isn't a particularly comfortable margin, and all it would take is the slightest little misstep for Adrenaline eMotorsports, and they could be under an awful lot of pressure. And despite the fact there is less traffic on the road right now, there is still some lapped traffic for them to be overtaking over the final few hours. Drivers are tired. They're starting to reach the end of their tether a little bit at this point of the race, so mistakes can happen, and they've got to make absolutely sure that they are on the money for the remaining 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Hell, I'm tired. I'd imagine what these drivers are doing a couple stints down the road, so I get that. I mean, it's 4:45 came really early. When I heard that alarm go off, I said, man, I don't think I have enough energy drinks in the world for this. But we're awake. We're ready to go. But you think about that 1 minute, 44-second lead that Adrenaline eMotorsports have in that GT3 car. You're right. You could run up on an SP10 car or the TCR class, and that's it. I mean, that's your race. You get slowed down in two or three sectors in a row, and it takes a second to regain your lap time back here. I mean, you don't just automatically go back and pick it up. It's a rhythm racetrack, and if the 47 just finds, you know, the speed and stays in the class like you see here, we're good. I mean, they'll roll to victory. They'll continue to go. I mean, he stretched his lead out already. He's already picked up another second here. So we'll see when the next stint comes where we're going to go with this, but I think it'd be pretty safe to say we might be talking to that 47 team here at the end of this 2 hours and 40 more minutes left in this event. Hey, Taylor, are you tired yet?
I'm still here with y'all to give you a little bit of a rundown of some of the key points of tonight of this race here as we close in with about 2 hours and 40 minutes left to go in the race, Terry, and of course Ewan. Or Andy, I should say. But one of the points I should mention is, like you said, that Adrenaline eMotorsports car has pretty much, once the nighttime came, took over the race lead and never looked back. But there is still the wondering of making sure you don't have penalties. And looking over the Adrenaline eMotorsports team, they are one of the only few teams out there on the track who has not utilized a fast repair. So they took heed to the importance of what is going on, of staying off pit road. If you stay off pit road for the least amount of time, you're looking to set yourself up to have a chance of winning in your class or winning overall.
Yeah, and that is such a challenge, isn't it? And yeah, as Terry was saying, this Adrenaline eMotorsport car just utterly dominant so far. But yeah, for sure, throughout the night, I'm sure, Taylor, there were a couple of dramas, and it's always the way when you get to this point of the race as a team. You see the sunrise, you feel like perhaps you're on the home stretch, but I'm sure you've covered races like this in the past, and you know that it's not quite that straightforward.
It certainly is not. I mean, looking at one team, for example, of drivers who will not finish the race, and that's the Effect Esports team. The 911 Effects Esports Motorsports team for the SP7 class was one of the most dominant cars in that class, but one mistake plus penalties plus damage ended up taking that car out of contention. Same thing with the 909 Effects and the 910 machine, causing a lot of issues for that team, and unfortunately taking all three of them out of the race. Same thing with, of course, one issue for those who watched in the early starts of the race, Torque Sim Sports. They were leading the race, the pole sitter, for the first 2 or 3 hours of the race, but due to the fact of penalties, as well as also damage received to their car, they are now sitting in 9th position, 3 laps down from the race lead. So it just shows that a lot of things can happen no matter how prepared and how well you are at driving here at the Nürburgring.
Absolutely. And one last question before I will let you go and get some sleep, and I'm going to put you on the spot now. One thing I'm interested in with this SP9 battle is the pit stop strategy, because it is a 1 minute 45 second lead for the 47 car, but the one thing that could get the 26 car back in contention is if they can save a pit stop perhaps. So do you happen to know roughly, are they on about the same strategy, or is there a split there?
So there's a small little bit of a split between the two of them. The second place driver of course, the Peterbilt Sim Racing team have already can stretch their car out for another 2 laps. Plus, they've already done their driver change. So technically, they do not have to change their driver out from now on to the end of the race because of their pit stop, because the limit is 3.5 hours. They came in with about 3 hours and 10 minutes left and did a driver change. For Tim Kastner, he has to do a driver change to make it and be legal to the end of the race. So this could, in effect, change the whole outcome of how the pit stop will come into play for each one of these drivers. Kastner should be coming down pit road here in the next 2 to 3 laps to either top off with fuel as well as also do a possible driver change. And though for Jonas, he's going to have to come down and just do his basic requirement stop, which is fuel and tires to make it to the end.
Okay, that's interesting then. So there is still every need here for both of these top two teams to be pushing hard then, because the strategy, as always seems to be the case at the end of a 24-hour race, can change around even in the final few hours. So, right, well, thank you, Taylor. If there's nothing else urgent that we need to know, I think it might be the kindest thing for us to do to let you go and get some sleep, I think.
Much appreciated. I can't thank all the amazing people here for the winter 24-hour of Nürburgring to have me come on and do this amazing event. I mean, first 5 hours, myself and Justin Prince called the race, and then, myself and Cameron finished it out. It was some great racing. Looking forward to seeing how it plays out in the end.
Excellent stuff. Big thank you to Taylor and to Cameron as well for taking you through the last few hours of the race. And it's myself and Terry now with you for the final 2.5 hours of racing around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And that's interesting then, isn't it, Terry? So there is a strategy difference between these top two cars. The second place car may be the best part of 2 minutes behind, but they potentially have done their final driver change.
Yeah, but you look at lap times. I mean, obviously, I was listening to Cameron talk here in the latter part of his stint. You know, lap time's still 2 minutes. I mean, there's still a 2-minute gap in between the two here, because Tim's still running 8:05s. And then you go back there to Jonas, he's running 8:07. So there's a massive difference. And then it just determines on who the 47 puts in the car. So obviously, if the 47, you have to get up to speed, you have to get up to temps, you have to get your tires warmed up, put some heat in them. The track temp is just phenomenal for racing. It is just maximum grip out here so far. The last we checked, it was 18 degrees Celsius, 67 degrees for my Fahrenheit side, you know, the American side of it. But there's a lot that's going to go into what's going to finish this race. Obviously, with the driver change compared to not a driver change for the 26 machine, that BMW GT3 car back there in the second place, as we take a look at him here, he's going to make up a good part of his time. For obviously, he's already out there. He's already up to temp. He's going to have to start putting better lap times down. This is the part of this race, obviously, with 2:30 to go, he has to pick it up tenfold. You know, the person in his ear letting him know, hey, you got to go make up this time in this sector. You get around here, you have to be able to push the car to its absolute limit. And I mean, if you're Tim, he's stretching this lead. That's picked up another second. It was 144. It's now 145 and growing. So maybe the 26 back there, maybe he's saving a little bit, waiting for that driver change to happen. But if the timing's correct here, 6 stint for the 47 to 5 stints compared to the 26 back here, so a little bit of a difference.
Yeah, that's interesting as well. So yeah, that's one of those situations that over the first hour probably of our stint together, we will get a better read on how long they are going between pit stops. Taylor seemed to be suggesting that the 26 car perhaps had stretched a couple of extra laps out of the tank in the earlier stages, and that could be crucial in that last half an hour, because it's a long lap here. 2 laps is 16, 17 minutes or so, so could be the difference between having to make a splash and dash in the closing stages and not having to do that. But really important here for Peterbilt Sim Racing as well, that they don't give up. You know, they still have this chance. They've got a competitive car. It looks like they've got a clean car as well, which is not the case for some of those running further back. They've clearly avoided the worst of the incidents up to this point. So, you know, they've got every chance here. All it takes is the slightest slip from the leading car right back in this. But Terry, what a challenge this is. You know, you're tired as a driver, you're worn out, you've not had enough sleep, you're trying to think through the strategy and trying to match the pace of what has been an incredibly quick race at the front of SP9. And you're not doing this around a simple and easy racetrack. Each and every one of the, 170 turns on this Nürburgring Nordschleife is capable of catching you out. So the pressure, whether you're in a battle or not at this stage of the race, is through the roof.
Well, I struggle getting around here without having to think. For these drivers having to think strategy and having to think what they can do to push the car just an inch more, right? That's a big challenge. I mean, Nürburgring is massive. It is absolutely massive. 8-second lap times around here, and that's fast pace. You know, you slow this thing down, you get back into the slower portions. You could run up to a 9-second lap time around here. You know, my pace, right? Where I would be sitting if I had to calculate math and understand what time I had to come pit, think about a driver change, and trying to get everything set correctly. And it takes a village to run one of these 24-hour races. They've got 2 or 3 people on standby just in case the driver starts to cramp. And while it is sim racing, that's a real thing. You know, fatigue, cramping, stuff like that. When you're sitting in the cockpit, you're sitting in your sim rig, you know, you're hitting the gas and the brake. I would say probably about 20-30 times a lap. You're sitting there on that brake pedal. You're sitting on that gas pedal. You're having to work both legs. All your hamstrings are working. Your lower body hurts. Your upper body hurts. I mean, I'm sitting here calling. I've been sitting in my comfortable-ish chair getting ready to call this thing, and my shoulder already hurts. So I can just imagine what these drivers are doing 8 seconds around this massive racetrack. And to know that they have 2 hours and 30 minutes to go, I think that that might bring a little bit to them, and hopefully they're drinking a ton of water.
Yeah, that's true, actually. You do need to keep hydrated. It may be the winter at the moment, and I would guess most, if not all, of these drivers are competing from Europe, where it's not all that warm at the moment, but you work up a sweat when you're in the sim, that is for sure, and a lot of people don't always realise just how physically demanding it can be. So, we are hoping that the drivers have looked after themselves and the team are there to look after them over this final 2.5 hours, because many of the drivers you're seeing in the cars now are likely to stay in them until the end. I think this driver will be one of them. We're on board here with Jochen Franosch in the Frozen Speed Full Ascend Racing car, the Mercedes AMG GT4, which has a 2-lap lead within the SP10 class. And the reason that I say he should be in until the flag is because I did spot just before we jumped on air about 10 minutes or so ago that it's Harley Horton who had just got out of the car. So I am sort of awake, Terry. I'm kind of keeping track of what's going on.
Well, I woke up at 4:40 on the dot. In my alarm, I was so excited to come call this race because, once again, first time doing a 24, first time catching the end. Normally, you know, RacespotTV puts, they would say the dumb hillbilly, smack dab in the middle, right? They put me in at that midnight hour over in the American time zone when people are kind of awake. They're like, man, who's this guy talking? And they're like, yeah, I don't care. I'm going to sleep. And they leave us on their desktops or whatnot. But yeah, closing the show is a pretty big deal for a 24-hour race, because you have a responsibility to keep up with all 22, 23 hours that go before you to understand what the stints are, what the driver swaps are going to be, how long they got to go. But only at RacespotTV do you get a guy at your side of the world, and you get a guy on my side of the world calling the end of one of these endurance events. That this is the final one of the year, and then we go into the 24-hour of Daytona starting in the early part of 2023. But what a massive year this has been in the world of GT3 racing and endurance racing for 2022. These drivers didn't just, you know, come out here and say, I'm going to run the 24-hour of Nürburgring. They put a lot of time into their programs to get this where it is today. And you think of a team like Adrenaline E-Motorsports with the GT3 up here. You think of the leader in the SP7s as well. A ton of time, a ton of practice they put out to get ready for these events. And I'm looking forward to 2023 with these groups. I want to see what Daytona brings. We'll see the best of the best come out and win that race. Let's get ready to go. But I'm looking at the chat. 4 liters of water gone. So we talked about hydration, a big key. They're putting some water down. I mean, I'm drinking rain. So, I mean, there's no water in my body unless we're by, whoever. But orange dreamsicle this morning.
Yes, yeah, that's certainly something the teams have to be careful of, keeping themselves hydrated, keeping themselves in top shape. And an interesting point you make, that the amount of practice that goes into doing a race like this is incredible. I competed in my first iRacing 24-hour event middle of the sort of spring last year, and I'll be honest, I did it as a bit of a laugh. I happened to have a weekend where I wasn't doing anything, and there was a 24-hour multi-class race at Silverstone, and yeah, why not? Let's give it a go. I've always wanted to do one. And I went in with a little bit of practice, but not a huge amount. I hadn't done as many race stints as I probably should have done. And I certainly hadn't accounted for how physically draining it was going to be. And being a little bit too optimistic, maybe, I put myself down for a stint that I think began at about 3 o'clock in the morning. It was a double stint. And I was massively out of my depth, I realised, because you just can't go into an event like this without the proper preparation. And it's not just practice, it's practicing everything, practicing pit stops, practicing the changing over of the drivers, because as an iRacing noob, as I was at the time, you can mess that up very easily, believe me. There are lots of things that you don't think about that need to be practiced, and the top teams, they do this day in and day out, so that when they come into an event like this, they're a well-oiled machine, and those are the teams, Terry, who always will find themselves at the front at this part of the race.
Oh, you're absolutely right, and I've done 2 or 3 of them. I do a lot of charity races out here on the sim, or at least I attempt to make a start. Daytona's coming up. There's a 6-hour race that I'll try to partake in like I do every year. I try to make it a thing. And the first time I actually drove the GT3 car, driver change, pit stops, getting the fuel load correct to go down pit road, to make sure you uncheck the tires correctly while you're going around Daytona. And they made fun of me because, I didn't have that experience. I didn't have that road experience to come into the race and go, yep, I'm going to uncheck everything and come down pit road and swap drivers and get out of the car at the right time and understand what the pace needs to be to put yourself here. Lap traffic. I mean, you think about the different classes that are out here. You got the Porsches out here, you got the BMWs, you got the Mercedes, you got the Hyundais. There is a lot of different cars out here at different speeds, different rates that they can go through these corners. Their braking zones are different. So if you're catching them with a certain amount of speed, you have to understand where to go. Where's the passing zones going to be? There's certain places here you're not going to make that pass. I didn't have that experience whatsoever. I went sailing down into turn 1 against a much faster class than me and thought, man, I'm going to go make this pass. I didn't have to make it. I could have just sat there. I was second in my class at the time. Well, I quickly went for a spin, and they were not merciful with me, regardless of what I do in the sim. They told me to get wrecked, and I did. I went right into a tire barrier. We still finished 9th overall, so whatever. Big thing. We finished, but you have a lot. It's the leader right here, the 47 in the SP9 class is on pit road, so we'll see what this stint's going to be as we go along with the driver change. Should be happening here.
Yep, there they go. So the car in, up onto the jacks, and yep, that is a driver change. So Fabian Hari getting in now, and he should stay in until the end. But as we've seen, this is happening off sequence with the number 26 car then that had already made what we think will be its final driver change. Of course, they'll be pitting again for fuel and tyres before the end of the race, but this is, we think, the final driver change. So that lead gap is going to come right down to well under a minute. In fact, it's down to a minute now. Jonas Weider, you can see in the number 26 car on the timing screen, getting closer and closer and closer. And yeah, I'll make a note now. This happened with 2 hours and 23 minutes remaining in the race. We'll see how long this car can go. Back out onto the track it goes. Luckily, it's right at the exit end of the pit lane, so it's straight back up to speed. And by the time they've got some temperature into the tyres, I reckon that gap's going to be perhaps just under or just over 40 seconds. So it comes down by about a minute with a pit stop, and that proves, doesn't it, Terry, the importance of trying to save yourself a pit stop if you can, because a minute in a battle as close as this can make all the difference.
Yeah, it absolutely can. And you watched it went down under 40 seconds here as you try to get temps in the tires, you try to get temps in the brakes, you have to get comfortable. And the biggest difference that I saw here in this pit stop is the iRating change. It went from a 6K iRating down to a 3,000 iRating. So it's a 3974 iRating change that you saw there between what we saw with Tim and what we're seeing with Fabian. So maybe a little different experience when it comes to maybe official races. Not judging experience with Fabian. He's probably I would imagine he's very good as he's at this part of the stint, and he was told, hey, you're going to finish this race. But that's a much different iRating change than what I expected to see. I thought we would see a whole lot more 6K drivers go in, but you think of what Tim did. He put a massive lead there as we're on board here with the 447. It's NJB Performance coming down pit road here in the SP9 class back in 7th.
They were involved in that really close battle with the PCF Racing Neon car for 6th position. We were just jumping on board in the hope that we'd see some action, but instead the Porsche heads for the pit lane. So Thomas Singvogel looks as though he's staying on board, but no, there we are. We are having a driver change, so it's Dirk Huberts-Ruber who gets on now into the NJB Performance by NFCAD Porsche, and a little bit of repair work perhaps to be done to the front of that car as well. But this is the next round of pit stops then, coming with just under 2.5 hours to go, and the car that was running just inside the top 6 within SP9. But yeah, fascinating situation here then within the SP9 category. That gap continuing to come down on this outlap for Adrenaline E-Motorsports, down to 39 seconds now. And you know, that difference in driver rating and driver speed, that's all a part of endurance racing. When you're sharing the car with other drivers, there is often one driver who is a bit quicker than the others, one driver who's a bit slower than the others, but they all have to pull their weight, don't they? I think that the driver time rules in this race state that the difference between the most laps done by a driver and the least laps done by a driver can be no more than 50% of the race. So even if you are the weaker link, if you like, within the team, you still have to pull your weight, and that again can make a difference when the battle is as tight as this.
Well, and as I say that, you look at the time delta over here. He was stretching it there on that outlap, and this is the difference here. Is you're going to have a lot of drivers who are a little faster. Like you said, you'll have some drivers that are a little bit behind the 8 ball when it comes to it. The experience level overall, everybody has the same repetitions. Everybody's going to have the same laps around here. You'll practice the driver change. You'll say, okay, go out and run 20 laps. Do a stint for me and see, you know, how you get on pit road. Get a good fuel load down. Understand it. He's also had to go through some lap traffic. So to come off for the pits, go through lap traffic, find slower cars, you're going to lose some time there, especially on colder tires. You have to get that rhythm back down. It's probably been a good while since he's been in this car, turning laps around here. But then you factor in that the 26 still has to make this pit stop. So that 37-second lead that is currently held here by the 47 machine, it's going to grow, you know, substantially. Without a driver change again for the 47, the 26 doesn't have to make a driver change either. 36 seconds is while it seems like it is a lot, we talked about that with a minute 44, 36 seconds is just an off track here. It's very hard to get back on track from the grassy surfaces and the lack thereof runoffs in most of these parts of the racetrack. You can catch a wall in a blink of an eye here, and it could be race over real quick. But man, what a way to set us up for the last 2 hours and 40-something minutes of this race, all the way down to 2 hours now, with a very close battle for the SP9, you know, lead.
Yeah, this is what I love, because this is strategy now really coming into play, and if one of those cars has to do one fewer pit stop than the other, that could be the thing that decides the race. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll watch for the 26 car, see whether or not, or when it's next going to pit lane. You know it will have to. For the time being, the gap is hovering at around 37 seconds or so. Now, you was mentioning off tracks. We've got a couple of these TCR cars that I think have been in the wars and perhaps been exploring the limits of the circuit. This one hasn't, though. This is the DOT.exe Esports Hyundai Elantra that leads in the TCR class. It's Dennis Neidhart at the wheel for this portion of the race. SP10 cars, Porsche Cup cars, I think, just coming through to put another lap on it. We'll see the real speed down the straights that those Cup cars have. They've got some awesome straight line speed, lots of power. Very difficult sometimes to get that power down, in my experience. But that car is going to blast past the Hyundai, which is, again, one of the cleaner cars on the track. Now, of course, you do have the option to fix your car at pit stops, but the lesser car you have to do, the better. And for the 168 car, they've clearly had a fairly clean run so far. 2 laps, 2 and a bit laps, actually, is their advantage over the number 16 car behind them, and that's the AVA Vivatic Slow Choo Choo team. Yes, I thought that Hyundai just got off the road then, but just a bit of a slide as they go down towards the end of another lap, out onto the Grand Prix loop. And are they going to continue circulating for another lap, or are they heading for the pit lane? They're heading for the pit lane. So the TCR class leader heading to the pits. And we'll see now, Terry, whether or not we get another driver change here.
It'd be interesting to see what the 168 does. I mean, has a good advantage here. And this is what I enjoy about iRacing so much. Is you think about all the different cars that are out here, and then you see a Hyundai. You see a Hyundai Elantra sitting here racing just a normal street car. Worldwide, as there is a driver change going to be happening here. As George Simmons gets behind the wheel, 2-lap lead, so handed a very comfortable margin going into this final stint. Shouldn't change drivers anymore. Should be the final one that you see, but you think about that. Just the world of iRacing in general, where you could put all these different cars, all these different classes together with much different styles and much different personalities on the sim, where you think about this in any other facet of racing, you don't see this mixture of people that come together to run an event like this, especially the final endurance race of the season, where this is where most people circle around their calendar and say, hey, I want to run this race, and they practice 363 days out of the year. Maybe in a leap year they'll practice that extra day, or maybe they'll take a day off and rest. But what a time it is to be on the iRacing service and to see him come off the pit road with a 2-lap lead. I bet he's sitting comfortable right now. Maybe he has a little Snuggie on or something, trying to stay warm to get ready to race this. And all you got to do is, it's simple. Go turn a couple laps. Just go make it easy. You got 2 laps back there on the 16 machine of Francisco. You ain't got to push no more. Just ride all the way to the end.
That's absolutely right, and especially around a circuit like the Nordschleife, that's exactly the situation you want to be in, because I don't think this is a circuit that you can attack at 100% for more than a couple of laps before something goes wrong. So, whereas sometimes, Terry, we would say actually relaxing is a bad thing to do as a racing driver, because your brain can switch off and you're not hitting your marks quite as you normally would be. Actually, I think it's a sensible strategy around this track to have a sort of benchmark pace that is 85-90% of what you ultimately can do. Reserve that 100% push lap for qualifying, and during the race just run to a delta time. I don't think there's much point in taking any real risks. Now, second place within SP9 have just pitted, so there's only actually 1 lap difference at the moment between their pit strategies, and Jonas Weider has brought the Parabit Sim Racing BMW into the pit lane, and we'll wait and see whether he stays on board. It looks like he might be. In fact, we expect him to, don't we? We expect him to stay in until the end, so no driver change to be done. But there's our answer then, Terry. Only 1 lap difference at the moment between their fuel strategies.
Yeah, and that's not a massive difference in between. If it was 2 or 3 laps, I could kind of see, okay, maybe you'll allow the 26 to push a little harder in that second lap to go out here and try to make a bigger run at the 47, but he's going to stretch that lead back out. It was 36 seconds. It should easily jump here back up to close to where it was at. He lost a little bit with the driver change, but you talked about pushing. The pushing aspect of this race, it jumps up to 135, so it was 144 when the 47 came down pit road for that driver change. It's now 137, and now the outlap for the 26 of Jonas. But the pushing aspect of it. Obviously, Adrenaline E-Motorsports had to push quite a bit to get the lead that they currently have. But the massive difference is they didn't have to push for long. You know, they talked about the nighttime of this race. You get through some of the issues. You get through those first couple stints where you come down pit road. You get through the issues of people having, you know, a couple incidents off track or maybe getting held up in some traffic. They didn't have that, really. They were able to go through, pick their way through traffic, get the times that they wanted down. I mean, you think about the best time of a whole minute faster, or a whole second faster than the entire field. That's quite of a big of a difference when it comes to your overall body of work. And just the 47 has been, I'm not going to say on rails because I feel like I'll jinx them, but they've been pretty much on rails, and they've had a lot of respect out here on the racetrack where everybody's moving for them. They're not pushing it in the harder sectors of this race, but they only lost 4 seconds in a driver change for Pete's sake. That's phenomenal.
It is, especially because we had obviously a fuel difference between the two cars there for that lap. And I think that's part of why we saw the gap coming down in the way it was, because the Perabit Sim Racing car was on almost an empty tank of fuel, whereas the Adrenaline E-Motorsport car had just completely refilled. So that car was a lot heavier, and a full tank of fuel in these GT3 cars makes quite a big difference to your lap time. So you can forgive them for losing 3 or 4 seconds as a result of that. Motul Esports are in now. This is Andre de Brouwer in the number 50 car. I do love a Motul livery. I have to say that car looks really, really good. Drops down off the jacks, and it will be heading back into the race very shortly. They're running in 3rd place within the SP9 class, and I think had a decent advantage over the Frozen Speed Full Send Racing car of Leon Erger behind. So 3rd place should still be theirs. They've done the tyres, they have refilled the car with fuel, and they send it back on its way. And we're seeing here, aren't we, Terry, that this BMW seems to be the car to have. They're locking out the top 3 positions within SP9. There were lots of them on the entry list, I noticed, and you can see why. It's clearly a strong car.
Well, and it looks good too. I think there's a lot of assets to these races, and you think, okay, I want good fuel mileage. Well, the BMW brings that to the table. You think about handling. I would go out there on a limb, and anybody can disagree with me in the chat. I think the BMW handles better than the Mercedes and the Porsche, and that's my personal opinion. I like what the BMW brings when it comes to the switchbacks. It comes to the braking power, just the way it feels. And when you get back on the throttle, it doesn't give you that rear slide that some cars give you. It allows you to push just a tad bit harder in those cars. And it also allows you to save quite a bit, still giving you that finesse that you look for in these cars. And it clearly shows. Top 3 lockout. And yes, there was a ton on the docket, but you look back there in 4th with Frozen Speed and the 37, or in the 9 machine. Yeah, I'm right. That's a Mercedes. You got a Mercedes that just jumped up to 5th here with Low Grip Racing Team, Tom behind the wheel. So there's a lot of drivers out here that just enjoy the BMW, and I sense a little bias here with that livery on this car. That maybe we'll see quite more of this one on cams.
It is a good-looking car, I'm not going to lie, and the BMW itself is. I like big GT cars. I like my racing cars to be big and chunky, and a GT car especially. I was a huge fan of the Bentley Continental GT3. Sadly, we see less of these days in real-world GT racing, but yeah, this car just looks right. It's got stage presence out on the circuit, and I very much enjoy watching it pound around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, hopefully for the remaining 2 and a bit hours or so. But it's also front-engined, and that I think is a good thing to have in endurance racing. It's a little bit down to driver preference, of course. Some drivers will prefer a mid-engine car or even the rear-engine Porsche, but for me personally, Terry, I like the engine to be out over that front axle. It puts more weight on that front axle, and it just gives you that bit more front-end grip, particularly on corner entry. And for a driver like myself who likes to really attack the corners, that's a nice thing to have. It also, I think, makes the car a little bit more stable. I've found that cars like the Ferrari 488, for example, it's just a little bit too twitchy for my liking. So yeah, the BMW, I've not given the BMW a go yet, but I can imagine it's a very user-friendly car to drive.
Well, I'm not too sure what Racespot, when they put the crew list together, they wanted 2 drivers in the booth that just enjoy to go out here and just attack every corner, because I'm in the same boat you are. I want to see, when I watch racing or when I go out and actually race, especially if I do any road racing, in which, you know, I am going to say I signed up for road racing in the PRL to drive the F4 cars, so, you know, a little shameless plug to tune into that. You're either going to watch me wreck at Long Beach, or you're going to watch me win. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I haven't quite figured out what my style's going to be in that race, but I love the BMW. You talked about the front with the motor being on the front axle. It gives you so much plant when you get on the brake in the corner. It allows that it allows me, I feel, to rotate the corner just a little bit better. When you get down on the brakes, especially in the hard braking zones, it just feels more comfortable. It feels more stable when you hit that brake. It doesn't chatter quite as much as some of the other cars that I've driven around here, or Watkins Glen, or Daytona, or Long Beach. You know, it just gives you that great feel that, oh, I can drive as hard as I want. And yeah, it's going to cost me a little time, but I'll gain it back at some point at the racetrack. And he's definitely doing it. I mean, he's up to 3rd. He has a lap lead back here, or very close to a lap, 4.5 seconds around here with the 9 machine, a Frozen Speed FSR. It is a gorgeous car. I'll give you that.
It's proven to be very, very effective. Now, from one front-engine GT3 car to another, this is the Frozen Speed from Racing car that we just mentioned, and it's heading for the pit lane. So pit lane is a busy place at the moment. I tell you what, we're doing a good job of this, aren't we? Every time we come to a new car, it heads straight for the pit lane. So
this is Hugo's fault. This is Hugo's fault. This is all his fault. He's been up like 3 o'clock in the morning. He's, you know, had his breakfast. I think he said he had some kind of breakfast sandwich or something over there in his part of the land. But I want a sandwich. I think my wife is close to being awake. Maybe I can get her to bring me a bacon, egg, and cheese or something. Who knows? I doubt she will, because she'll have to go to the store, or maybe she did get bacon when she went to the store yesterday. I don't know. It'd be interesting to tell. We'll have an update on that, you know, breaking developing story if I get a sandwich or not here in my back bedroom. But we take a look here at the 10 machine, all the way back here. That's the leader of the SP7 class. What a drive! 2-lap lead, comfortable, is able to go back and relax a tad bit. And that Porsche, I enjoy driving the Porsches as well. Not as much as I do the BMWs, but the Porsche is probably my 2nd or 3rd car that if I had to go out and turn some laps somewhere. Front power is fantastic. You got a lot of grip, a lot of speed, straight line wise. Just a gorgeous car.
I agree with you. I like looking at it. I like listening to it, actually. It sounds really good. I don't like driving it. I love the GT3 Porsche, but this Cup car I cannot get my head around, because there's no ABS, there's no traction control. It's got a lot of power. You need to be a good driver to drive this car. That might be my problem.
Well, I mean, I don't know if I'm a good driver. I don't think I've ever said that. I mean, my insurance rate here is through the roof. I got more speeding tickets than you could count on one hand. Maybe that's why I enjoy driving it, is I enjoy the speed a whole lot. But this is one of the cars that allows you to attack. I mean, you hear here, still on the throttle, was able to have good throttle control through the corners, the long sweeping corners that you have here. He was able to go as hard as he wanted. Look at the jump there. The nose just lifts quite a bit, gives you that stability like the Pro 4, the Pro 2 trucks does when you get up on 2 wheels. It just gives you so much drivability to go nail it through the corner. And without ABS, you're right, it makes you drive it the way you want to drive it. And if you go just an inch too far, well, your inch too far is going to be on a tow truck somewhere. You're going to be towing back to the pit lane. So that's why I enjoy them, because, I mean, you hear that. not a whole lot of off throttle time. Just a lot of swinging it through the corners, and just you can abuse this car without any consequences in some sense. But they're also a lot more trained than we are up here. That's why we got a headset on, and they're holding the steering wheel still.
Yeah, I often say there's a reason I'm a commentator, not a racing driver, and that's because it's a lot easier to talk about it than it is to do it, that's for sure. Now, we may have just had a little bit of drama in SP10, because the Frozen Speed Full Send racing car, which has had a 2-lap lead for a long time, that gap has come down to 1 lap now, and I think they just did another driver change, because remember I said that just before we jumped on, it was Harley Horton in that car. He's back in it now, isn't he? So they've had another pit stop on him.
They did, yeah. They came down and did the driver change there, and that's surprising. I don't want to speculate on why, but you know, you could think maybe the driver was under the weather. Maybe the driver didn't feel good that jumped into the car when we came on the air. Maybe the pace wasn't there. Maybe he was losing a little time. But it's down to a one lap lead here, and we'll see what the 481 can do if John Goodwin can go up there and torque freak race him and go catch up here. They do have another stop that they have to make as well. They're 6 laps on their stint compared to the 1, so I expect to see them on pit lane here the next lap or 2. But yeah, that's a pretty big development here.
We'll try and get to the bottom of that one then, but Harley Horton then jumping back on board the number 85 car, and the only reason that Harley's name jumped out at me is because he's the one driver on the entry list that I recognise, because I've spent the last couple of years commentating on him in real life racing. He was the runner-up this year in the Ginetta GT5 Challenge here in the UK, actually won the championship on the road, but unfortunately a penalty for his opponent that was later overturned meant that he lost the championship in a courtroom, which is never nice, but he's a very, very talented driver, Harley, and actually he and that team won the SP10 class in this race a year ago. So Frozen Speed Full Send Racing were arguably the pre-race favourites, but now they've got the Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab Mercedes, which we're following on the screen, chasing them down. Down now to, it's over a lap, but yeah, for whatever reason, the scheduled pit stop there for Frozen Speed means that this gap has just come down ever so slightly, and the Mercedes AMG GT4 chasing hard after them. Lovely sound that this car makes. Relatively one of the newer GT4 cars on the iRacing platform. I have driven this one, and I am a big fan of it. It does everything a racing car should do. It's nice to drive, it's fast, but perhaps more importantly of all, Terry, it makes a good noise.
Well, I haven't drove this car yet, but I own it. See, I'm just one of those weird people that go out and just buy the cars just to say that I own them, but I don't necessarily get to drive them all the time. I get pretty busy with my RacespotTV schedule and now real life schedule. So there's a whole lot going on there. As we have a battle for 5th between PCF Racing Neon and Torque Sim Sport by, I'm not going to embarrass myself. I'm just going to say Wager Schmittensnick. I think I'm right. But that battle for 5th going on here in the SP9 class. It's one of the only battles we've seen on the racetrack here so far. Hugo does a phenomenal job showing us pit entrances. Finally gets to show us the battle here under the 2-hour mark. And we'll see if the 107 can make this pass on the 5 here.
So you can tell I'm new around here because I haven't quite got to the level of confidence where I'll start taking the mickey out of Hugo's direction yet. So give me time and I might jump on that bandwagon. But you're right, he has found a really good battle here for 5th position. PCF Racing Neon hanging on just about, but these two BMWs have been very close together for the last couple of laps actually. I mean, we're going down slightly on the timing screens, and they continue to circulate closely together up through the top end of the circuit here then. My favourite sequence of corners on the Nordschleife is coming up now. The run from the carousel onwards really is just such a fast flowing sequence of corners down through Brunchen into Flansgarden, and then the really rapid run down towards the mini carousel and of course the Dottinger towards the end of the lap. And that is where the best overtaking opportunity lies really, that run down the back straight, which is coming up in just under a minute probably for these two cars. The slipstream effect is pretty powerful on iRacing, and I expect that we might see a move made there by the Torque Sim Sport car once we get onto that long back straight.
Yeah, that's what I would imagine. You see him back in the corners up, getting a good exit off. I mean, it's coming up rather quick. They're doing a good job keeping off of each other here in some of the harder braking zones around here. And the good part about this, the slipstream here, is that is one of your wonders. It had a bobble there. Wasn't able to get back on the power like the PCF Racing Neon machine was, but Hugo knows we love him, so we get away with certain things to get a good laugh at him, even though I think hopefully he's done with his breakfast by now as we catch this battle. I still want to know what the sandwich he ate was. As you see, still close, 3/10 here, now make it under 3, down to 2. Catch the slipstream coming up. Back stretch portion as we go on board here. Here we go. Gonna see this pass.
I think so. Look how close he is, and you can just see that slipstream take effect. I mean, it almost looks too easy, doesn't it? He pulls out. Now, for the PCF Racing Neon team, what they need to do is try and get a bit of a side draft. That's not what they're doing. They're staying completely the opposite side of the track and almost opening the door wide. So they slot back in behind. They'll get their own slipstream now, though, down the second part of the Dottingerhoe, and they might actually be able to get back alongside as they run down into these final few corners now. Let's see. This will be an interesting run towards the end of the lap, but no, I think Torque Sim Sport have managed to get the place successfully, and it does look as though they're the quicker of the two cars. So, you know, sometimes, Terry, in that situation, if you're being caught by somebody by, you know, a second or two, never mind, into the pit lane they go, and so all of that battle is now sort of irrelevant. So into the pit lane goes the 107 car. I was about to say that sometimes if you're being caught by another car, it's better just to let them through and try and follow them, but they weren't given that opportunity, unfortunately.
It kind of stings. I thought we were setting it for a good maybe lap and a half, 2-lap battle before we saw a pit stop, but yeah, this is right on time for the machine here, ready to come in. The 107 changed their stint, went about 6-7 laps here, right on the 7th. I think we just had a driver change. David Kerpick jumps into that car, so that's should be the final driver change for this SP9 cars. Drops back another spot to 7th. But I think if we're judging paints or liveries, I don't want to say paint schemes there. I quickly get smacked in the chat for saying paint schemes. It's a livery. I'm sorry. That livery looks really good. I like the difference of colors, and the red and the white and the black just all flow into one another. I would say that it's not as good looking as our Motul machine up there in 3rd, but I think this one looks pretty sporty itself.
It does, and there's a lot of work that goes into those liveries before the event, and teams often carrying those liveries in lots of different series and events that they compete in, and there are lots of very, very talented people, far more talented than me, who put those together. Looks like there's a bit of damage actually to the front of that 107 car, which they've not bothered to repair. You can get away with a little bit of bodywork damage on the iRacing platform without it massively affecting your performance, and the time that it takes to fix it sometimes just doesn't make it worthwhile. So they've left that slightly crumpled. Oh, and they go around. So they've just got the inside of the TCR Hyundai, and on cold tyres there, Terry, I think David Kerpick was caught out.
Yeah, and that was the biggest key that we touched on with the SP9 lead with Adrenaline and Purobit is the cold tires that's going to come out here when you come off the pit lane. You instantly go into some of the, I'm not going to say the most challenging corners around here because there's so many that are just difficult. But you have to be careful. You have to allow the temp to get in here. You have to pace yourself in the early part. It's kind of like drinking, right? You don't go out to the bar and just instantly say, hey, I want 5 shots of this off the jump. You take it easy. You start off with something light, maybe a mixed drink, a little Shirley Temple, maybe a vodka lemonade. Who knows? A little screwdriver action. You don't just jump into, hey, give me the most stout whiskey you got and just take shots of it. You can't do that on the tires either. You have to allow the temp to get in here. You have to allow the comfortability to start to work and start to flow in this car. Get the brakes back to temp that you want to see. And he didn't do that. He went right around, but lost a little bit of spots and lost some time, but was able to regroup really quick. Was able to go here. So David's doing a decent job going out here. He fell back to that spot, but he's got the 447 in front of him. He could go all the way back up to 5th. It depends on what PCF Racing Neon does, if maybe they have the same issue as well.
Yeah, you're right, though. Goes to show just how quickly those little mistakes can creep in after a pit stop. And as Terry said, that wasn't even on one of the more challenging parts of the circuit, really, down at the Dunlop hairpin. But so easy to do on low pressures, low temperatures on those tyres. Now, hopefully, David should be finding a little bit of confidence in the tyres in the car and picking up the speed as he heads out onto another lap of the Nordschleife. Successfully negotiates that TCR, didn't he? He lost a lot of time to the TCR car, didn't it? It took him a while to catch back up, but he has now managed to slip through. At the front of the field, the gap is now going back out again, so that brief lap, really, wasn't it, where Peribit Sim Racing were closing back in on Adrenaline E-Motorsport, that was short-lived, because now this number 47 car, which we're watching as it makes its way towards the where are we? Near Flanksgarn, I think now, aren't we, on the run towards home on this lap. This car, 1 minute 49 seconds to the good, which is about the biggest that gap's been for a little while, creeping towards 2 minutes, and you can see that he's still pushing on here as he heads through this real roller coaster sequence of corners. You've got to be pinpoint accurate with your line there as you head through the Stefan Beloff S's, now up towards the mini carousel. This next corner, really sort of tricky corner, this. You necessarily think it was one of the harder corners, but easy to slip offline, and then up towards the Schwalben-Swans and on to the Dottinger Ho once again. So 1 minute 50, it is going up quite rapidly, actually, that gap, isn't it? So Adrenaline E-Motorsport, they have looked like they were struggling for a lap or so, but they're now starting to assert their dominance once more.
Yeah, he's he's clapping them. It's I'm surprised he's not trying to get the slipstream right there off that Mercedes. He's not running directly behind. He's actually running a little off counter, just a tad bit down here down the street. But I have an update on the sandwich for any of the fans that are watching. Bread with tomatoes, salad, and eggs. So a much different comparison to what we'll have over here on this side of the world. But yeah, I don't think I've ever eaten a salad or a tomato at all. I've never eaten a vegetable with it, willingly. Obviously, I'm a meat and potato kind of dude. It happens. The name of the product on the app was American Breakfast. I hate to tell you, Hugo. I'm not too sure I've ever heard of that sandwich, but we'll do some digging down here. We'll get an update on some of the other shows around here. Maybe RSR on Monday or PRL on Wednesday. Yeah, American Breakfast with the salad, egg, and tomato. That's an interesting combo there, Andy.
To be stereotypical here, but when I think of America, that's not the first thing that comes to mind, I have to say. Anyway, hope Hugo's enjoying that, and a big thank you to all of his hard work. It is, we do take the mickey out of producers sometimes, but their job is arguably harder than ours. We just have to sit here and talk, but covering all of the battles and all of the action around a circuit like this especially, it's not easy to do, so he's really earned that treat this morning, if that's what we're going to call it. On board with the NJB performance by NFCAD Porsche again, the 447 car making its way around the circuit. Dirk Hubert-Reuber at the wheel, and he has got a dream situation, really. No cars ahead of him, no cars immediately behind him, and this 447 car is able to just log some laps around this place. I mean, there is no better place to drive. When you're in the zone and you've got a car that's working well and you're not having to duck and dive through lots of slower traffic, this is the perfect view for a racing driver, isn't it, Terry?
It's just the perfect track with a view. I mean, you look at the trees down through these corners, you just think about this racetrack in general. It's gorgeous, and you're right. Just sitting out here, no traffic to the front, no traffic to the rear, just getting to run your own pace. You don't have to go offline. You don't have to change up your corner speed. You don't have to change up where you brake. And then you get to this transition here. Imagine having to do that with a car in the front of you. You see the transition where he actually had to bobble. You heard him lift a little bit when he went from the concrete back to the asphalt of the racetrack. It's just a great feel to hear cars go around this racing surface. But I feel like he would be a little bit happier to be a little further up in the order, but you've ran 22 hours and some change around here. I think 7th is a pretty good spot, knowing that a couple drivers in front of you do have to pit again. He has to make a couple more stops as well. But the 5th place driver of Hans Seger in the PCF Racing Neon machine has to come down within the lap or two. I just can't get over the view around here with all the trees. And iRacing did a great job scanning this phenomenal track here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's almost hypnotic, isn't it, when you're riding on board with a car at full speed like that, and Dirk Hubert-Ruber thankfully staying out so we can enjoy the view for a little bit longer. Right, I think we might be able to drag one of our drivers, who I think has just got out of the car, into the commentary box. We're joined by Jay Daniels, who's been racing the number 9 Team Schnitzel car, running in the SP9 category. Jay, thank you for taking some time to come and have a chat with us. How's your morning stint been going? I am not hearing Jay. We'll try that again. Jay, are you with us?
Yep, sorry about that. Technical difficulties there.
It's all right. You've had a long night, I'm sure, Jay. We'll let you off. How are things going for you guys this morning?
Mixed fortunes, I think. Overnight we did pretty well, to be honest. We managed to stay clean and not have to take any fast repairs or penalties or anything. But I think those guys that did are starting to come back now. So I think we're sort of settling back to where we expect to be.
That is the part of the race now where you really, I suppose, are starting to backtrack almost from the end of the race, trying to work out exactly who it is you're fighting. And when you do have cars that are reasonably close to you, either ahead or behind, the pressure's on. How hard is it, though, as a team now to sort of rally around the driver who is in the car for this final stint and keep them pushing?
Oh, to be honest, it's a breeze with James. James is driving the car at the moment, and he's one of those guys. You want him in at the end of a stint or at the end of a race, because he'll just put his head down and get the job done. He's one of those brilliant types of drivers that doesn't need the motivation. That being said, we're all in it together and we're all here, just about. So.
Yeah, I think a few of the teams are feeling the same, aren't they? Terry?
Yeah, so I got a question. We started talking about the preparation and the work that goes into doing these endurance races. Talk about the team in general. How much practice do you guys have as a whole to come out here and run a big endurance event like this?
Well, this one's a little bit of an oddity, to be honest, because this is obviously not one of the iRacing events. It kind of falls a little bit outside of our normal schedule, but we were pretty well practiced, and we did pretty well getting into the permit sessions to make sure we qualified for the race. I mean, we started that process probably a month and a half, 2 months ago, really, to start building a setup. Unfortunately, I don't know if you're aware, but there's a big update from iRacing which kind of threw all that out of the window. So we then, a week to go, we're under real pressure, and I think, if I'm honest, we've probably not landed where we wanted to be with the setup and stuff. I mean, you've probably seen, I know I've seen it on the coverage already, we're really slow on the straights at the moment, and it's excruciating when you know you can drive that bit quicker, but it is what it is. You flip a coin sometimes and just live with it.
All right, well, let me ask that. So going on to the setup thing, because I enjoy cars and I enjoy talking setups to get the most maximum speed. What do you feel, adjustment-wise, if you had to go back and do it again? Obviously, the update changed quite a bit. The update for me was like 15 minutes sitting here trying to get it on the PC. What are you feeling that you needed to put in that car for that straight line speed?
Well, the thing that we've lost here is because it's great that iRacing have kind of lined it up with the real world by bringing in the minimum ride height. So we're now sat like 20 mil higher than we would normally be. So I've seen all the Porsches are lifting up over the crests, and that's what's killing us at the moment. So it'd be really nice if we could get the nose down a bit more. That being said, I would just take off any wing we've got, just so we could at least hang with the BMWs and stuff on the straights. I'd take the sketchiness over the twisties to be able to stay with them. It's just that at the moment it's impossible.
that's interesting then. So even around a track like this, you'd rather have a car that's harder to drive but ultimately faster. I mean, that's the polar opposite strategy I'd go for, but that probably speaks more to my ability behind the wheel than anything else. But because this is not an easy track to drive, and over long stints on tyres that I believe are now wearing a lot quicker than we've seen previously, it is a hard balance to strike, isn't it, between drivability and outright pace?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're pretty experienced on this track, so I think the experience makes up for some of what you might lose in sort of downforce and stuff over the trickier sections. And yeah, it just at the moment we're just getting killed on the straights. It's really tough, but you know, it is what it is. You can't really fight that. I would take a kind of looser car at this point over safe, because at the moment we're not really pushing anyone along the road. So yeah.
Looking ahead then to this final hour and 40 minutes or so that we've got left, how are you guys looking for strategy? One more pit stop to the end?
I think I don't want to say for sure. There is a team. I think we're probably clear of the next team behind us. I think I need to check in with where everyone is, but probably one stop. If there's a splash, it's not going to be very much. It's only going to be a single lap. It might get to the point where it's better off for us to just save if we can. But yeah, probably not too much strategy involved at this point. The guys ahead of us are kind of in their little gaggle further up the road, which we're not going to impact them, I don't think.
I got
okay.
One
Oh, sorry, go on, Terry.
I got one final question for you. For the 2023 calendar, obviously your team, y'all as a group go and run the endurance races. A different driver lineup for Daytona. Obviously, if you're planning on running the 24 at Daytona as well to kick off the 2023 season.
No, we'll be running with the same three guys. So me, Mikhail, and James. So there's kind of our core lineup. It would be nice if anyone's interested out there. I'll use this as a platform. If anyone does want to come and hit us up for a spot, because it is much easier to balance the stints if you've got four. But yeah, we'll be doing Daytona, and then after that, I think Sebring is the next one. We always do the big specials because they're the ones that get the biggest participation, and we just love the challenge of those. So yeah, it'll probably be 3, but we're open if anyone wants to send me a message.
Awesome stuff. Well, big thank you, Jay, for joining us here in the commentary box. We'll let you get back to the team, but best of luck for the last hour and a half or so.
Yeah, thanks very much. Great coverage, guys, and really big respect to Robert for putting on a great event as well.
Yeah, here. Thanks very much, Jay. We've thoroughly enjoyed bringing you all of the action here from the Winter Nürburgring 24 Hours. And some interesting stuff from that conversation, Terry. I'm sure that already in the broadcast it's been mentioned about this update for the GT3 cars. I've not actually tried it yet, so I don't know exactly how different it is. But that, I think, is going to be a talking point for a while, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's very good that this isn't an official race on the iRacing surface. That this is a one-off separate event that happens yearly. But this also puts them in a good box. I mean, you heard him talk about getting ready for Daytona. They're already looking forward to the beginning. They know now what they have to change. They understand that iRacing went, I feel like, in the right direction. And I'm not just saying that because I work for them. I'm saying that because I feel like pushing everything more towards the real life sets people up for the real life opportunities. And to say that, right, you look at, I don't know if you follow much NASCAR or late models or late model stocks, but so that side of the world, you're starting to see Donovan Strauss get an opportunity to go race at Hickory. You saw Ray Alfala 4-time have a chance to race. Blake McCandless, the color voice for Coke, he got to go run at Hickory with Landon Huffman Racing. So a lot of opportunities from the sim to the real world side, and it's good when you can put them in a car and have confidence that they're going to go make it happen. And if iRacing wasn't as excellent and as on point as what they are, there's flaws, but there's flaws in every system. There's flaws in Madden if you want to play Xbox. There's flaws in Call of Duty. You know, there's things that are not realistic, but iRacing has done a very good job of speccing things down to the inch. Maybe if there's a shim in one of these GT3 cars, they put the shim on iRacing. You know, they change the balance of the cars to get them going. And every year there's an update to these things, and every year there's an update that's going to come out towards the end of the year to begin the 2023 or the 24 or whatever year we're rolling on that iRacing's going to do. But this also allows the real-world drivers to come over here, get a ton of practice, and be as realistic as possible, which is also what makes iRacing the leading voice and the leading sim for any NASCAR, GT3, you know, F3, whatever kind of racing. And it brings that kind of credibility to the sim.
Really is what separates a sim from a game, isn't it? I mean, there are lots of other places that you can go and race virtual cars around virtual racetracks against real people, but nothing does it as well as iRacing. It's as simple as that, and you get what you pay for. I'm a big believer in that, and iRacing, that's absolutely true. And yeah, making it as accurate as possible is kind of what's led to this real burst in popularity on iRacing over the last couple of years, helped a little bit by the pandemic, but I think that brought a lot of people over, myself included, who have worked in or competed in real world motorsport for a long time and hadn't necessarily given sim racing the respect that it deserved. And actually, over the last couple of years, lots of us have moved over here, realised just how good it is, and it's so nice to see that sims like iRacing in particular, they're not taking anything for granted. They're continuing to improve. They're continuing to make things more realistic, and you know, it means that when you're competing in an event like this, when you're watching or working on an event like this, it's quite easy sometimes to forget that it is only a virtual race and not the real thing, because it really is that accurate, and certainly the level of competition out there is as real as anything. Back with the SP9 cars here, or one of them anyway, just making its way around one of the Cup cars. This is Hans Seeger in the PCF Racing Neon number 5 car. Now, this car was battling with the 107 when we last saw it. The 107, of course, dived for the pit lane, and I can't see it on the track near the number 5 at the moment. So if number 5 has made another pit stop, then it clearly came out a little bit adrift of the car with which it was battling earlier on, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. It means they've got some nice clean air, and they're able to just sort of keep themselves out of trouble here as we now move towards the final 90 minutes of the race.
Man, it feels like it has flown so far. I feel like we got up here with, like, what, we've been doing this for an hour? Has it been an hour already? We've been up here with time. Yeah, wow. It really does fly by. But I mean, I got to go back to the iRacing discussion. Is the pandemic brought a lot of eyes and attention to the server. Obviously, you saw a lot of motorsports going to this side, and it was the only form of sport that could actually bring an actual race to a television partner. You know, you saw a lot of people. Indy did it, NASCAR did it. We saw the off-road series do it. A couple dirt people came out here and ran some stuff. It separates all of it. It allows certain things to continue to go. We now know that if a pandemic hits the globe again, that motorsport will be just fine. That we're going to continue to see the influx of people coming onto the server. I mean, I think a spike after COVID hit was in the hundreds of thousands of people that jumped onto iRacing. I had never heard of iRacing. I will be the first to tell you. 2 years ago, I had no idea what sim racing was. I knew what Xbox was. I knew what NASCAR Heat was. I was a motorsport game, you know, simulate driving game, whatever console. But seeing the work that iRacing did, whether it was production, and I believe Racespot was a part of that in some case, which in my opinion is what makes this the #1 leader when it comes to motorsports globally for sim. You know, you think of what Racespot's done consecutively throughout the years. I say it because think about it. When would you hear a voice like yours, Andy, and a voice like mine on the same broadcast? Early part of the morning calling a 24-hour race together. You get such a global impact when it comes to Racespot, where people who watch can go, hey, I want to call. I heard somebody like me go call it. You know, I heard some hillbilly from Tennessee come out here and call a race with a guy from Britain or somewhere over in the world. I called a race with a guy from Germany at one point in time over here, and it's a great space to be in, and this is what makes sim racing and iRacing, I would say, the worldwide leader in sim and in motorsports in general. And a lot of places could learn from what Racespot's doing, could learn from what iRacing's doing, and just make it their own. But look how many countries are represented in this race, and how many countries will be represented in 2023 when it comes to kicking off at Daytona, to go into Sebring, to go into these other endurance races that we're going to have. Hopefully me and you were on the call for a couple of them, because I want to do more 24-hour races, and maybe do all 24 at one point in time in my life. I don't know. I'm kind of crazy.
I did try that in a real world 24-hour race at Silverstone earlier this year. It's hard, believe me. I've stayed up on the sofa watching 24-hour races before. It's a lot tougher when you've got a job to do, believe me. But yeah, there's no experience quite like it. I love 24-hour racing, and yeah, fingers crossed, because now I know that you're a bit of a NASCAR fan. That's opened up a whole world of conversation that we can have at some point in the future. But yes, indeed, as it's that community within iRacing that you mentioned that really, I think, is what surprised me the most when I came over into sim racing as a competitor first, albeit not at a professional level. But you know, I joined a team, I joined a couple of private leagues, and you realise just how many people there are all over the world who are so passionate about this, and you meet people that you never would have had the opportunity to meet and become friends with, actually, had it not been for sim racing. And that's the thing that surprised me the most. I expected the realistic driving, the cool racing, the fact that on iRacing you can jump from a NASCAR Cup Series race 1 minute to a Formula V race at Alton Park the next. I love that, and I expected all of that. But yeah, it is that sense of community that really came through for me, and that's something I've particularly enjoyed as I've gone on my sim racing discovery journey. 2 minutes the gap now at the head of the SP9 field, by the way. So as we move now towards the final 90 minutes of the race, it is a 2-minute gap between the number 47 Adrenaline E-Motorsport GT3 team and the number 26 Perabit Sim Racing car, and that is Mario Henke, jumping onto the PCF Racing Neon car. So number 5 hadn't yet pitted. Now this will be interesting, Terry, because when was it? It was about 25 minutes ago that the 107 car made its pit stop. So there's quite a separation between those two, but remember, they were running nose to tail at the time.
Yeah, they were, and surprisingly enough, I'm looking at the stint here for this driver. I don't see that they actually did anything but fix a little bit of damage, if I'm correct. You know, I'm looking up and down the leaderboard here, and yeah, I don't see anything but maybe a little damage. I'm still seeing haunted it. Maybe I need to refresh here to get back on time. But interesting enough that this is when the pit stop is. There it goes. It updates there with a 42-second stop. That is quite surprising, because it's only been 7-8 laps since we saw this car come down pit lane, and now we're back onto the pits. It's no driver change. We continue with the exact same driver in it with Mario, but that was a real twist.
So, okay, the plot thickens then on that one, but either way, they've pitted well out of sequence with the 107 car. What we now need to figure out is where 107 is in relation to the number 5.
Behind them.
Oh, it is, right, okay, so it's they're the next car behind, we believe. So, they're not quite as close as they were, but that battle going to continue. And again, a 25-minute difference in stint time now. That could make a difference at the end of the race. If you're aiming for, what, an hour-ish, just over an hour maybe, between pit stops, well, that might mean that one car has to do one fewer pit stop than the other, so or at least a shorter final pit stop, and that could make the difference in this fight for 5th position. Remember that they're battling for. This is a spot within the top 5, so that is going to be maybe the fight that keeps us the most entertained till the end of the race.
Yeah, I'm rather impressed with the lead here in the SP9 class. To see what the 47 has done to stretch that lead out. We panned over when the 40 or the 26 come off the pit road, and we said, man, it's 140, and it's already over 2. So we're holding a 2-second interval, and I look at the lap times. You want to talk about a massive difference in laps? 8:02 to an 8:06. So a vast time difference when it comes to per lap. And that his last time by was the best time of the entire race. So if that tells you the type of speed that's in this racetrack and the type of speed that they're going for, maybe this is what the driver who just came in to talk to us was talking about, was a little looser, a little bit more on edge. Maybe 47 found something different in the set this time. Maybe took a little wing out of it, maybe put a little bit more front nose in it. Maybe got it a little lower to the track to allow it to flow through these corners. It's now 2:01. So it's almost 4 seconds, 4 seconds a lap that we're putting around here. That's quite a big difference for Fabian right here, who's not going to have to come back or not have to take a driver change, and they're on the exact same stint.
Yes, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but that is the new fastest lap of the race at 8:02.567.
Yes.
So,
no, you're absolutely right.
That is incredible. At this stage of the race, especially, that sends a really strong message, doesn't it, to their opponents that, you know, you're not going to catch us. You might think you had half a chance to catch us, but we're just going to set that time and prove to you that there's no point in you pushing, really. You know, just take the pressure off, settle for second place, because an 8:02.5 at this time of the race is massively impressive, because actually normally the fastest times would come in the early morning or at night. Getting a replay here of one of the Cup cars running an SP10 going heavily into the barriers, and that is going to be a significantly damaged car. Now, what's the number on that car? Oh, can't quite see as it bounces over the curb, rejoining the circuit. And, well, actually, Terry, I'm quite impressed they've even been able to carry on at all, because that was quite a hit.
That was massive, and I thought that the rear axle would be tore up there when he caught the curb. Leader of the SP9s are down. That would have been 6 coming to 7 on the stint. So we should not see a driver change. I fully expecting that Fabian's going to stay in this car for the remainder of the hour and 25 some odd minutes that we've got going on here. Good stop so far, clean. Very clean car. You don't see a whole lot of damage on that. You see a little crinkle right there on the passenger side part of the hood as Hugo does a great job zooming into where that damage is. Just a little bit of the hood coming up, but still has good pace, right? Just incredible speed. Was able to extend that gap. Hasn't lost a ton of time. Only went down to it's a 110 as he comes off a pit road here, but we're still expecting Jonas to come in the 26 machine. I would expect maybe try to push it one more lap for that 26, unless he's going to try to come down now and stay on the exact same stint here. But if he could push it one more lap, that's a big difference in what we're going to see.
Yeah, he went a lap longer in the last stint than the 47 car, so you'd expect them to do the same again this time. But, you know, maybe their pace isn't so good because they've been trying to save fuel, maybe trying to save another lap, so we'll see. That was, by the way, a 53-minute stint for the 47 car, so that means that they'll be pitting once more between here and the flag. It would seem, for fuel and probably tyres, but as you said, Fabian Hari probably staying on board the car. 1 minute and 7 seconds then is the gap. Just to clear up the replay of the SP10 Porsche that we saw just now, that was the number 68 car. Thank you, Hugo, for confirming that. Team Vamos Speedy, who were going very speedily into that corner, but backwards, which is not the fastest way around the turn, and heavily into the barriers. They've been in the pit lane for quite some time. I think it might have been Peter Cox at the wheel at the time, because I spotted his name. There is Peter Cox back in the car, so they are back out onto the road now, but you can see that they have been spent an awful lot of time in the pit lane during this race, and most of it because of that most recent issue. But I tell you what, the iRacing mechanics have done a good job. It's good as new.
Yeah, you know, a little nothing bare bond and a good hammer won't fix, right? But I look at that SP9 lead here. Even with that extra pit stop that you think that Fabian's going to have to put down, I still don't see the 26 beating him here in this. And if maybe the 2 extra laps, if the 26 could put down here to potentially try to undercut this and take a little less fuel there on maybe a final stop, or maybe no stop at all, right? It's going to be a massive difference. I mean, it's still a minute 6 with the pit stop on the horizon there for Period Bot Sim Racing to go down to Adrenaline Motorsports here. This has just been a remarkable drive for this 47. I think no matter where we expect the car to finish first, with kind of the sheer dominance that we've seen so far in the latter portions of this race, no matter where they finish, if they have a bobble or slip somewhere off the racetrack, there's nothing to hold your hat down to. I mean, you put a lap all the way to 3rd, so you've lapped all the way up to 3rd place, and you've just driven away almost 2-3 seconds at a time over second, and it's gaining here on cold tires, mind you, in the out lap. So just what a drive. Maybe I need to go take some coaching lessons from this BMW machine.
Yeah, I think we can all learn a thing or two from the Adrenaline eMotorsport GT3 squad. This has been the perfect performance so far, but we just saw from the 68 car that there's trouble lurking around every corner on the green hell, and this, in fact, is the part of the circuit where we saw that SP10 car going off, just carried a bit too much speed into this left-hander, a wheel on the grass, and, you know, this isn't Silverstone or even Le Mans, really, in most places where you've got lots of tarmac runoff areas and maybe a gravel trap, and the barriers are about 3 miles away from the edge of the road. If you get it wrong here, it's straight onto the grass and straight into a barrier, and if you start rattling off the fences, then that's a lot of damage that will be done. And of course, it doesn't always have to be your mistake that costs you. It could be a back marker that gets it wrong. So here you can see the Fabian Hari car going past one of the TCR Hyundais, and you know, anytime you're around another car, it's nervous because, you know, they could make a mistake, they could overshoot the corner, get a wheel on the grass and collect you. So, you know, an hour and 20 minutes is an hour and 20 minutes of survival at this point, really, for Adrenaline eMotorsport. That, by the way, was the 2nd place TCR car that they just went past, the ABA slow choo-choo car, Francisco Jose Romero at the wheel for this stint. They're running 2nd within TCR, and they've got a very, very healthy lead over 3rd place. So that car only too happy to step aside for the quicker SP9 car. Now the race leaders on their way.
Yeah, you talked about trouble lurking around every corner. It's not guaranteed that you complete a lap around here. This is one of the most difficult tracks to keep yourself down on, as you take a look here with Francisco Romero and that Hyundai Elantra. Good-looking car. I like the green color. So I guess if we're still on the path of judging deliveries here, it looks like a monster can, kinda. I dig the green on black with the, is that white wheels on it? It is.
I like a white wheel as well.
I like it.
Looking car as well, and as a proud owner of a Hyundai, although an i30N, not an Elantra, I do have a bit of a soft spot for the Elantra, and a very, very nice car to drive. When it first came out, it really was the dominant force in TCR racing. I know iRacing have done their best to try and level the playing field recently, and of course the introduction of the Veloster recently has brought about more Hyundai representation, and another example of a small mistake, although they got away with it there, just slipping out of the banking at the carousel. Terry, if I had £1 for every time I've done that, I'd be a wealthy man.
Same. I don't like working on them. I don't like working on the GDI motors as much as I do maybe some of the Fords or Chevys or Kias out there. The GDI motor just brings a different aspect to it with the gas direct intake and injection here. The system burns a lot of oil, burns a lot more fuel quicker. My wife owns a Kia, and I feel like I'm always doing maintenance on it. I'm always doing something. You're always changing the oil in that thing. It burns like crazy. I'm a proud owner of a Chevrolet. Yes, I'm that guy.
Now, which Chevrolet though? That's the question.
I have the Trailblazer. I have the 21 Trailblazer. She drives pretty good. She's sporty. I got the thing up, not saying I've done illegal things in my day, but I got it up to 140 leaving Darlington at one point in time at like 2 o'clock in the morning. on an empty I-95 just because why not? You know, you have sport mode for a reason. Why not be sporty for a second and pretend like you're a little faster than you are? But what iRacing has done putting these cars in here and actually making all of them somewhat equal has been a lot fair. But these engineers who come out here and actually tune these things on iRacing and get them to the quickest lap possible on the brink of out of control was what our driver said when he came in here to talk to us coming out of the car. You have to do that. You have to be literally on the brink of out of control in every corner to get the most pace and the most speed out of this thing. And that's what Fabian Harry in the Adrenaline E Motorsports GT3 team has done up there in first. Just completely out of control, but fast. And even on a lighter and a heavier fuel load, still putting down a whole second faster lap time. And then what we're seeing at a Pyrabit Sim Racing team in the 26 Jonas. But look at this corner. Look at this. It looks like a bottle of Henny.
You've got one thing on the mind this morning, haven't you, Terry? Yes, that's it's the iconic Nürburgring view, isn't it?
It's my off day.
It's Sunday. It's fine. No judgment here. And whatever gets you through this last hour and a quarter or so.
We're not drinking yet.
Now there's an idea. 1 minute 3 the gap, so it is coming down actually on this lap once again. The on the lower fuel load, Jonas Weider is able to take a little bit of time out of Fabian Harry, but we expect Jonas in this time, so we will see if he does dive for the pit lane. We've also got actually one of Fabian's teammates waiting to come and have a chat with us, so we'll bring him in. I think Jochen Alt is with us now then from the Adrenaline esports team, and Jochen joins us now in the commentary box. And Jochen, thanks for taking some time to come and have a chat with us. This is going pretty well for you guys so far.
Oh yes, hi Andy, hi Terry, nice to be here. We are on course. That's but we have over 1 hour to go, so first we have to finish.
Yeah, that's what we've been talking about. It's so easy for a tiny mistake to happen at this stage of the race that can really cost you in the long run. But we know that on outright speed, you guys have just had a little bit of an edge over the course of the race. You've built this 2-minute lead over the 26 car. Where do you think that extra speed has come from? Have you guys just nailed down a really good setup?
I think it's the combination of all. It's the drivers, it's the lot of practice, it's the setup, and yeah, that's the result of the pace finally. So I think that's the reason why we stay in front and we stay out of trouble. Of course, that's an important thing here.
Well, I would imagine that this no driver change going to happen here for that 47 machine, but you talked about the combination of skill, setup, sheer dominance so far in the latter part of this race. And you guys took the lead. We ran nightfall here in the sim. It just haven't looked back. What's the 2023 plans? Same team? You guys going to keep the same driver setup? Obviously, you guys are focused more on this side of the things, but just talk about how well-rounded Adrenaline E Motorsports has been so far in this race.
We drive a lot of leagues, so DLNS and other leagues, and in the future we will drive more leagues. So the driver combination depends on the speed of the drivers on the course. So that is the combination of drivers we will drive. It depends on the course and the speed of the drivers.
What makes the BMW so fun to drive?
Good question. It's we all stay the most of the time in the BMW, so it's our baby. So we drive it all the time. don't drive other cars, so it makes very familiar to the BMW, and that's a little part of the speed or extra speed you can push out of the car. Yeah.
And that's what we're going to be seeing from Fabian here through this final hour and 13 minutes or so. How much have you started to think about the win and the fact that it is within reach now? Because it's tempting, isn't it, to start celebrating even though we're an hour from the flag?
I think if we see the checkered flag, then we know we have it well done. We have to give finished. We have won this race. We never think before we could win this. One mistake and you crash into the wall and you have a fast repair, and Dennis Zimmer does an incredible job. The whole team does an incredible job. They follow us with 2 minutes behind us. That's not so many time if you have a crash or incident or something like that. So we never think about the win here before it's done.
Who do you think is more nervous right now? Is it you watching or Fabian behind the wheel?
Me. Absolutely me. He goes absolutely fast, and how many times he is so close to the grass, and it makes me crazy. So I have your stream over his car, only what I see is the telemetry of his car, and I don't want to see it really. It's hard for me as a driver to look others drive in so many times where it's so close to another car to crash to. Maybe it's horror.
Then I feel like I would make you.
Sorry, go on, Terry.
I feel like I would make you extremely nervous if I was on your team, because I would put it everywhere but the racetrack probably. but talking about his drive that he's had here, he got in this car. It was down to 39 seconds was the gap when he jumped in there. And I pointed out the difference in iRating that went between the drivers that swapped in and out. It was about a 3,000 difference. But his speed has just been phenomenal. He ran the fastest lap of the race altogether in this car, and it stretched it out. Now they've second place in the 26. They have swapped drivers. Even if you have to make one more pit stop than them, you still feel like that Fabian's gonna go out here and still put down great pace?
Fabian is we call it the alien. It's phenomenal. When we practice together, I watch his telemetry, and he's always in every corner 1/10 faster than me. So I don't know, he have extra grip, or I don't know how it make this fast speed. He's our fastest driver by adrenaline of the BMW. So yeah, it's not possible for me to go his speed, especially here on the Nordschleife. That's the fastest one of our drivers, definitely. And the fuel, we gain an extra lap. I think it comes from the first lap. We go down the mix on 12, so we have saved a lot of fuel, I think. So other teams doesn't make that. I think that's the reason why we can go one lap more than the other, and we do a little bit lift and coast, and we manage it now to hold this 2 minutes to the second place drivers.
Well, whatever you've been doing, Jochen, it's been working really well. We'll let you get back to the team now, but thank you for joining us, and we've all got our fingers crossed for you, because it's been a perfect performance up until this point.
Oh yeah, thanks. Bye.
So Jochen Alt then from the Adrenaline eMotorsports GT3 squad, who enjoy a 2.25-minute lead now over Pyramid Sim Racing, and that is partially because of what Terry just mentioned. There was a driver change for the second place team that we didn't expect to see, and so 2 hours 12, 2 minutes 12, the gap that has gone out now from what we were expecting it to be, and again they pitted just 1 lap later than the car that was leading the race. Now this is, I think, Terry, the closest of those battles then. It's now for 6th position, but it is again between cars 5 and 107, the PCF Racing Neon car and the number 107 Torque Sim Sport by Wagner Twice Technic. I think I'm getting that right. 4.2 seconds is the gap, so a bit bigger than the last time we saw these two cars together, but this remains the closest fight on track.
You're probably much better than me at trying to pronounce it, so I'll sit over here and just, do my role as color much better. Yeah, I mean, 4 seconds separates this battle, and this is what makes endurance racing so much fun, because you have not dead air, but you have enough time to catch your breath, because while we talked about 1 minute and 44 being not much of a difference, well, 4 seconds isn't much of a difference either. If you get close to the grass and you catch it just by an inch, you just barely clip it by an inch. This is an unforgiving track, and it does not allow you to make mistakes. You have to be flawless from start to finish. And so far, for the PCF Racing Neon and the Torque Sim Sport machines, they have been flawless, but they've been a little off the pace. I mean, you look at their lap times and you think, man, the best lap time for them was an 8:06 and an 8:09 and an 8:03. So between 3 cars right there, 5th to 7th, is a big difference that goes across there. A little bit of front end damage on the nose, so caught a little bit of issue there in the mid portion of this race, but was able to rebound, stay here in this fight for the 5th place position. And they still have that opportunity to go up there and catch Low Grip Racing Team with Sammy. And just take a look at a replay here. I believe this is one of our TCR cars again, off track. Bam, into the wall again.
The 68 again, isn't it? Yes, it is.
Sure is, yeah.
Second visit into the barriers for that car in quick succession. They've just worked hard on fixing the right-hand side of the car, and now the left has been bent and broken. And in fact, I think they're going to fast track back to the pit lane, so that's going to be a pretty hefty time loss for them. They'd already lost a lot of time anyway, had car number 68, and that's going to lose them even more ground. Sadly, they were running 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th within class. It was Peter Cox at the wheel again, and he has found the barriers again, unfortunately. Now, back to this 6th place battle, you can see actually in the background there is the Torque Sim Sport car. I expect them to pit probably at the end of this lap, because they last pitted with, if my notes are correct, about 1 hour and 56 minutes to go. So that's about perfect, isn't it, for one more lap and they'll be in. And they're pitting about half an hour or so, 25 minutes out of sync with the PCF Racing Neon car that they're catching. So at this stage in the previous stint, Terry, these two cars were nose to tail, whereas this time PCF Racing have got a small advantage. So over the last hour, a net gain for PCF, but we're only talking a couple of seconds.
Yeah, but a couple seconds, adds up across the board. It was a 4-lap difference between the two coming down pit lane, as the 5 here stayed out a little bit longer. It's only had 3 laps so far on this stint, but 7 back there for the Torque Sim Sport machine. Do all expect him to come in here on the 8th lap, and it's crazy to think that we've turned 8 laps in an hour. So that definitely puts the challenge at here of what this racetrack does, and we only have an hour to go. Can you believe that? I looked up at one point in time, it was 2:45. It's now an hour and the sun is up here in the coastal valley of Savannah, Georgia. So, my goodness, where has the time flown?
I looked out of the window then to see if I could see the sun. It's snowing where I am at the moment.
Oh, that's gross.
Yeah, that's my feeling exactly. It's a good day to be inside doing a sim racing broadcast and not outside trying trying to do my Christmas shopping. Right, I think we can have another chat now with a driver, actually an Adrenaline E-Motorsports driver, but from within the SP10 Cup class, because joining us now is Renee Kramer, and Renee it joins us from the team who are running second in class at the moment. Things going well for you guys so far. Has it been a clean race for your team?
Yeah, first of all, hello everyone, and thank you for having me here. And greetings to all the viewers out there watching the last hour of the race. It's basically been a clean race for us. We just had one little incident in the night when we hit the barriers at the carousel. Which cost us like 7 minutes, but overall it has been really a pleasant race for us. And yeah, that's what we wanted to achieve, is just to get to the race cleanly and then just look what's going up from there.
And it was a competitive class that you're in as well. SP10's got quite a lot of quick teams in it, and in fact we're seeing a pit stop right now for the leader in that class, Harley Horton, in the Frozen Speed Full Send racing car. So you're just under 2 laps behind, but they're making another pit stop now. If you can finish second, that's a really strong result, given just how many quick cars there were in your class.
Yeah, especially in the first hours of the race, the speed of our competitors has really been very good. And the team that's leading right now, it's amazing the consistency and the speed that they are going through the whole race without any incident, it seems like. So yeah, it's speed is the one thing you need here in this race, but getting through the traffic without any incidents as well, yeah, that has been the key for us so far.
What's been the biggest challenge speed-wise here? We had a driver come in and talk about just when the update came out, then it kind of changed the balance, changed the setup. Were you guys following the same issue? Were you having to chase the speed out of the car?
I think the Cup car is not has not been that affected by the latest updates, so we didn't have to change our setup or something like that. We had during this race kind of a little problem with our car getting a little damage from hitting the curbs. So during the night we had like 1 minute 44 seconds optional repairs, but we could manage to find out where those damages came from, and then we could drive a little slower on this specific area so we could get the optional repairs down.
So talk about the hitting the curbs here, because that's something, that a dynamic that most viewers out there in the chat might not understand. These curbs do present a big challenge. You can't just go out here and attack them and run over them without causing a ton of damage.
Yeah, basically there are some curbs you need to hit, so that you get the car through the corners. Like if you exit Fuchsröhre, for example, on the left, there you will definitely have to hit it. Also Wippermann. Those are two curbs you have to hit to set the car into the corner. But then there are areas on the track, like Stefan Belloff S. If you are too hard on the curbs there, then it's damaging your front a little. But also if you hit some bumps too hard, like Pflanzgarten 1 and also Piff Puff. Those are two areas when you are too fast there, then the front gets down too hard, and then your front right rear touches your body kit, and that's where the damage occurs. That's, I think, why most of the Cup cars have a visible damage on the front right.
Damage, of course, something that you really need to avoid around here, because the slightest bit of aerodynamic damage to your car can have a real effect on performance. There are just so many corners around a lap around this place, 170 corners per lap, and you know, if you're dropping a tenth or 2/10 in every corner, that all adds up, doesn't it?
Yeah, especially when we had those almost 2 minutes optional repair in the night. we were missing like 4 kilometers per hour on the top straight. And fortunately, we haven't been in the position where we need every tenth of a second. But if you have those little damages early in the race and you can't get it down, then it's taking much time because there are so many straight lines here on the Nordschleife where you really need your high speed.
Rene, in fact, I was just about to say that the leading car in your class had spent a long time in the pit lane then. That was well over a minute. So we think they had an unscheduled pit stop a while ago too, with Harley Horton getting back into the car. So how hard are you still pushing? Is there still a chance that you can keep the pressure on the number 85 car, or have you kind of settled for second now?
Yeah, I think we have settled for second. And because I think they are over 1 lap ahead of us, so there is unless they are making a mistake, which I hope they don't do, because if you want to win, you always want to win on the racetrack, and not because somebody else is crashing their car. But for us it's just smoothing to the end of the race, keeping the car in one piece, and also the second place would be a tremendous victory for us, because it would be our best result in the Nürburgring 24 hours. Last year, when we participated in this event, we managed to get to P6, but we also had like 2 or 3 accidents last year, and this year it's really going much better for us.
Well, certainly is going better. Second place would be a fantastic result for your team, and we've all got our fingers crossed that they can stay out of trouble until the end of the race. Rene, thank you very much for joining us, and best of luck for the final hour.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me, and you guys are doing a tremendous job leading us throughout the race, so big thanks to you.
No, right back at you. Thank you, everyone. Everyone's so nice here. I'm really enjoying this. Thank you, Rene Kramer, then from the Adrenaline eMotorsports team. Second place in the Cup class, the SP10 class at the moment. Now, whilst we were chatting to him, we saw another brief change of position between the number 5 and 107 cars, only for 107 to dive for the pit lane, as we expected, with 58 minutes or so to go. That will be their final pit stop, and we know that the car with which they were battling also has one more pit stop to make, because I don't think the number 5 team can make it to the end. They pitted, no, they definitely can't. So I think this will be a battle on track that runs right until the end of the race, and that's going to keep us guessing for a long time, I'm sure. But fascinating there, Terry, to hear from Rene, and that Cup class, that SP10 class, that is probably one of the toughest classes out there. It might not have the closest battle for the victory anymore, but the cars are, of course, identical. It's the only class where all of the cars are absolutely identical, and that means that your driver lineup and your car setup makes the difference.
It does, and you think about you think about the pace that a lot of these drivers have had. You talk about the best finish. If they can hold it right there in P2 in this endurance race. So far, so good, right? A lot of these drivers come out here and go, yep, this is what I want to do. Like, I want to be competitive. Most people don't jump into a race and go, yep, I want to run 5th the entire time. They come out here to be as competitive as possible. And that's what we've continuously seen here out of these drivers, is just straight competition, wanting to get the best maximum finish. I've been surprised with some of the driver changes that we've seen here at the end, as the 202 does come down pit lane of the Adrenaline eMotorsports side. I actually turned to the chat for a second because I saw something interesting while we were doing the interview there with Rene. It said some other YouTubers said that the BMW was slower than the other cars after the latest updates. And here it does not seem to be true. This also is open setups. So now maybe the fixed side of things, you might have a little bit of a pace disadvantage, but open setups you have a bit of wiggle room to change what you need and how you can do it. I know the update was very substantial to the BMW, but you have a whole lot more flexibility when it comes to changing the ride height, changing the wing, changing some of the ways that the car rolls through the corner. And it's hard to get every corner right here when it comes to the setup. But it looks at the top 3 right at the moment, holding BMWs here in the SP9 class. Really found something that was able to carry on maybe down the line into the future.
Really tough though, isn't it? Because in GT3 and in TCR actually as well, and in fact GT4 competition around the world too, the cars are all subject to balance of performance, and that's something that changes actually in the real world on a weekly basis. Every GT3 race event in the world, as I think our TCR leaders perhaps are aware that they're on the live stream right now and putting on a show. It would be awfully embarrassing if they were to dip a wheel on the grass doing this and slither off into the barriers. But George Simmons getting his moment in the spotlight and attracting our attention as he headed down the back straight there. 2 laps his advantage, by the way, in TCR. But yeah, back to my point about balance of performance. That is a constantly moving target. It changes from race to race to race in the real world. Lots of different GT championships carry slightly different balance of performance measures, and that makes iRacing's job really, really complicated, because they can't be changing the balance of performance every week or at every track or for every competition, and it means that occasionally one car does seem to find a bit of an advantage, and all that iRacing really can do is change that periodically so that it's as close as possible. But certain tracks will suit certain types of car. We've already discussed earlier on how well suited the BMW is to a race like this around the Nordschleife, and I think that's kind of why we're seeing that dominance. But yeah, I don't envy the people who have to try and balance these cars, because if you look at the BMW road car and compare it to a Ferrari 488, there's no way that they'd be of a similar performance level. So it's really impressive what they do actually to get the GT versions of those cars as evenly matched as they do.
Well, and you also think, I mean, you think, I go to IndyCar, right? You think of the Indy 500 when people on the sim are running that special event for iRacing. It's the engineer's job to get every ounce of speed and allow it to handle. You go into turn 1, while all the corners seem familiar, they all seem exactly the same. They're all very vastly different, right? You go into turn 1, you have that speed coming off the straight. You have a whole lot of draft that goes into it to get the car to turn into 1. Well, you don't have that draft. You don't have a whole lot of speed going into 2, but it's wide open. Down the back into 3, a lot of speed back to what turn 1 was, and then 4 is the same way, getting back to the straight. But you have to have a perfect balance of speed and handling, plus skill of the driver. If you're not pushing the envelope at every single corner around this track, around Daytona, around Sebring, around Long Beach, around maybe going to Indy, all of these great racetracks around the world, the engineers, the people who build these setups, have no other option but to give all the effort possible. I mean, they talked about 2 months worth of preparation for this, and then an instant update came to the service. Well, that added more time to it. I'm sure those hours weren't just maybe 1 hour on the sim. We're going to go run some laps, try to see if we could find a 10th, 2 tenths there. They were trying to find seconds. Like, they were doing, okay, we ran this lap time. How do we get it here? And you also have to have different driver inputs that come into it. I'm sure Fabian drives the car a whole lot different than his teammates, or maybe Mr. Zimmer over here in the 26 drives that car a little different than everybody else. Well, that car has to be able to match his driving style and his other teammates' driving style. And me and you like to attack the corners. Well, maybe our partner doesn't like to attack them. They like to be a little bit more reserved, kind of roll the corners a little bit more. They're looking for more speed plus grip and handle. We're looking for just pure speed. Say, hey, just give me all the front loads you can. Help me just drive that thing into turn 1, turn 2, or turn 11, and just sail with the wind. And you have to balance that. Obviously, the setup falls more in Fabian's lap because he's got a 2-minute, 26-second lead at the moment, and he ran the fastest lap time of the race, and he's still running almost 10 seconds faster than Dennis Zimmer back there in second.
Yeah, it's an incredible pace that they've really found in the last hour, really, because it was pretty static, that gap, at 1:45-ish. It would go up a second, it would come down by a second, but it stayed there for a while. Well, they've added nearly 45 seconds onto that since we jumped online a couple of hours ago. So yeah, they have been just relentless in their pace over the last hour, this last stint for Adrenaline eMotorsports, and they are continuing to build that margin. And you're right, they've absolutely nailed the setup. They've got all of their drivers feeling comfortable behind the wheel, and that has proven to be, it seems, a winning strategy. Right, third place in SP7. I know that I've been talking a lot about this fifth place battle in SP9, but actually we've got a podium fight developing in SP7. The PCF Racing orange car and the number 151 and the number 43 North Sim Racing Porsche Cup cars are only 5 seconds apart. We're watching the third place car here, just about to be lapped by the Motul Esports BMW, running third in SP9, and they stay as far out of the way as they can there. Simon Mevisan at the wheel of the Porsche right now, but that gap came down by a full second there, Terry, just because he pulled out of the way of the GT3 cars. So this battle is not over.
No, he had to pick up time to get more speed. He's going to catch a little slipstream when they come back around and get back to the straights. But this battle'll shape up really quick. I mean, you look at North Sim Racing closing it in through some of the most difficult sectors of this racetrack, and we get to this straight here for that slipstream. You're going to have to catch here of what the BMW is doing right in front of you, and you look back in the distance. You know, there's a lot of traffic. That's going to come and play a factor in this podium finish. And I'm not biased, but I'm a big fan of orange. I don't know if you've ever watched a show that I'm on. I normally wear nothing but orange. So yeah, PCF Racing orange team's got my vote to hopefully get up here and get this podium finish.
Well, they are looking like they're going to have a fight on their hands, because on this last minute or so of this lap alone, it's come down by about half. It was 5 seconds when we joined them. It's 2.5 now between PCF Racing Orange and North Sim Racing. Now, what I don't know is, I've just been given the answer. I was about to say I don't know when they're pitting, but number 43 have just pitted. So again, a battle that was just about to develop on track is temporarily put on ice. So number 43, they're making their final pit stop with 47.5 minutes to go. And are we going to see a driver change then for our second place car in class? We'll find out soon. There was also, I think, a GT4 car that I saw parked briefly on the pit straight and fast tracking back to the pit lane. I'm not entirely sure who that was, but the car looked to have quite a bit of damage, and that's a strange place to have an accident, so it would suggest that they've perhaps had contact with somebody else. So even inside this final hour now, mistakes can creep in, and that can really start to ruin your race.
I believe we did see a driver change there. Remind who? Richie. I don't know how to pronounce that last name. I feel like I messed it up. But if I did, somebody will correct me out there. Jumped into the 43 of the North Sim Racing machine. Is now going to go try to catch Simon Mezevich. I think I messed that one up too. See, it's probably why I don't. It's probably why I stay away from most road stuff. But this is so fun to actually sit here and call one of these things. But update on food status. Wife's still not up. Food still has not come to the back man cave bedroom-ish here. So, you know, my stomach is definitely telling me that I want to eat.
Yeah, I think you've got to the end of your fuel window now, haven't you?
I have.
Might have to make a pit stop.
Yeah, I'm ready for a driver change with a sandwich or something. There's like two sides of me. There's a side of me that's hungry, and there's a side of me that's not. I like the side of me that's not hungry.
Yes, exactly. Well, hang on in there. 45 minutes. If you can stretch the fuel a few more laps, then we might just get you to the finish without another stoppage.
Well, we'll see. Maybe she'll open up and bring me a Pop-Tart or something. Just a little tide to get over this hump. I wasn't fully prepared for the 4:40 time and to be up 3 hours already. Normally, I'm at work by now or getting ready for work to go in. So here we go. With hopefully she's waking her eyes up to go to the gym. A Pop-Tart would be just phenomenal to slide under that door any moment.
Well, keep us posted. We're all on the edge of our seats, Terry,
We should
to
be.
know what happens. We're into the pits for the final time. Comes the race leader, Adrenaline E-Motorsports. So the final pit stop of the race for them, made with about 45 minutes to go. We'd expect the second place car to be in 1 lap's time. So again, we'll see this temporary shrinking of the gap, and then it will go back out again, of course, when that second place car pits. So into the pit box comes Fabian Hari and stops. The car will go up on the jacks, they'll change tyres, they'll add fuel, but I would imagine they will keep the driver in the car. So whilst this pit stop is ongoing then, and we are now inside the final hour of the race, we can bring another very special guest, I think, into the commentary box. Robert Bausdorf, who is the event organiser of this fantastic winter Nürburgring 24-hour race that we've been enjoying for the last 23 and a bit hours. Robert, thank you for joining us in the commentary box. And, well, we've been talking a lot about what a success this event has been, how much fun it's been to watch. The drivers that we've spoken to have all said that they've been enjoying it. So I think you and your team have done a really good job.
Yeah, I think it developed to an somewhat iconic event over the years. And what I see so far this year is that we had a very, very clean race. Just looked on our database and we just saw 24 bulletins we had to issue, which is much less than in the last years. And yeah, it is a nice event so far. Another one.
Exactly. For those who perhaps are tuning in for the first time then to this event, and I know it's my first time covering it, tell us a little bit about the history of this event, how long it's been running for, and how we've got to the stage we're at now.
Yeah, it's the 4th running of our event, and we started it from a silly idea, because we all love the 24 hours on the Nordschleife, which is in earlier in the year in the summer, and there are so few good special endurance events in the winter time, and so we thought about let's do something like that. And then we did our first running, which was much better running than expected, because it was even the first event we've organized at all. Yeah, and so it developed over time. Developed some race control toolings, and have you here for the second time, I think. Yeah. Last year was the first time RacespotTV did the coverage, and we were astonished on how much views the last year's coverage did get over the year, and how much it has already this year. And this year we enforced a new permit system, so every driver running here in our race has to achieve a permit before the race starts. Permit consists of 4 clean, consistent laps to be driven in a lone qualify, which was for the most of the drivers much harder than they expected. Yeah, and it's really fun to see how this whole community develops and goes on, and we're just looking forward for the next year.
Well, this is Terry, and just like Andy, this is my first time calling this event. But I went back and watched part of last year's event that was here, and I would say wonderful event, wonderful job putting this on and getting all the drivers that have come out. I think we started with 56 teams that had come out, over 100+ drivers between all the teams. What's the future? What's the future goal with this event coming into next year? And how do people actually get involved to come out here and run this endurance event?
Yeah, okay. One thing is, I think I'm personally thinking of it. Have to discuss it with our organizing team. Is to modify the permit system a little to keep this event open for let's say somewhat slower teams, but which are able to drive consistent, clean laps. To give nearly everybody the chance to take part in our race. One other idea we have is to have perhaps a German co-commentary by Oli Martini, which is in the German area the voice of the Nürburgring. And yeah, what's the future? We are always looking for some things, how to keep our race eagerly staffed from the classes. Yeah, we have the big GT3 class we couldn't avoid. The wish we have is to have 15 GT3, 15 Cup, 15 SP10 and 15 TCR. That's always our goal. But it's really hard to achieve, to motivate, especially guys going in the TCR.
Oh, so you talked about opening the classes up and opening for more drivers to come in. And I actually enjoy the fact that you guys are willing to go have a German commentary team on this, because that just adds such a flavor to this race, right? To have somebody from Germany to come call it, and the voice of this track to come do it. What's the possibility of maybe expanding out and maybe running a different or another endurance event atop of the 2023 calendar?
There were some ideas to have a summer event using some let's say not so often driven cars, some available iconic tracks in some unusual configurations. To name two, perhaps the Le Mans Historic without chicanes, or let's say Monza Combined, and then do a mix of some, say, GTO, Nissan prototype, something like that. But yeah, that's simply ideas we have by now. It depends all on the time we have. We can afford to put into organizing these events, but there's always a lot of time. Made it easier for us to have some automation this year. This will go on. Yeah, someday if we are able to organize an event by, let's simply say, pressing some buttons, then maybe it will become reality. But the plans are there, and the ideas, but the time is not there.
Well, that's all really exciting to hear, though. You make a good point, though. It's not easy to run an event of this scale, and I know it's not just you who is responsible for the running of the event. There's a whole team around you, and I'm sure some of those have been up for nearly 24 hours now. So how many people does it take to put on an event such as this one?
Yeah, in the last weeks we were 2 to 3 people looking on the registrations and getting some stuff done, setting up Discord channels, all things like that. Then in the last few days, a few more, preparing the collection of all the paints, all the graphics, and here during night of the race we are 6 people at race control, which are sharing time up so that everyone has the chance to get some hours of sleep, to stay awake and make useful decisions. And yeah, this year it's a clean race, so we had a lot of time joking between. But at the start of each event, all 6 are needed. You noticed perhaps that we had some technical difficulties at the start. The pace car didn't run the complete lap. Was a fault by us by forgetting to issue some commands and then keep the cars at the right speed on the formation lap. That's the job which requires most manpower during the race. It's the start.
Well, the whole team have done a great job, and it's always nice to have the live officiating of an event like this too, and having people in race control who can look at all of those incidents and make the required decisions. So they've all done a fantastic job. Your thoughts on the race then, because we've had lots of good battles. It's still reasonably close in SP9 with a minute and a half separating our top 2 cars. It's been a very competitive race, hasn't it?
It is. It's always for me astonishing to see if the cars are within a relatively small time frame after 24 hours of heavy racing. That's really impressive. Every year, every race.
This one certainly has been a great race. We've got just over half an hour of it left, and Robert, we'll let you get back to your team because I'm sure that they're all just as excited as we are for the end of the race. But on behalf of everyone here at Racespot and all of the teams and drivers competing, a big thank you for once again putting on a great event.
Yeah, and thank you for making such a great job on putting the streaming together. I had a look at it, the cameras, the views, the commentary. Yeah, it's nice to see our work presented in that way. Thank you, and yeah, have a nice last few minutes. Bye.
We will indeed. Thank you very much, Robert Mausdorf there, then the event organiser for the Winter Nürburgring 24 Hours. And, we are, I can assure him, a very small cog in a big machine that's helped put this broadcast together, but everyone who's worked on it has really enjoyed themselves. Right, this is one of the big storylines then to unfold over the last half an hour. The PCF Racing Neon BMW, Mario Henk, staying at the wheel, has rejoined the circuit, and he, remember, is embroiled in this battle with the 107 car for 5th position in this race. We're expecting one more pit stop from both cars, but the pit stop for the 107 should come in the final minutes of the race. So it'll be a bit of a splash and dash, and that might just give them the advantage. With number 5 has just made its final pit stop with just over half an hour to go.
Yeah, it was talking about the stint wise, there's a 3-lap difference between the 5 and the 107 here. You saw the gap when the 107 decided to come down. Actually got about 0.3 of a second behind this 5 machine, and that was a crucial part of what this race is going to unfold to, because it allowed the capability of saying, hey, I can catch you anytime that I want, and put this machine on notice to say, listen, he's going to get to my back bumper, but can he make the pass? You know, it's going to come down to who saved what, where. And for the 5 machine, one more pit stop on the horizon. Just an opportunity here to see what the 107 with David and what Mario could do in this 5 machine to go. An update, apparently the wife's been gone for hours. A banana and a Pop-Tart I had to go get myself.
Oh dear, right, okay, that's how engrossed you've been in the race then, didn't even realise that she'd gone out.
Yeah.
Just to correct something I just said 107 has one more pit stop to do. That is nonsense. They have made their final pit stop. I did say that about 25 minutes ago, and then forgot about it, so apologies for that. So this is now a straight race to the flag, and we'll see very shortly, hopefully, what the gap is between those 2 cars, but we know it's likely to be pretty close, and they've got a bit of traffic here to deal with, a Porsche Cup car, and then there is another couple of cars up the road. In fact, they've got a couple of these Cup cars that are on the circuit, not far ahead of them. So a little bit of work to be done here to negotiate them and hopefully not lose too much time. Also, an update on the number 68 Porsche, which we're reliably informed on the YouTube chat, is back on track. So they've had a couple of incidents over the final hours of the race. Hopefully, they'll be able to be running at the checkered flag.
Top 20 overall finish. I think you'll take that, right? Back there, I believe 6th or 7th in class, if my math is correct to actually count. Not normally my strong suit, counting things, but I would believe 7th is where they sit. Yes, I am correct. So 7th. So my Alabama education definitely worked dividends here. This is still a great overall event. We're under the 30 minutes to go. It feels like we just started. It feels like we just came on the air at 5:30 for my time. I don't know your time. At 5:30 in the morning, sun rising. It's a clear, beautiful day here in coastal Georgia. You see the battle in SP9s for the 6th place position between the 447 of NJB and the 5 of PCM Racing Neon. It's a straight-up heads-up finish to the end. The 447 should indeed have a pit stop. They've went 7 laps here. I would expect to see them come down pit lane for their final stop of this event to push that 5 back into the 6th place position to try to go up there and catch the low grip racing team with Sammy Lowe.
There's a group of 4 of them actually, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th positions, all running quite close together. You've got PCF Racing Neon, car number 5, running in 5th, having made its final pit stop. Then you've got number 24 Low Grip Racing Team in 6th, who we think still have to stop, as do number 447 NJB Performance by NF CAD, Hubert Royber at the wheel of that car at the moment, and that is the car that's being chased by the PCF Racing Neon BMW, with which we ride now. You saw there a bit of a hold-up in traffic for this car as it went through the previous set of corners, so they were gaining time on the 447 and that time has now been lost. But this is now that part of the race, Terry, where we discover who has played the strategy right. We've got a good idea on some of the cars, whether they need to pit again or not, but there will, I'm sure, be at least one car that surprises us and that has managed to save a bit of fuel or avoid that extra pit stop at the end of the race. And as close as this midfield battle is in SP9, that could gain them a position or two.
Well, for all my country music listeners out there, Kenny Rogers said it best, is you got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them, and know when to walk away when the dealing's done. Well, somebody laid their cards on the table, and they said, listen, this is what we're doing, and we're going to do it without you noticing or not. I mean, you think about what Adrenaline eMotorsport done right here. We take a look at that as a machine, the overall leader in SP9 and overall altogether. Laid the strategy out for them. I'm going to go faster than you. I'm going to outpit you. And it doesn't matter if I change the driver 4, 5, 6 times, I'm going to beat you. And they've done that so far. They got a minute 31 second lead here and have just put on a marvelous drive from start to finish. Very little damage, very little incidents that you can speak of. You can go through the whole synopsis of the race. They've been that team that was right above them. And then you go back there to the 26 machine, who's just kind of, it's been there but hadn't necessarily been there. As you take a look at the 85 Mercedes here, a little further back, all the way back, if I am correct, which I'm normally not, 85, P1 of the SP10, driver change that kind of caught us by surprise. Still out here having a good run here for the Frozen Speed machine. Got a whole lap lead, so still just out here pacing, doing what they got to do. It should not have a pit stop, and it should be fine to the end here.
Might be able to shed some light on that extra pit stop that they made, because we're joined now by Joachim Franosch from the number 85 Full Set Racing team. And Joachim, thank you for joining us in the commentary box. You're leading the class. You've got just over a lap in advantage over second place, but am I right in saying that not everything has quite gone to plan in the last hour or so? We spotted an extra pit stop, maybe?
Yes. Hello, guys. First of all, thank you for having us on in the last hour. Yeah, not everything has gone to plan. We've had our last driver, Harley, get in from the morning onwards, and he had a small little incident entering the Nordschleife. Not too bad, no meatball. He just, maybe lost the hood on the way, and we got that fixed. We have the car nice and shiny again for the last hour here. But yeah, other than that, we've been going strong.
How high did your heart rate climb when you saw that moment? Because it really looked like you had that in the bag.
To be fair, it was maybe only a very slight increase in heartbeat because we kind of planned around in case of emergency. We have the time, so it was not too big of a worry. But you never want to see your car spin out and hit the barrier, so you never know how bad that's going to be. But we knew pretty quickly we could still do a decent pace around the track, and then we just get it fixed to look nice again.
We'll talk about having the driver Harley on standby. To have a driver sitting there ready to go, regardless of the situation, was the driver change planned, or was it just the moment the incident happens? Like, hey, we got to change something real quick.
Yeah, we had it planned because originally we wanted to defend our title, of course, in this race from last year in this class, but we didn't get the same drivers. Last year we had Ryan Barneveld from BS in here, and we didn't manage to get the same drivers this year. But we luckily had Harley, an ex-FSR driver who's now driving with Pure Sims, come on to help us out. And of course we have to fulfill the fair share rule. So he had to get on at, I think for him it was 6 a.m. And now he's doing his part of the fair share just to make sure we have all 4 drivers in there. But yeah, it was planned, But he drove the 12-hour race yesterday, the VCO race with Ivra at Daytona. And came on this morning then to hop into this car.
I was just about to say it's been a very busy weekend for the world of endurance, Daytona, and then obviously coming to do this race as well. It's been good. You talk about defending your title. You're going to make this 2 now, I do believe.
I've just been told not to jinx it by my team before coming on. So,
no, don't do that.
I should not speak. I will be in trouble if I speak. So I will say it's been going good. 23 minutes to go. We hold on.
Leave that to us to do the jinx, and that's kind of our job up here in the booth to throw a little out there. But race-wise, the car's been phenomenal. A lot of drivers have made a thing about the update that came out, and I'll ask you the same thing. Did it affect the Mercedes at all across the board? Because you don't see a whole lot of Mercedes out here leading in class.
Yeah, well, I think in GT4 the changes weren't as big or as impactful as it was for the GT3. Our setup, a base of our setup still worked, so I think the GT3s were affected much more than the GT4. So we didn't have any issues from the times we set in practice before the patch, and after we had no issues in GT4 at least. I know our GT3 guys had a much bigger issue, but they are holding on strong as well.
And now into this final part of the race, as I said, you've got Harley at the wheel. Harley's someone who I know personally. I've been commentating on him in Ginettas the last year or so. He's a quick driver, isn't he? Just as quick in the sim as he is in a real car.
For sure, he's a machine, really. It's impressive. Like, he had barely any practice for this, and boom, his 3rd lap is almost our fastest lap of the race. So yeah, he's really, really strong, and I'm really happy to know him as a friend, know him as a co-driver for a bunch of time now. So yeah, he's a great guy, and I'm really happy to be racing this somewhat of a fun event. We take it serious, but it's a great fun event. So it's great to race it with some old friends.
And this is a team who we will be seeing in some of the sort of more serious events, if you like, in 2023. What are the plans for this team going into the new year?
New year, we are hoping to especially focus on our group of TCR drivers. We have extremely strong TCR drivers, which I'm very, very proud of. Recently also being invited to the IMSA Championship. So we are hoping to, keep pushing strong in the TCR field, and currently with some of our top drivers advancing in their esports careers a little bit, switching teams like Harley, like some others. We are currently, starting again with their help, building some new drivers in the GT field. But we have some very old FSR OGs that are still racing with us, but TCR is our main focus for competitiveness.
Okay, well, we'll be watching with interest then to see how you get on next year. Best of luck for that, and best of luck for the rest of this race. Only 20 minutes to go, so...
Yes, we've got another 20 minutes. Okay, thank you guys so much. Thank you for the stream, and thanks to our sponsor Frozen Speed. Just put that out there, and I wish you all a great Christmas time.
Great stuff. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Joachim Franosch from the Full Send Racing squad. Their Frozen Speed car leading the race in SP10. And, well, we got our answer then at last, Terry. It was definitely an unscheduled pit stop that they had a couple of hours ago, and it sounds like quite a lucky escape.
A very lucky escape. Once you think about it, they had a 2-lap lead when they had that incident. You can afford that. When you have the speed that this car has had to put yourself in that position. You know, they always say you race your way out of a mistake, and I think that's the biggest key in endurance racing, in my opinion. You know, other people have opinions that patience is key and whatever. My skill and my expertise is always drive the car as fast as possible. Get yourself a buffer, get yourself a gap that if you make that mistake, it's not going to hurt you as bad. It's much harder to do in many other forms of motorsports. You know, NASCAR, you can't drive yourself into a mistake, because a mistake there or a mistake here, you could have a lap lead here, a 2-lap lead with a massive gap, and you could make the mistake and be in the situation that the 85 was in, where they came down pit road, fast repair. Quickly did a driver change, got back on the racetrack, still had a 1-lap advantage over the 481 machine. So people might disagree with me in the chat, but if you're that fast and you can put a 2-lap advantage on them, why not burn one of those laps just to make sure and play all your cards safe?
Yeah, for sure. It's better to be on the side of caution, I think, when you've got that sort of an advantage, and that's not a luxury that can be enjoyed by our SP9 class leaders at the moment. A minute and a half, all that separate our top 2 cars, but yeah, all of the other classes are a little bit more comfortable. It's Zekarol Esports who lead in SP7, the Frozen Speed Full Send Racing Mercedes that's on your screen right now leads in SP10, and it's still the DOT.exe Esports Hyundai that has a 2 and a bit lap cushion in the TCR class. We're continuing to cycle through final pit stops as well in this race for some of our front-running teams, and we're almost now at a point where we can start talking about that 5th place battle between PCF Racing Neon and Torque Sim Sport as well, because that gap is under 10 seconds between those two. This all within SP9 as we get a pit stop for the 26 car. Now, my maths is not always great, but I don't think we were expecting this, were we, Terry?
I felt like we were. He was at that 7-lap mark to where I thought that pit stop should have happened. We've seen 7 laps has been the money where you come down pit road there. I expect to see the 9 for Frozen Speed come down of Pillow. Should be down pit road here on this lap, coming to 8. I mean, we're looking lap time wise at 8 minutes, so 2 more laps to go theoretically for the 47 here at Fabian. So that'll put him at the 6th lap mark of that stint. Yeah, I expect to see Low Grip Racing come down. Sammy should be down soon. I think right now, if you look at the 107 of Torque Sim Sport, he's flirting with it. You know, he's at that 5 mark. You know, unless he's saved quite a bit, in which it looks like his lap times he has is at 8:13 compared to what everybody else is starting to put down to try to backtrack and try to save just a little bit of fuel here to get the load ready to go. But shockingly enough, there's going to be a little change up here in the front. I think 4th and 5th between the 9 and the 24 should be down either this lap or next lap.
Something worth discussing, I think, as well, because obviously in a timed race, it's not always certain how many laps you'll get in, but you can normally work it out pretty accurately. But around here, if the leader crosses the line with 10 seconds to go, that means that not only do they have to do another lap, but everybody else has to do another lap, and another lap is 8, 9, 10 minutes, depending on what your pace is in your respective class. So that is a lot of extra fuel that you need. Now, say you were racing at Sebring, for example, you could quite easily put a lap's extra fuel in, or if you had to save half a lap to make sure you could do that extra bit at the end, you can do that pretty easily. Around here, you can't do that, so there is a good chance that if we do just squeeze out one extra lap that perhaps the other teams weren't expecting, that can wreak havoc on people's fuel strategies, and we could be in a position where some people are running really, really low at the end.
No, absolutely, and that's an excellent point with Sebring. Is there's certain tracks and courses around the globe that you can set yourself up for it, and here's not one of them. This is not one of the tracks that you can go out there and go, yep, I think we're going to run X amount of laps. No, where's the leader sitting at right now on the racetrack? You know, here's second right here. So wherever the leader is at the moment, when he crosses the line, we should be technically seated if he crosses the line at around, I like your point, it should be about 10-ish minutes because he's sitting here about halfway through the course at the moment. And so about 10-ish minutes that we'll see cross the line. Well, there's 2 laps. So if you look at the time that he's set, it's 2:22. There is, you see, almost good save. Hang on to her. But he's at 4 laps on this stint. It'll be lap 5 when he crosses. He can afford 2 laps. You go back here to Frozen Speed FSR 37. Can't. You go back to Low Grip Racing. Cannot afford an extra lap. I don't even think Torque Sim Sport can afford those extra 2 laps that the leader's going to force upon them here by having the pace that he's had to cross that start-finish line at a time that is opportunistic for everybody else in this field, because there's more. Turtle Power Racing going to have to pit. STKE Racing Team, they're going to have to pit. They're in that window that they can't have 2 extra laps, period. They're right there where they're on the cusp of running out.
Yeah, this is nervy stuff then into the final lap or 2 of the race. The contact that we just saw there, by the way, was the 53 car that was tipped sideways. What have you spotted, Terry?
The leader just drove by somebody in the grass. It was so scary.
Oh yes, and this is the car. Now that is the second placed SP10 car. It's been in the barriers, look. And there went the leader. I mean, that proves the point that I've been labouring about how it doesn't even have to be your mistake, does it? It could be another car around you that could ruin your race.
Oh, that was nerve-wracking. I looked up for a second. I saw that car sitting there. I said, oh gosh, please don't come back on the track. You get some of the people, and I've been known here on RaceSpot to say what's on my mind, but you have some people out there that are just plain ignorant. That'll come right off the racetrack, go on the grass, smack the barrier, and then just drive right back on the racetrack and not care about nobody else around them. That could have been just detrimental to this race. So we could have flipped the script completely, and we could have went from talking about the 47 of Adrenaline E-Motorsports going to win this race to, man, the 26 looks pretty damn smart right now, don't they, for coming to pit?
Yeah, that was a very, very close moment. I mean, tiredness plays its part in things like that as well. You operate far differently when you've had light sleep compared to how you do when you've had very little sleep and you've been at the wheel of a racing car for a long time. And so situations like that where you end up, slipping off the road and having to rejoin, you're just not quite as aware sometimes of what's going on around you. But that was a very, very close moment for our overall race leaders and SP9 race leaders, and one of the GT4 cars. So yes, anyway, they both survived that moment just about, and the race leaders are about to come through to start what will be their penultimate lap, because a lap time at the moment for our SP9 leaders is about 8 minutes and 6 seconds or so. Patrick Moore is in the Turtle Power Racing BMW, running just outside of the top 10 at the moment, and that car with a bit of a splash and dash just at the end, just enough to get through these final 2 laps. They'll go another lap down as well to the overall leader, which saves them from having to do a third lap. And of course, that's another example of how your fuel strategy can get confused at the end of the race. The leader takes the checkered flag, but you cross the line just before them. Well, guess what? You've got to do a whole extra lap, and you may well see some cars actually deliberately dropping behind the SP9 leader on the last lap of the race, if that means that they can do one fewer lap in the race. It's all about strategy. It's all about fuel, and all making sure that you can be there at the end of what has been a very grueling 24 hours of racing, but still some battles on track to keep us entertained for these final 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's weird to think when you're sitting there in a 24-hour race and you finally hear, all right, 10 minutes. You got roughly 2 laps to go. You're there. This is where you're going to be sitting. So just ride it out. Let's get this thing done. You got people just waking up, just tuning in. We appreciate y'all for tuning in and being a part of this coverage with us. I'm still baffled, you know, with the fact that you're not going to see the 9, if they do come down and pit here, should stay slotted P4. Still has a lap over 5th, but I would be very, very surprised as there goes the 620 Screeching Moose Motorsports. That's a new one. I believe that the Canadian flag on the hood.
There's a fetching livery as well on that car. I'm a fan of that, and I do like a quirky team name. So they come in with their slightly damaged Porsche Cayman GT4 to again just a splash and dash. No tyres being changed here. They don't need to do that for the final lap or so of the race. The one then that I guess. And I'll just refresh my timing tree to make sure I'm not talking nonsense. Oh, there is the Frozen Speed, full set racing Mercedes in. So, as Terry quite rightly predicted, car number 9, Paolo Carvalho is in and should hang on to 4th position. Now, in 5th place, we've got the number 24 Low Grip Racing team car of Sammy Loeb. Do we think, Terry, that they owe us a pit stop before the end, or might they be able to stretch it? Because if they can, that gains them 2 places. They've been 7th for most of this portion of the race, and then cycling through to 5th when those ahead of them hit. But if they don't have to stop again, then actually they could move up into the top 5.
I would be shocked if they're able to stay out pace-wise. I haven't seen anybody so far. And granted, I started watching at like 5:30 or 4:30 Eastern Standard Time, just to get to tune in and see, okay, what's the strategies leading into our coverage in our hour that we had to kind of get it rolling. I haven't seen anybody hit that 8-lap mark. Nobody's really been able to push it. And the fact that they're going to have to go 2 extra laps, they'll have to hit 9 laps on a stint of fuel. Now, while the pace tells me yes, last time by they ran at 8:14. I expect somebody saving to be running that time. They have not been off the pace whatsoever in this race. They're about 7-8 seconds slower than what they've been turning around here at their best lap time with a consistent pace. But I would be very, very shocked to see that 24 machine go in. And as I predicted, they're coming down pit lane right now. Stint will reset, and this will set up the fight for the 5th place position between PCF Racing Neon and Torque Sim Sport. Should be able to go up there and be in that conversation as well, as they're only about 7 seconds behind that 5 machine of Mario Henke.
Yes, and we know that when they've been giving chase, Torque Sim Sport by Wagner Schweisstechnik has been a little bit faster. So the number 5 car has just gone across the line. There is the number 24, yep, Sammy Loeb, staying on board the Low Grip Racing Team Mercedes AMG GT3, and he rumbles out of the pit lane and goes on to the circuit. Now, he's not going to be a million miles behind those two, probably about 8 seconds or so, but there is the 107, the Torque Sim Sport car, and as they crossed the line that time, they were 7 seconds, almost exactly 7 seconds behind the PCF Racing Neon car, but closing in, and they've got 2 full laps. So there are 7 minutes of the race left, Terry, but they've got about 16 minutes in reality to try and close that gap. So that is going to be really, really close.
Yeah, but then I go and I look at the stint up here for the 107 of David. I don't see... I see this being his last lap. He's going to have to come down and pit just for a quick splash. He's obviously going to lose 7th or 6th and go back to 7th right here in this closing little stint. But that's 16 minutes that you talked about right there for that 24 machine. That's massive in the overall grand scheme of things. Yes, there's 6 minutes left on our clock, and we know that, hey, the race is over for the race leader. Your overall leaders, the race is over. For everybody else that still has to make up that time, that still has to go around here, maybe they're 1 spot ahead of the race leader. Maybe they're just behind the race leader. Well, you still have to make the time up somehow. You're still chasing that next position. You're further on back in this running order. You got people who are many, many laps behind what we see with the 47 machine. Road racing is a different animal. You know, once in other forms of motorsports, the leader crosses the start-finish line for that lap, you're done. In time races, no, you're not done. You still have time to go. You came out on track at this point. You crossed the line at this point. You have to continuously turn laps and that sometimes pay dividends and sometimes it bites you in the butt. It's the 107. It's going to bite them. Their strategy was one lap off. They're going to have to come down and pit this time by.
Wow, and that to the point we were making before, that one lap is a significant thing around a circuit of this length. Whereas if we were racing a shorter circuit, they might have been able to do something about it. But yeah, their strategy is just not quite going to come off then. It seems, but we'll see. They may be saving. It doesn't look like they're saving. They're running lap times as quick as the leader right now in the mid 8-minute 7s. And that is a very, very strong pace indeed. There is your leading SP7 car. It is Felipe Cabrera Loyola in the number 10 Porsche at the moment then, run out of the Zekril Esports squad. I don't think we've seen a lot of this car over the last couple of hours, and that's sometimes a good thing because it means that they've been keeping out of trouble. They've not been involved in any incidents. They've got over 2 laps in hand over the Adrenaline E-Motorsport Cup car being driven by Sasha Schneider. We heard from that team a little while ago, and they sort of settled for the second place, and that makes sense really because they've also got nearly a full lap in hand over the PCF Racing orange car of Simon Mavison in third place. So SP7 looking reasonably well sorted out now, and they again are on the start of what is essentially their penultimate lap of the race.
Kind of funny, the 76 Sharky 76, and it's amazing how a Pop-Tart can heal a man. You're absolutely correct. As the 29 Team Snitchel by Starlike Racing of James McDonald comes down pit road for the final time here this afternoon. 3 minutes to go, quick splash and go here. I'm still surprised because guess who's still on this racetrack? That would be the 107. Still out here doing, I would say, a tremendous job staying out here. A lot of saving, but the pace, oh my goodness, the pace. He's still putting down 807s. He's running the leader's pace. I would imagine short on fuel. This is a low fuel load at this point in time in this run. That 7 laps would be the lowest you have the fuel of all race long. That car's probably handling really well right now, but shocked to still see that car out there running.
Yeah, see what they do at the end of this lap. They might have to dive in at the start of the final lap of the race. As we move into the final few minutes of the race, we know that we're going to have another few minutes after this lap because as we've said, the leader hasn't yet started the final lap. So I think we've got time very quickly to hear from the Zekril Esports team. I mentioned that we haven't really seen a lot of them because they've had a pretty quiet race, but Dan Drakea has joined us in the commentary box. Dan, thank you for taking the time to do so in these closing stages. What a performance from your team. 2 laps in the lead, a lap and a half to go. You must be feeling good.
Hello guys. Yeah, thanks for having me in the booth here. Yeah, our race was absolutely amazing. It went beyond any expectation that we had. So I'm very, very pleased with my teammates for this result. We've already won, seeing we have a 2-lap advantage. So yeah, we're over the moon. Everything went as smoothly as it could have. So yeah, great race.
Has it been a clean race then? I know the car has a little bit of damage maybe at the front, but certainly not as much as some other cars. Have you managed to stay out of trouble through the 24 hours?
Yeah, we basically didn't use any of our fast repairs. We had one spin that cost us 10 seconds in like hour 4, I think, or hour 3 of the race, and that's basically it. From then on, it's smooth sailing. We didn't touch any barrier, any car. Yeah, the damages from the track. These Porsche Cup cars run very close to the track on the front bumper, and in this particular chicane that we already passed, I think, on the broadcast, you tend to get some damage. If you look at other cars, that's the case for them as well. But yeah, absolutely the cleanest race possible for us. It's absolutely amazing.
Well, I'll throw this out there because y'all have just done phenomenal. I mean, you guys are finishing ahead of some of the SP9 cars. You got 2 of them that are behind you. You've put on a master class so far in the SP7 realm of things. Overall body of work, how much time did you have to dedicate to getting all the drivers ready to run this event?
Oh man, that's a tough one. The So 2 of my colleagues, including me, so 3 of our 4 drivers are very well versed, let's say, in this Nürburgring Nordschleife track. And in this particular car, we're doing the VLN races, the Nürburgring Endurance Championship, obviously, every year. So I think we've run like probably all of us over 1,000 laps around here in this particular combo. Each of us. I think I have over 2,000 over my life. So yeah, we're quite we're quite happy with how we know this car and this track in particular.
That's a lot of laps.
Yeah.
It certainly is, and it's all coming good for you because, as you said, with the time now down to 0, the race win basically has gone your way with that 2-lap advantage. But Dan, we'll let you go back and celebrate with the team and see this car home.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Thanks for putting on the show on RacespotTV, and I would like to also thank the organizers. This event was truly wonderful to take part in, and yeah, hats off to the organizers of the event. Thank you, guys.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you very much, Dan. Well, as we can see on the screen, we are on the final lap of the race. The overall race leader in SP9 Adrenaline Motorsport GT3 have crossed the line, and they are on their final circuit now of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. There they are. They're just making their way. They're just under halfway around the lap, I think. And there is the 107, Terry. You were bang on the money. They had to make a splash and dash.
Yeah, I might be from the south here in the United States, but that's not my strongest suit. But you kind of catch that stint, and this is actually right on the money too. If you think about this with Adrenaline e-motorsport, they hit the nail on the head with what they had to do. And a comment out there asked what happened to the SP9 number 26. Nothing. It was just pure speed. From this Adrenaline e-motorsport GT3 team. Fabian jumped in this car, and he gained a full minute, right? And he had a half spin out there at some point in time on the racetrack. This was a lot to be put in to this event, and that 47 machine has just been absolutely flawless from start to finish, and hit the strategy 1 lap to the good, or 2 laps to the good here this afternoon. Just a marvelous drive.
It has been perfect, and as you say, they judge that strategy to perfection. But yeah, as far as we're aware, there has not been an issue for the Pyramid team in second place. They just, over the last 3 hours of this race, have not had the ultimate pace of the 47 car. Fabry and Harry setting the race's fastest lap not that long ago, at 8 minutes 2.567, probably within the last hour and a bit of the race, pushing on right to the end. And now he is less than half a lap away from claiming the victory in this fantastic race. And it's been a brilliant running, 4th running of this winter Nürburgring 24-hour event. And as he makes his way now down through the Wipperman and Brunchen section of the circuit, Fabian will just be starting to realise that the victory is just on the horizon, but can't afford to relax too much. There is still some challenging corners to go, but he is well on his way to delivering this team a well-deserved win.
Yeah, this has just been a great event from start to finish, from the event organizers to RaceSpot coming on and putting this show on for the fans to come out and watch. It's been a great turnout. We're sitting at about 200 people watching now. The first couple hours, people were tuning in. They were very excited to see what this event was going to bring. I'm just in awe of getting to come out here and to do the close. You know, most times they don't put guys like me on a close. But you know, they trusted that me and you would deliver this, and this was fun. This was something that I've always wanted to do. I've always wanted to do these endurance races to get more well versed in the sim world and the real world, to go out on a bigger stage to have a lot of fun. And man, it's cool to see the strategies line up, and for what the 47 team did, and I'll give it to the 26 team as well. What a drive for both of them to both finish on the lead lap. I think that's the big key. Out of everybody, they were the ones that did it, and that's just it just speaks volume of how much time and energy they put into these.
Yeah, Peribit have done a fantastic job. They haven't done anything wrong. They just ultimately were not quite the quicker car, but it has been a fantastic performance from both of them. They've kept us guessing until this final stint of the race, and it really was only in the last hour and a half or so that the number 47 Adrenaline eMotorsport GT3 BMW really started to build up the advantage. It negotiates what should be its final backmarking car. That is the sister car. It's almost like this was scripted, isn't it? The Adrenaline eMotorsport Cup car, which runs second in SP7, and they're going to have a bit of a team photo finish here as they make their way through the final couple of corners, out onto the Grand Prix circuit for the final time, and the victory in the 2022 Nürburgring Winter 24 Hours goes to Adrenaline eMotorsport GT3, and it's Fabian Hari who has the honour of bringing the car home for the race victory, with the sister car that runs in the SP7 class, Sasha Schneider at the wheel for the final stint, finishing in the end 3 laps behind the SP7 leader, but having done a brilliant job nonetheless, and a podium place in their class is the reward. But what a fantastic performance this has been from that team. Their SP9 team absolutely flawless through the 24 hours, and they take the victory in the end, Terry, by nearly 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, if you would have told me coming in with the 2 hours and 40 some odd minutes to go in this race, when it was sitting at 140, and we came on the air and we were super excited together to go, man, this is going to be a great battle all the way to the end, and you know, it's just one bobble away. If the 47 just makes a small mistake, we're going to see that 26 go up there and make a challenge for this overall win. And then we blinked. And it felt like it all just went by us in the drop of a dime. And it was 2 minutes, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And then we would see our stint start to change. We saw driver changes. And then Fabian just goes out and says, hey, guess what? I'm going to drop the hammer real quick. Overall, laid the fastest lap down by 3/10. 3/10 of a second, laid the fastest lap down. At the point of the race where we were like, there's no way that you're putting down laps like that. Still did. Still put on a show for people and gave us something very entertaining to watch. As we take a look here, car's still running on the racetrack. That is number 2. That's the second place driver of Dennis Zimmer, still trying to complete the lap.
He's not far away now, though. He's just heading into the Schwalbenschwanz and onto the Dottinger Höhe for the final time then. And yeah, Peribit have done a really good job, actually. I mean, we keep talking about their margin to the leader, but they've built over a lap, actually. In fact, nearly 2 laps, I think, on the Motul Esports car of Jakob Elbacher in 3rd position. So they've been dominant in that respect. There was only one car that was better than them, but in the end, that's what's going to make the difference. But early celebrations here, perhaps, for Dennis as he comes along the Dottinger Höhe for the final time, flashing the lights, weaving around in celebration. You've not quite reached the end of the race just yet. A couple more corners to go. We have seen people making mistakes down into this final sequence of corners at Tiergarten, but he's going to negotiate the ever tightening sequence of S-bends here, come back out onto the Grand Prix circuit, and a really solid 2nd place finish for Jonas Feider, Dennis Zimmer and Sebastian Harzem of Peribit Sim Racing. 2nd place in SP9, and really not a lot to grumble about there. As I said, Terry, that was a near perfect performance. What is that TCR Hyundai doing?
Yeah, we go back to my comments earlier. There's always people that like to pull out on that racetrack in front of moving classes. It's, I've seen TikToks of that, you know, where people post that. It's like, oh no, what are you doing? And then just pull back out on the racetrack. But, you know, end of the race, even if you have a contact right there at that moment, you're still going to cross that line. But all together, I think you look at what this racetrack brings. It's one of the great tracks of the world. Germany, it doesn't matter what they do, whether it's beer fest, whether it's when you walk down the streets. I had the pleasure of going to Germany one time for 2 weeks for a training event out there for the military, and just to see the way that everybody conducts themselves. There's no surprise that one of the greatest racetracks that has ever been a part of racing comes from there, and this is just gorgeous. I want to be at this racetrack one day and just stand on the front stretch and just see and just be in awe of the great pageantry that these races go on.
Yeah, for sure. And there is a reason that this place is so infamous, really, within the motorsport community. It is steeped in history, and even in the virtual world, taming it is not an easy thing to do. But all of these teams who are cycling through across the line right now have all tamed the Nordschleife. They may have taken a few war wounds along the way, but they're all here, and they're all getting to the end of this 24-hour race. Some of them with podium positions, but even just reaching the end of the race now is an achievement in and of itself. This is our third-placed car in SP9, the Motor Esports BMW of Andre de Brova, Jakob Erlbacher and Kai Schubert coming towards the flag now. Excuse me, it is Jakob Erlbacher at the wheel for his final stint in the Motor BMW that's been running in third place for as long as I can remember, and hasn't really had a whole lot of fighting to do. They are 5 minutes clear of the fourth place number 9 Frozen Speed Full Send Racing Mercedes, which we saw had to make a slightly later pit stop, and so that has really freed up Motor Esports to come through now and claim the final podium position in the SP9 class. Out onto the Grand Prix circuit he comes, and it is third position in SP9 for the Motor Esports squad, and an all BMW top 3.
Yeah, so much for BMW is a lot slower in class, right? For a lot of people that had comments throughout the update from iRacing, that BMW would struggle and maybe falter here. So no, not a thing. As we do look at the SP7 leader here, going to come across and win this race by 3 laps, mind you. It's a big difference.
Yeah, absolutely dominant. They were 2 laps ahead anyway, and of course the second placed car just went a lap down at the flag, so that's what's given them the extra margin, but it was still a very comfortable lead for Felipe Cabrera and Loyola, who brings the Zekeril Esports Porsche out of the final corner. Dan Trakea, Arturas Kundelis and Haroldas Hotutas, I think, Hotutas maybe, have all been come together to win the SP7 category here at the Nürburgring, and it's Felipe who brings the car home to take the checkered flag, and he'll be fairly quickly followed across the line by Harley Horton, who is our third class victor to make the flag. The Frozen Speed Full Send Racing team are 2-time winners of the SP10 class of the winter Nürburgring 24 hours, the second year in a row for Harley Horton as a winner, and Full Send Racing as well, of this fantastic event, and they do so despite a bit of a last-minute scare for Harley when he found the barriers going out onto the Nordschleife. And our final class winner to come through is our TCR crew, and it's the number 168 car then, which comes through the DOT.exe esports car. Dennis and Darius Neidhart, George Simmons and Michael Polasek come through to claim the victory in the TCR class, and again it is a healthy margin, 3 laps that they had in hand over their nearest competitors.
Yeah, it was it's wild. It's wild when you say 3 laps. You know, it's not the world I'm accustomed to. When you hear 3 laps, you go, huh, the guy must be doing something different. But this has just been a remarkable drive for all of our class winners. The only one that was, truly up for grabs at the point of the race when we came on in the last 3 hours was the overall here with between the 47 and the 26. This little celebration into the wall, never hurt anybody in the gravel traps here at the top. He's spinning a little bit here, trying to kick some rocks at other people.
Yeah, it is hard to do a donut in a front-wheel drive TCR car, isn't it? Confirmation then of the result: 173 laps, 24 hours of racing done here at the Winter Nürburgring 24, and it is car number 47 who claimed the victory, Adrenaline eMotorsport GT3, by just under 3 minutes in the end over Peribit Sim Racing in second, Motor Esports in third for BMW, and then the first of the non-Beamers was Paolo Carvalho at the wheel of the Frozen Speed Full Send Racing car, finishing a further lap back in fourth. Rounding out the top 5 was the PCF Racing Neon BMW, ahead of another AMG, the Low Grip Racing team, in sixth. 7th position for Torque Sim Sport by Wagner, Schweiss Technik, and then rounding out the top 10, NJB Performance by NFCAD, Team Schnitzel by Starlike, a pair of Porsches there in 8th and 9th, and the top 10 completed by the TLDR SimSport BMW, a total of 4 laps off the lead. Another group of Beamers were next: Turtle Power Racing, STK E-Racing Team GT3, Akira Cole Dassault Green and Progressive Sim Racing Bravo were next. and then Cabot Motorsport, Effect Esports, all of these cars that were multiple laps down within SP9 and ultimately not running at the end of the race after some earlier dramas, and real thoughts go out to some of those teams who were out in the first hour or so of the race, all of that pre-event preparation, unfortunately coming to nothing. The fastest lap set by Fabian Hari on lap 161, so only 12 laps from the end of the race. He managed to knock out an 8 minutes 2.567, a seriously impressive pace at that point in the race. Terry, SP7, and it was a slightly more comfortable affair there.
Yeah, sure was. You saw Carla Esports there, the winner, Felipe, taking it across the line with Adrenaline Motorsports Cup. 3 laps back with Sasha Snyder behind the wheel. PCF Racing Orange, P3 North Sim Racing, Race Tech Performance, .xe Esports Green goes back there. Vamas Karari, NP7, Shitski Sim Racing, Randall Racing, and Scholler Racing by Tom Livery. Back there and rounding out 11th through 13th, Effect Esports down 11, Motul Esports the 3rd, and East Coast Motorsports did not get the run they wanted back there with Lawrence Coleman.
No, sadly not. That was another car that was out of the running very early on. Frozen Speed Racing may have missed out on the podium in SP9, but they were at the top of the podium in SP10 with their number 85 Mercedes AMG, rounding out a trio of Mercedes actually on the podium, with Talk Freak Racing by TFR Lab in second and the STK E-Racing Team GT4 Merc in third, all of them running on different laps. Screeching Moose Motorsports may have missed out on the podium, but they do take the unofficial commentator's prize for best team name, with the Maguire's team in 5th position. Writer Racing Elephant were 6th, Sapphire Simsport Alpha in 7th, Low Grip Racing SP10 were 8th position, and the top 10 in the always competitive SP10 class were completed by Gumption Racing and Turtle Sim Racing Green. Then those that weren't running at the flag, unfortunately, PCF Racing Mint, PAG DPDE, then Effect Esports, Motul Esports 2, Project Dynamic Green, and Mad Sim Sport, all failing to finish the race. And then we finally will move into the TCR class, just the 7 starters in that class, but we had a handful of them running at the end, and a 3-lap advantage for Dennis Neidhart, who was at the wheel of the DOT.exe Esports Hyundai. A sea of Hyundai Elantras at the front of this field. AVA Vivatic Slow Choo Choo was second, ahead of Iconic Motorsports in third. Some big gaps between those cars. Then it was Sports Ford Racing Green in 4th, Racetech Performance Green in 5th, and Saybelt Esports and iRacing Today Motorsports, the only Honda on the grid, unfortunately retiring around about halfway through the race. So they are your race results then for the winter 24 hours of the Nürburgring, and we can now start our post-race show here on RacespotTV by having a chat with our SP9 winner, and it's Fabian Hari who joins us in the commentary box now. A huge congratulations to you and the team for what was a dominant performance. How much did you enjoy bringing the car home in that final stint?
Yeah, hello guys, and thanks for the congratulations. Was a really strong race between a drive before the DNLS with Sindre, and then joined the winter 24-hour race, and it was really strange to drive and make, and 2 setups, and I can't believe that we win this race.
You better start believing it, because we've been saying all sorts of things about your team throughout the race, because it seemed that anything the other teams threw at you, you always had an answer, and I think that was demonstrated in that final hour of the race when you were able to set the fastest lap of the race, even though you weren't really under that much pressure. So was that a sign of how comfortable you felt in the car at that point?
Yeah, of course. I felt very strong in the car, and the setup was very well to drive, and so easily to drive the fastest lap of the race. But the other drivers in the team makes a grateful job to the whole time at this race.
Yeah, that was a superb performance in that final stint, and you were pushed hard all of the way by the Perabit Sim Racing team in second. Where do you think your big advantage was? Because your strategy was perfect, your speed on track was really quick as well. Was there one particular area where you think you just had the edge?
Yeah, I think it's really important to not a crash or a penalty, and came good to the traffic. And this was really, really important for us to win this race. So when you had a penalty or a crash and you must use a fast repair, then you had a penalty for 5 minutes, then the race is over for you. When the other drivers or other teams not make any mistakes.
Yeah, we saw that nearly happen to you at the end of the race. There was a GT4 car that hit the barriers right in front of you. You can never relax at the Nürburgring, can you?
Yeah, of course. This every time you must maximum concentrate and pushing every lap, and yeah, the other teams can in every corner can make a mistake, and yeah, when you're not on the concentration to move left or right, then you had a crash and the race is over.
Well, thankfully, that didn't happen to you. You were able to keep out of trouble. It's been a fantastic performance for you and the team. I'm sure you've got a few people you'd like to thank after that, because it's a real team effort, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. I will thanks Adrenaline Motorsport, the whole team, teammates, as sponsors Porsche Zentrum, Bad Homburg, Oberursel, and Hade Hauer Designs, who makes the designs for every car from Adrenaline. And it's hopefully very, very thankful to all people from us.
Yeah, and nicely done. It's a very good-looking car as well, so certainly they've done a good job on that. Thank you very much for joining us, and again, big congratulations to the whole team.
Yeah, thanks also, thanks.
Well, congratulations then to Adrenaline eMotorsport, who are victorious in the SP9 category, and they also managed to finish second place within the SP7 class, and we are joined now by Rene Kramer from the Adrenaline team in SP7. Not quite the win today for you, but a really strong second place. Well done.
Yeah, thank you, and welcome again. Yeah, an amazing result for our team. Has been our biggest accomplishment with the Cup car so far. And also congrats to Zekarul Esports. Their pace has been phenomenal. So yeah, congrats to that win. It was they were just on another level. And we are so happy that we could set our fulfill our goals and do not make many mistakes, and just get a clean race and finish on the podium. That's really, really cool.
A real achievement, not easy to do, because these Cup cars that are running in SP7, they're not easy cars to drive on the limit, are they? And of course, around the Nordschleife, you're on the limit all the time, and you're just inches away from it all going wrong. So I'm sure you're all feeling quite worn out after that, because the concentration it takes to keep this car in particular on the track is a lot.
Yeah, we are all pretty much worn out. It's really difficult because the Cup car doesn't have any driving aids like traction control, and especially if you are trying to overlap the smaller cars when you can't stay on the racing line, and then you have to go a little more left, a little more right, and then you have to pay attention if the car is understeering, or so that's really where it's difficult. And fortunately, we managed to keep the car in one piece, and yeah. Also, all the other drivers in the GT3 class, in the TCR, or in the SP10 class. Today, that was really a pleasant drive. Everyone was paying attention, using their brakes, and that was really good to see. That was a fun event.
Yeah, certainly. The respect shown by the drivers on track was clear for us to see on the broadcast as well. So a big shout out to everyone for keeping out of each other's way as best they could at the end of the race. But well done to Adrenaline E-Motorsport for second place in the Cup class in SP7. And thank you once again, Rene, for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good Sunday.
We will indeed, and we'll let the teams go and get a little bit of sleep. I think they could probably do with that. Well, Terry, sadly, that is about all that we have to bring the lovely people at RacespotTV today. A brilliant race. I've really enjoyed being a small part of it for these final 3 hours. I do feel like a bit of a part-time driver, just ducking in for the final 3 hours, but we've had a lot of fun covering it.
Yeah, I had fun working with you. I've always said that I've wanted to work more of these international-ish shows, and I'm glad that I got to come over here and do it. Like I said, it's not often they put a guy that sounds like me on the end of one of these things, but the world of RaceSpot's not over. IVRA GT Sprint Cars Round 3 at Daytona kicks off in about an hour. So there's a lot of coverage here. PRL kicks off tonight for the NASCAR Cup Series. You can find it all right here at RaceSpot, man.
Absolutely. RaceSpot TV, the place to go if you want to see top quality sim racing. Well, a big thank you everyone for joining us over the course of the last 24 hours. We hope you've enjoyed the Winter Nürburgring 24. It certainly provided some great action and a really well-deserved win for Adrenaline E-Motorsport in the SP9 category. Big thanks as well to everyone who's been part of the broadcast team, all of the organisers of this wonderful event as well. And we're all looking forward to seeing what the future holds for them. But for now, from everyone here at RaceSpot TV, thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you again soon.